Tanggalin ko lang yung salamin. Tanggalin ko lang yung salamin. Tapos tanggalin ko lang yung salamin.
Kukuha na ako sa'yo.
Mataas. 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 Oh. Mataas. Sunog. Konti lang. Konti pa.
Gamay lang, gamay.
3.5.
3.5.
Ops.
Papa X. Good. Papa X.
Bumalik ka. Bumalik ka. Okay na. Okay na.
3.5 na. 3.5.
May 30, may 30 minutes naman na ano.
Okay.
So, tsaka natanggal.
Okay na. 3.5 set.
Kapag ano, bago mag-pre-program, takpan ko yung scene. Teka, nagkakabit lang ng ano si Marby. Go po. Yes. Control, paki-check yung audio niya. Okay na? Parang press con, pang-press con. Meron na daw po, Kuya Charles.
Sir, yung stanchion po ba pwede natin ilapit doon? Kasi po nung nag-usap po kami ni sir, kung nag-agree po kami na dito muna yung prompter. So nag-request yung dancer na nandito yung prompter. Kaya lang so nandiyan na po siya.
Urong na lang yung
Ito na
ano.
lang po.
Okay. Tanggalin na lang yung glass.
Yung sa
glass.
sige.
Sige.
Kaano naman po
Okay,
siya sa
okay.
ano?
Nandito
At
sa
least meron
stage.
siyang suporta na.
Sa podium.
Okay na po, yung glass na lang. Pwede siya.
Takpan. Hindi naman, why?
Meron
Go,
na.
go. Wait.
Apo, may 30 minutes po kayo.
Tanggalin ko na, no? Okay na tayo? Okay na tayo. Ano ka pa siya?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For our international delegates, we have simultaneous interpretation services available for use. If you require interpretation, please collect a headset from the designated counter before the session begins. Select your preferred language by tuning in to the correct channel on your headset. During Q&A, please speak clearly into the microphone so interpreters can accurately translate your message. Kindly return interpretation devices after each session availability for other participants. Thank you for your cooperation. We look forward to having a productive and insightful meeting.
Look at the wide-ranging, wicked problems we're facing right now. The climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, the worst humanitarian refugee crisis since the Second World War.
Entonces sí es sumamente relevante tener la alianza de gobierno abierto para poder afrontar estas situaciones que se están dando en el mundo y que las democracias pues logren salir fortalecidas.
It is essential to the resilience of democracy for citizens to be engaged, for them to be invited.
The time to act is now. And the Open Government Partnership has a unique possibility because of the networks it has already put in place.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, for our international delegates, we have simultaneous interpretation services available for use. If you require interpretation, please collect a headset from the designated counter at the right side of the foyer before the session begins. Select your preferred language by tuning in to the correct channel on your headset. And finally, kindly return interpretation devices after each session available for other participants. Thank you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are reminding everyone if you can please turn off your cellular phones or keep them on silent mode. All participants are requested to stay in their respective seats when the president has arrived and until he has left the venue. Thank you, and we'll look forward to your cooperation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin the plenary, please take note of the following to ensure a smooth and engaging conference experience. Today's program will be delivered in English. Seat reservation is not allowed. Overflow rooms are available for latecomers. Kindly set your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid disruptions. Delegates are welcome to take photos, but please avoid flash photography or any unauthorized recordings. And finally, you may leave the premises for security purposes, but you have to go through designated frisking areas before returning to the plenary hall. We appreciate your attention to these guidelines, and let's make this meeting memorable and impactful. Good morning, esteemed guests and delegates. The 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we remind you seat reservation is not allowed. Overflow rooms are available for latecomers. Thank you. Before we officially begin, your safety is our top priority. We kindly ask for your attention as we go through some important safety reminders of Grand Hyatt Manila.
Good day and welcome to Grand Hyatt Manila. Here at Grand Hyatt Manila, not only do we make sure that you have a grand experience, we also take extra measures for your safety and security. To ensure this, may we request for your attention as we take you through this short briefing. On behalf of Grand Hyatt Manila, we hope you enjoy your time in our hotel. Thank you and have a great day.
Across the world and the Asia-Pacific region, a shared vision connects us all. A vision of governments that are transparent, accountable, and encourage citizen participation in our community of nations. This vision gave birth to the Open Government Partnership in 2011. 77 countries, and 150 local governments, representing more than 2 billion people, sharing one common goal. This year, the Philippines proudly hosts the OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting, a founding member of the OGP and a trailblazer in open governance. The OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting brings together high-level government representatives, civil society leaders, policymakers, and partners from across the region and the world. Join the conversation and exchange ideas, share best practices, and explore innovative solutions that will address key issues shaping the future of governance in the Asia-Pacific region. Together, let's create a better future through open government as we take bold steps toward a future where every voice matters and every government works for its people. Welcome to the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and partners in open government, a very good morning and welcome to the 2025 Open Government Partnership Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting. I'm Kathy Yang, your host for this two-day event. It is an honor to convene in this gathering of government leaders, civil society representatives, and reformers committed to advancing transparency, accountability, and citizen participation across our region. Our Open Government Partnership has served as a vital platform for collaboration, innovation, and reform since it was founded in 2011. As we gather here today, we reaffirm our shared commitment to strengthening democratic governance and fostering meaningful engagement between governments and citizens. The world at large and our region are at a critical juncture, and the collective efforts of all of us here, governments, civil service, civil society, partners, and international organizations, are key to ensuring that the democratic values, open government values, are upheld. So to formally open the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting, it is my privilege to introduce Ms. Aurora R. Chavez, the Executive Director of Malayang Lapian ng Mga Kababaihan and co-chairperson of the Philippines Open Government Partnership Steering Committee. Ms. Chavez has been a steadfast advocate for civil participation, gender equality, and inclusive governance. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Chavez to deliver her remarks.
On behalf of the Non-Government Steering Committee and Non-Government Secretariat of the Philippine Open Government Partnership, it is my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting here in Manila. We gather at a critical juncture in our region's history. The Asia and the Pacific region is home to diverse cultures, economies, and some of the most vibrant democracies. It is home as well to some of its most pressing development challenges. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, it is clear that open governance is more crucial than ever. The selection of the Bonifacio Global City as the venue of this regional meeting is itself symbolic. This place is named after the great father of the Philippine Revolution, Andres Bonifacio, whose struggle for independence from colonial rule would eventually bring about the first constitutional democracy in Asia. Similarly, there could have been no better time for the Philippines to host this regional meeting. Just a few months after the biggest election year in human history, the Philippines is set to hold its midterm elections this May. Meanwhile, our House of Representatives and Senate recently agreed to reschedule the first ever parliamentary elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, a unique political entity birthed by one of the world's few successful peace processes. On the regional front, numerous civil society organizations in the Philippines are among our neighbors in the Asia and the Pacific were hit hard by the U.S. Department of State's Stop Work Order on foreign assistance programs, many of which served as a financial lifeline for projects that sought to promote human rights, democracy, peace, climate justice, better healthcare services, and gender equality, among others. This unfortunate development is expected to further cripple civil society organizations that are already struggling, not only with sustaining themselves, but also with political harassment from hostile states. But hard times breed ambition. Amidst the great uncertainty surrounding these events, we, advocates of good governance, are certain of the future that we can achieve by vigorously advocating the upholding transparency, accountability, public participation, and inclusion. We are confident in that vision of a more just and equitable world because many of us are already reaping the fruits of our labor in open government partnership. Since its founding in 2011, our partnership has provided governments, civil society, and the private sector a platform to co-create reforms that have strengthened political institutions, improved basic service delivery, and widened citizen participation in governance among and beyond its members. The Philippine Open Government Partnership is a testament to this. From the promotion of citizen participation audits, the enactment of critical government procurement reforms, the adoption of local freedom of information ordinances by numerous local government units, the establishments of more local people's councils and CSO desks throughout the country, just to name a few. But it goes without saying that the Philippine Open Government Partnership is not perfect. With patronage politics still prevalent in all levels of government, with political resistance and bureaucratic hurdles still hindering many Filipinos from enjoying the right to information, and with some development workers and human rights workers still experiencing harassment and rights violations. Indeed, much has yet to be done to make public transparency, accountability, and open governance the norm in Filipino society. I believe that this is also the case for many of us here in the Asia and the Pacific region. Yet, we come to this regional meeting unfazed by all these challenges that we are all currently facing in our respective countries. We welcome the said challenges as opportunities for solidarity and in meaningful collaboration in this difficult era of strife and divide. And we ought to make use of this regional meeting to share insights, engage fully, ask the tough questions, and build bridges. I urge all of you to approach our discussions with open mind, a willingness to listen, and of course, a commitment to action. Because we may come from different worlds, but our ambition and goals are the same. And that is toward a more open Asia and the Pacific. Just mabalos, maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chavez. Really inspiring words there and the dedication to open government movement. It is now my distinct honor to introduce Mr. Aidan Iyakuze, the incoming Chief Executive Officer of the Open Government Partnership, who will provide an overview of the state of the partnership, outlining both the progress achieved and the challenges that remain as we work together to advance open government principles. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Aidan Eyakuze.
Magandang umaga. Good morning, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, mayors from local authorities, leaders from parliament, the judiciary, civil society, friends. Our tremendous gratitude to the government of the Philippines for this amazing welcome and for hosting this gathering. Let me start with a small story. One day in September 1893, a young Maori woman named Mary Mangakahia stood outside a polling station in New Zealand. That day, she joined thousands of women to make history by voting in a national election for the first time. It was a right won through courage and persistence. Decades earlier, across the Tasman Sea, Australians had pioneered another democratic innovation that many of us take for granted, the secret ballot. These milestones weren't just breakthroughs for their nations, they have become global beacons for what good governance can achieve. These stories remind us of the transformative power of collaboration and creativity in strengthening democracy, especially now, when the very basic values and principles underpinning our partnership and democracy at large around the world are at risk in many places. Just in the last weeks, we have seen the dramatic impact that political decisions can have, placing hundreds of civil society organizations at risk. So it's an honor to stand here in Manila as we begin the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting. This gathering is more than just a conference. It's a demonstration of our shared commitment to open government, a powerful tool to meet the complex challenges of our time. The Asia and the Pacific region is not only an economic and demographic powerhouse, it also represents a rich variety of cultures and governance systems. And while its diversity is a strength, it also underscores the urgent need to address shared challenges, including climate change, inequality, corruption, disinformation, and democratic erosion through collective action. Open government's proven approaches of transparency, participation, and accountability can facilitate this ambition. No single entity can achieve this alone. The effective solutions we seek must be co-created by governments, by civil societies, and by our communities. And the OGP model, rooted in deepening the partnership between government, civil society, and citizens, finds the crucial common ground for collective action. Let me give you some regional examples. The region's 13 national members and 29 local government members in the Open Government Partnership have made hundreds of commitments since 2011. These have focused on anti-corruption, on fiscal openness, on access to information, on inclusion, and on justice. Here are some recent examples of commitments. Australia is establishing governance mechanisms for safe and responsible use of automated decision-making systems. Armenia is developing a legislative framework for data policy, amongst others. Indonesia launched the first registry on beneficial ownership of Southeast Asia. New Zealand has committed to implement an algorithm charter. Mongolia improved the publication of public procurement data. The Republic of Korea launched a platform to facilitate public engagement on policymaking. I also wish to acknowledge the role that local governments can play in open government, working alongside their communities and showing how open government can have a tangible impact on citizens' lives. But even within our OGP families, challenges remain. Not all members in the region have multi-stakeholder forums, a cornerstone of how open government works. Some member countries are, sadly, inactive, and attacks to civic space remain a concern across the region. Philippines, as a founding member, has advanced collaboration and innovation, fostering multi-stakeholder dialogues and amplifying diverse voices. It has institutionalized its commitment to open government through Executive Order number 31 of 2023 and in a permanent OGP Secretariat to sustain progress across administrations. Initiatives like the citizen participatory audits have strengthened service delivery, while programs like the Seal of Good Local Governance have expanded open government at the local level. To keep advancing these reforms, the Philippines should also tackle remaining challenges, such as the pending Freedom of Information law that was part of their very first action plan, dealing with systematic corruption, increasing digital access, improving data governance gaps, and safeguarding civic space. This Asia-Pacific regional meeting is a wonderful and timely opportunity for all of us to chart a bold course for the region. Yes, the realities of countries across the region are massively diverse, but we are bound by one truth. Isolation is not an option. Growth, prosperity, peace, secure sovereignty will be built on stronger regional collaboration and a renewed collective effort to improve governance based on the principles of transparency, inclusion, and mutual accountability. Through our discussions here in Manila, our peer exchanges during this meeting and after this conference, and our stepping up to the open government challenge, we can re-energize this, our movement, dedicated to shaping a better future for us all and for future generations. 3 months ago, my eldest daughter, Maria Elena, graduated from high school. I had the honor to address her class at the ceremony on behalf of parents. My message to them was simple, 3 words: you got this. You, for their unique and valuable individuality, such as yours. Got, for their talent, skills, and capabilities. And this, for the opportunities ahead and the challenges they will be called upon to tackle. As the OGP's new CEO, I look both across this room and across the vast expanse of the Asia and Pacific region, and I am inspired by your intrinsically valuable uniqueness, your talent, your skills, your dedication, and resilience. I personally look forward to getting to know all of you better in the coming days and in the months ahead. But here is what I know already. You got this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eyakuze, and congratulations on your daughter's graduation. Really great news, bringing it here in Manila. And for that insightful address and for outlining the vision and the future of the partnership. You know, one of the most significant moments in any OGP gathering is the formal recognition of new members joining our community. So today, we are delighted to welcome national and local governments from the region that have joined our partnership since the last convening. To lead this special segment, I invite to the stage OGP Steering Committee representatives, Undersecretary Rolando Toledo of the Department of Budget and Management, and Ms. Natalia Carfi, the Executive Director of the Open Data Charter.
In just 13 years, OGP has grown from 8 founding countries to a global partnership of 77 countries. More than 150 local governments, and thousands of civil society organizations.
Today, we're excited to welcome our newest members from the Asia and the Pacific region. As we recognize participants in the room from those members, please raise your hands and make some noise. We are delighted to have with us the delegations from the newest members, starting with the Maldives. And Timor-Leste. Both are newest members in the region. We look forward to working with them as they begin their OGP journeys this year.
From Armenia, Metsamor City. Metsamor will be working on participatory budgeting and promoting youth engagement.
From Indonesia, Madiun City. We'll work on participatory development and citizen engagement in waste management. West Java, who is already working on its co-creation process in the coming months. Yogyakarta, they will use open data to improve welfare and disaster risk management.
Osh City from Kyrgyz Republic. They will also begin its action plan co-creation process in the next few months.
Fubamula City, Maldives. They will work on transparency in decision-making and using data to tackle environmental and climate changes.
And finally, it's my greatest pleasure to welcome from the Philippines, Baguio City. They will work on institutionalizing the People's Council. Larena Siquijor, on improving citizens' participation on public procurement. Quezon City, they will enhance public participation through participatory budgeting and digital feedback. And Tagbilaran City will work on opening up its budget.
Once again, a warm welcome to all the new members of the global OGP family. We look forward to working with you and continue the growth of the partnerships in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carfi and Undersecretary Toledo. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the new members of the OGP. As we reflect on the evolution of open government in the Asia and the Pacific, we recognize the pressing need to adapt and innovate in response to today's challenges. So our next segment is a moderated dialogue that will explore strategies to revitalize open government initiatives in the region. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished moderator for this session, Ms. Stephanie Muchay, the incoming Global Civil Society Co-Chair of the OGP Steering Committee. Ms. Muchay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be moderating the first panel of the opening ceremony. I have an amazing and strong panel to help me with the discussion. So I will begin by introducing our hosts from the Philippines. Please give a warm welcome to Secretary Amina Pangandaman, Secretary, Department of Budget and Management, Philippines. We also have with us today Governor Reynaldo Tamayo, Governor South Cotabato, who is an OGP local pioneer. Welcome, Governor. Next, we have from Indonesia, who are also a founding member of the partnership, Ambassador Agus Wijojo, Ambassador of Indonesia to the Philippines. Welcome, Ambassador. With our civil society colleagues, we have 2 members of the OGP Steering Committee members. And our first to come on stage is Eka Gigauri, Transparency International from Georgia. Welcome, Eka. Next, we have the current chair of the co-chair of the partnership from the Philippines, Ms. Cielo Magno. Welcome, Cielo. I'll ask our speakers to please have your seats. So this session title is Reinvigorating Open Government in the Asia-Pacific region. We're looking forward to a robust discussion. If time prevails, we will allow from interaction from the floor, but let's get started. I will ask the speakers a round of questions and direct us as to who shall answer. So for the first round, to our speakers, we are looking at the changes since OGP was founded in 2011 until today. And there have been some geopolitical shifts, democratic recession, as well as domestic political realities that have reshaped the environment for open government reform. We would like to hear from you, just your broad view. How have the shifts and challenges over the years reshaped the environment for open government reform? And we would love to receive your suggestion to the reformers in the room today on strategies or adaptations that they should prioritize to address the evolving challenges effectively. Secretary Mina, we would love to start with you. Welcome.
Good morning, thank you, and welcome everyone. Mabuhay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, maybe just 2 things, just to keep it simple. We would just like to ask our peers, our partners, to take the opportunity of joining us in platforms like this. I know that the OGP family, the OGP community, will work on several meetings, consultations, events throughout the year. So I call on everyone to take that opportunity to join us, to join the discussion, help us, and support moving forward our advocacy. You know, if I can just brag, when I asked you to join, it should be output oriented, and I'm just happy to announce that we can hold our cabinet meeting here now. We have all our ministers, our cabinet here from the Philippines present. We have Secretary Jimmy Bautista from DOTR, Secretary Manny Bonoan from the Department of Public Works and Highways, Secretary Angara from the Department of Education, Secretary Erbosa from the Department of Health, Secretary Benny Laguesma from the Department of Labor, of course, Secretary Manalo from the Department of Foreign Affairs, and Secretary Cristina Frasco from the Department of Tourism. So we have a quorum already. We can hold our cabinet meeting now, and the President is coming later. So there, I'm happy that they're joining us here. So I would like just to ask that everyone to take that opportunity to join us in the conversation. And then second, in these modern times with all the modern technology around, let's make use of the digitalization and other platforms where we can actually impart to people our best practices and what we've been doing so far. So there are just 2 things. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, and welcome to the Cabinet of the Philippines. Next, Governor Tamayo, your opening remarks, please.
Yes, The OGP was founded in, that was 2011. And the global context when OGP was launched in 2011 could refer to the following. First, the rise of social media and digital technology, transforming how citizens engage in government and each other, increase the use of technology to promote transparency and accountability, and also the wave of pro-democracy uprising across the Middle East and North Africa began in the late 2010 and continued into 2011. The global financial crisis in 2008 triggered by the collapse of the housing market in the United States, which resulted in a severe worldwide economic downturn, which saw massive job losses, some foreclosures, and a significant drop in global economic activity. So in 2011, many countries were grappling with economic recovery, and there was a need for a stronger regulatory frameworks to prevent future crises. Since then, there has been a push for more open government to foster trust and collaboration among governments and nations. Open government reforms have become crucial in ensuring citizens' participation, protecting freedoms, and promoting inclusivity. For instance, the recent rise in youth activism has been a major driving force behind our open government initiatives. Young people are demanding more transparency in how local funds are allocated, particularly for education and employment programs. To effectively address these evolving challenges, reformers should prioritize enhancing civic engagement through participatory budgeting and online transparency portals, ensuring that citizens, especially the youth in our marginalized sectors, have a direct role in decision-making. You know, in South Cotabato, we have this open contracting. In our open contracting, we involve civil society, especially in the bidding process. In our bids and awards committee, we have members coming from the civil society to make sure that there will be no negotiated bidding, so that we can assure that we can get the lowest bidder and the quality as much as possible bidder. Because as I assumed office in 2019, I issued an executive order that those contractors that has 15% negative slippage, above 15% above negative slippage, they are banned to do bidding in our province. And also we have this open monitoring, wherein we involve civil society in project monitoring. We created a provincial project monitoring committee, wherein almost 50% of the members are coming from the civil society. So with this, we believe that involving civil society in our governance will make a big difference in our province. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor Tamayo. Just a word to the room that the open contracting community appreciate all the work in South Cotabato on open contracting. It continues to be a good example across the region. Ambassador Wijojo, we welcome your reflections, please.
Excellencies, honorables, ladies and gentlemen, the Open Government Partnership, or OGP, was founded in an era of democratic governance optimism. To date, however, global democratic backsliding and rising geopolitical tensions pose new challenges towards open governance realization in the global stage. Indonesia believes that OGP communities should adopt strategic recalibration of open government reforms to ensure OGP's relevance, and resilience. First, OGP communities should prioritize effective and strengthen multi-stakeholder collaborations. Amidst growing mistrust in institutions, fostering meaningful engagement between government, civil society, and the private sector is the utmost necessary. I repeat, necessity. Second, to sustain reforms beyond political cycles, embedding transparency and accountability mechanisms into regulatory and governance frameworks remains a priority nationally. Third, regularized dialogue within the region and in the global level will establish a necessary platform for Asia-Pacific countries to exchange best practices and identify common challenges in open governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Eka, we have heard a call to join platforms like this, making use of digitization, civic engagement, multi-stakeholder collaboration, and having regular dialogue. What would you add to those proposals or agree and affirm with of what has been proposed so far?
Working? Okay. Good morning, everyone. To answer your question, which is very important, so yes, I would agree that OGP was founded in a very different global context, and at that time, I would say there was a kind of stronger consensus about the importance of democracy, openness, transparency, and engagement of citizens in different reforms. However, now we see that the world has been changed, and we see the new challenges to the open government initiatives, and this is disinformation for sure, which undermines the democratic reforms. This is the shrinking space for the civil society that we see in many countries now. And this is also maybe the arguments from the governments on the national security, which justifies the limited transparency. So in order to deal with all these challenges, I think that we need new strategy. And First of all, this strategy should be adequate, right, to the challenges, and we need for this to really analyze what is going on in the world and what will be the most effective way to deal with this. And definitely, we also need to think how to ensure, like really to ensure the transparency and accountability. And maybe when countries are focusing on particular reforms in the particular areas, they also should look at the management system, the governance system as such. And what I mean here is that it is very important to also ensure the proper checks and balances system. It's important to have the independent institutions. It's important to have the justice system, which will conduct the effective oversight on the whole system, the governance system. So I think that in this new strategy, it is important to defend the civic space. That's also should be part of the strategy. I think that it's important also to counter disinformation, and here the role of the OGP community is huge. And I think that we all should invent the new ways, the innovative ways to engage the citizens, and maybe it will help. Thank you.
Thank you, Eka, for those additional reflections. Cielo, if you would close out our opening round of reflections with yours, please.
Right, thank you. I think it's very important from a perspective of civil society to actually be able to identify populist governments. What are their characteristics? Obviously, populist governments are anti-transparency, right? They directly attack civil society. They use fake news. They spread fake news. They hire trolls to influence the discourse and the political discourse and debate. So from the perspective of civil society, I think it's very important for us, especially governments or members of Open Government Partnership, to get their strong commitment to institutionalize spaces for civil society to participate and to also legislate laws that will strengthen participation. One important law is the freedom of information, and I think this should be minimum for all OGP countries. Another one is the institutionalization of policies that would push back and fight corruption. What are examples of this? Laws on beneficial ownership and open contracting. I think civil society should work actively to help citizens spot fake news, because it's very important for us to be able to have open communication, but at the same time, the use of data in informing policies. Civil society should also recognize that while we engage in one agency, there are various agencies of government that actually provide genuine civic space. We have the executive, we can engage the legislature, we can go to court to shape policies and to actually actively push for reforms. And then lastly, I think it's very important for us, civil society, to be able to distinguish what is a token civic space and what is a genuine civic space. So when we engage, we have to make sure that we are not being used to whitewash and legitimize populist government. We have to make sure that the space that is provided for us is really providing opportunity to push for genuine reforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cielo. You have segued us into the kind of next reflection. So if you don't mind, I'll start again with you and then come back down this way. We're just thinking about now, we have moments of uncertainty, and in moments of uncertainty, largely movements find new sources of energy, of resilience. I wonder if you can tell us what gives you hope for the future of open government? And as you reflect on what it is that gives you hope for the future of open government, are there specific practices, reforms, or examples, whether they are global or local, that you believe can inspire, can reinvigorate the movement today? I think you already started us on a note with some reforms, so please go on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the challenge with open government is, for many people, it's so abstract. When you talk of corruption, it's so philosophical, right? But the challenge for us is to be able to translate the narrative and the value of open governance to address gut issues. And I'm reminded and inspired by a lot of community movements that trigger social movements. A concrete example of this is actually the social movement that happened in India with respect to freedom of information. It was actually started by rural workers demanding accountability and transparency and accuracy on the social protection programs provided to them. So because of the lack of disclosure and access to information, despite the provision on access to information in Constitution of India, that triggered communities to actually demand information from government so that they can do people's audit. So I think by translating what we mean by open government, what we mean by transparency, what we mean by fighting corruption, by addressing the gut issues of communities, I think I am very optimistic that we will be able to continue to inspire social movements to push for better governance.
I'm glad your optimism is still high, and that's a shared sentiment in the room. Eka, your reflections, please.
What gives me hope? Maybe the active citizens and the youth. And we see many examples around the world when they just do not accept the democratic backsliding. And they do everything to ensure the transparency and accountability of their governments. And we see huge demonstrations which continue for many months, like it is in Georgia. And we see the youth movements which are defending the democratic elections. elections, and we see also many movements which are challenging the disinformation in different countries. So we see all these people, and they are active and they are never tired. What we also have observed during this last several years, that their activities have different forms, and some of them are using the artistic activism and the special, like the campaigns in the social media that gives them better chances to mobilize the different groups of people, and also make sure that the governments are accountable and more transparent. I think that now the citizens are also trying to use open data and technology in order to enforce the transparency, and this is also something that gives me hope. And also something interesting that I witness now, the civil servants. You know, sometimes maybe there is no big political or high political will to effectively implement the open government initiatives, but there are people in the governments who are trying their best to ensure the better future of the country.
Thank you, Eka. Those are wonderful examples of the ecosystem of change and of the movement. We have civil servants, you mentioned the citizens, so it's not just organized civil society, and I think that underscores the need to keep the space for expression, for information, and for assembly free for people to be able to participate in matters of public interest. Thank you for those comments. Ambassador Wijojo, we welcome your reflections.
Thank you. Well, despite challenges, there are strong reasons for optimism. In Indonesia, several promising reforms exemplify the resilience and adaptability of open government. For instance, Indonesia's current cabinet places a strong emphasis on strengthening democracy and protecting human rights by promoting digital governance. Through the Open Government Indonesia, or OGI platform, Indonesia is actively promoting and implementing open government practices at the national level by fostering co-creation processes with government agencies, civil society organizations, and other key stakeholders. For instance, inclusive policies are implemented through expanding access to justice, specifically by augmenting legal aid provisions for vulnerable individuals and groups. Between 2012 and 2023, 619 legal aid organizations were involved in this process, assisting around 94,633 low-income individuals. Moreover, the nexus between anti-corruption efforts and digital innovation has enabled fraud identification and corruption in public procurement. The Open Government Indonesia National Action Plan, or NAP7, pushes forward the co-creation process of enhancing transparency and participation in public procurement data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's really good to hear the themes coming across, the optimism, the innovation, whether digital or otherwise, that is needed, and more importantly, the co-creation element as a common theme among the speakers. Governor Tamayo, what would be your thoughts on the same?
What gives me hope? Seeing the unwavering dedication of South Cotabateños, especially our very active civil society organizations who continue to advocate for transparency and accountability. And also, as someone with a background in information technology, I am an IT professional. The technological advancements that enable more inclusive and participatory governance can empower citizens to engage and hold their leaders accountable. Lastly, the global solidarity among reformers and the OGP community, as demonstrated by the summit, sharing best practices and supporting each other reinforces the belief that together we can build a brighter and more open future. And I would like to share the specific practices and reforms in my province. Actually, in order to equip our civil society, the provincial government, together with the Maintana Foundation, we created a CSO Academy, wherein we trained our civil society representatives in order for them to participate well in the governance that we have, because they will be handling a lot of committees. So they should be fully equipped, and this CSO Academy will equip them with the knowledge and wisdom to be involved in the governance that we have. That is one. And also second, in the Philippines, the smallest unit of government is the barangay level. But we go deeper, wherein we organize the purok level, that is around 100 to 200, only 100 to 200 families in that community, wherein we created an organization that involved all the families there. And those officers of that organization is in the more smallest unit in the community. We give them opportunity to access the promise, the provincial project request and online monitoring system, wherein they can participate in monitoring our projects, give their complaints, and also give a suggestion of what projects that they really need in their own community. So that's maybe the good practices that we have in the South Cotabato, that we are also telling our partners now that please look into it, especially the CSO Academy, so that we can, enhance and equip our CSO representatives. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. I think I'm just excited to hear your comments, because we have such a large local government contingent at OGP, and you hear why it's important. When you hear words from local governments like families and communities, it's very important that OGP provides that platform for that level of engagement. That means we can have more needs-based projects and interventions, but also that government is building trust together with the citizens on their initiatives. So thank you for those reflections, Governor. Secretary Amina, please go ahead.
Okay, what gives us hope? Maybe in the administration, I can probably just mention a few of our reforms that maybe can inspire our peers in this side of the world. Well, first, if I can just borrow previous CEO Sanjay Pradham's statement that we should channel or embrace the principles of open government in our national agenda. And I'm happy that in the country and in this administration, we have institutionalized open government partnership, bringing together the national government, the civil society organization, and even our judiciary as part of the steering committee. So we're very happy with that. And also, it's part of our development plan. It's actually in the chapter 14 of our Philippine Development Plan, 2023 to 2028. So I'm happy with that. Second, maybe is that the localization. If you will notice a while ago, there are 12 new members in the family of OGP, local members in the family of OGP, and 1/3. 4 out of the 12 new members is from the Philippines. So we're just proud to share that among our peers, that when we work together in the national government, in the local government, and together with the civil society, we can make things happen. And then lastly, among our biggest reforms in this administration, of course with the support of our president, is our biggest anti-corruption measure, which is the new Government Procurement Act. Professor Shelo Magno mentioned a while ago, open contracting and beneficial ownership. These are among the pillars of the new Government Procurement Act. We introduced new alternative modes of procurement, and at the same time, we also introduced institutionalized open contracting. We institutionalized beneficial ownership and institutionalized the participation of our stakeholders, of our CEOs in the whole procurement process. So thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Amina. For those that may not understand the importance of institutionalization, it not only means certain effectiveness, but it also means beyond administrations and for however many years to come, the good work continues that everyone has done from the beginning to go to the end. And for the procurement, I'm particularly excited about that because people may find procurement such a dull subject, but the reality is that's the way government delivers goods and services to the citizens, and it's very important to get it right. So it's really great to hear those examples of the Philippines. Thank you for highlighting those. So we'll take a last round of questions, and then if we have time, we'll be able to invite interventions from the floor. So I would just like now I will start with you, Ambassador Wijojo, just bang smack in the middle there. We have a great panel of key leaders and custodians of the Open Government Partnership, whether as envoys, steering committee members, and just reform pioneers within government as well. We just want to talk now about priorities. What are your immediate and long-term priorities for advancing open government locally, domestically, regionally, and globally? And added to your priorities, if you can just talk us through what specific leadership role do you envision playing to drive meaningful impact and foster collective action within the partnership? Welcome, Ambassador. Ambassador Wijojo, if you would start us off on your reflections on the final round.
Yes, it's uncommon to start from the middle.
Shake things up a little bit.
Okay. As advocates for open government in the short term, Indonesia is committed to strengthening and integrating open government principles into national strategic planning. We are also committed to leveraging digital transformation to increase governance transparency, citizen engagement, as well as data-driven policy making. Open data initiatives are leveraged to improve transparency and evidence-based policy making. In digital governance area, several initiatives will be undertaken in the upcoming 5-year planning period, which is 2025 through 2029. Specifically, the Indonesian government is currently developing an integrated national portal for public services, utilizing the moments of life approach. This initiative seeks to enhance government service accessibility and efficiency from birth to end of life, integrating citizen participation and digitalization while prioritizing life-enhancing social assistance. This includes incorporating health and education services through nutritious meal programs for students. Through a sustained intermediate effort, we hope the ecosystem will be ripe for open governance to thrive in the long run, characterized by institutionalized open government reforms to ensure sustainability across political transitions, expanded civic participation mechanisms, and data-driven policies through digital innovation. At the global and regional level, OGP framework should work towards closer cooperation to address transboundary challenges and proactively seek relevant linkages with other global coalitions for open governance, thereby expanding avenues for collective partnerships with various other international organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those closing reflections. I would like to give our host the last word as we close off. So maybe I will go to you, Eka, and then Cielo, and come back to the government of the Philippines for your reflections, please.
I am actually in a very unique position because for many years I worked for the reformist government in Georgia. So, and there we were dealing with, I was dealing with the anti-corruption reforms. And this was time when we have, in the government, have initiated the e-procurement system. The, like we have published the asset declarations of public officials online, and the company registry was also, online company registry was also introduced at that time. So from one side, I really know how difficult it is to implement such reforms, but also how important these reforms are. Then now I'm with the active civil society organization. So my immediate kind of priority will be, of course, to defend the space for the civil society. It's very important. It's happening, as I said, in many countries. It's through the limited legislation, through the special legislation. It's they are intimidating the activists, the watchdog groups, and all that. So it should be. It should be protected, and I think that the role of international community is huge here, and also this government should face the consequences when they are attacking the civil society in their countries. For the long run, I think that it's very important to support the reformists movements and individuals and the politicians who are ready to implement open government reforms. And I think that the OGP community should know about these governments and individuals and politicians, and also the international community. And I think that for the civil society, it's also very important to be ready to ensure the institutionalization of these achievements. This is and to help government in that, right? Yes, I think that this will be my priority, and also maybe to focus more and to make sure that the open government is citizen-centered, so that it reflects the needs of citizens on the ground. So this would be my priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eka. Over to you, Cielo.
Yeah, as a co-chair of the steering committee representing civil society, I refer to our co-chair agenda stating that we aim to mainstream civil society participation, and I want to particularly focus on subnational governments. I'm happy to see that 10 of the 12 new members are subnational governments, and I think we need more, because at the subnational level, this is where we really create legitimate spaces for communities to participate in open governance. The second thing that I want to emphasize, and this is what we see globally, is the increasing regulation of civil society. We recognize that governments have legitimate concerns when they try to legislate policies looking at civil society, but unfortunately, the consequence, or maybe unintended consequence of that, is a shrinking civic space, difficulty of civil society to operate, and the lack of flexibility and independence of civil society. And I want to highlight that the same concerns of governments can actually be achieved by looking at the possibility of civil society self-regulating. And I think in our side events, particularly, for example, in the Philippines, we have an experience of that. The Philippine Council for NGO Certification is an example of where civil society can actually do self-regulation. So by recognizing that, we, as civil society and governments, can work together in addressing these legitimate concerns. The third one, and we've seen this, a huge challenge for all of us, the funding of development programs, the dependence of significant numbers of civil society on development assistance. I think it's important for us at the global level to start mapping and examining and monitoring how this will affect the operations of civil society in different governments, but also maybe a challenge for our own national government to now step up and provide the resources and support for civil society to continuously operate, but at the same time, bearing in mind that we have to be able to keep our integrity intact and our independence intact, to be able to meaningfully engage. That's why I recognize what Governor Tamayo is doing at the subnational level, providing support to strengthen community organizations so that they can effectively engage. And maybe on the last part, Secretary Mina already made a commitment on all the policies for the Philippine government, maybe a commitment to pass the Freedom of Information Law immediately. And of course, when I was discussing the checklist on populist governments, a lot of people here from the Philippines can already make a checklist. We just came from that era. But I'm hoping, because in the Philippines, we had an active policy in the previous administration to red tag civil society. And that really was a very difficult position for us because it's essentially shutting up civil society from speaking and engaging government. So I'm hoping that the President can make an outright commitment to reverse that policy of red tagging. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a good idea to give the government the last word so that they have a chance to respond. So, Governor, I'll begin with you for your last reflections and then over to Secretary Amina.
I only have two immediate action plan. Number one is the open information, informing citizens of the rights and responsibilities in the digital space, as outlined in Republic Act 10173, the Data Privacy Act, and Republic Act 10175, the Cybercrime Prevention Act. This involves launching awareness campaigns and educational programs to ensure citizens understand how to protect their data and navigate the digital landscape safely. Then second, the open monitoring, the enhancing citizen participation in monitoring infrastructure projects through informing them of initiatives like the DILG Memorandum Circular 2020-070, which establishes barangay project monitoring and evaluation committees. These councils will be empowered to monitor local projects and ensuring transparency and accountability. The long-term action plan, as I've mentioned earlier, we need to strengthen the CSO Academy in our province to equip our CSO representatives. Then also to restart our online portal, the iPad, with improved features such as real-time project tracking, interactive dashboards, and enhanced user interfaces to provide citizens and more accessible and comprehensive information on government activities, fostering greater engagement and trust. Then, as a leader, I envision championing citizen engagement and digital transparency, ensuring that our community actively participates in governance through innovative tools like our enhanced digital portal. I will also forge strong collaboration with civil society organizations and other OGP members, sharing best practices and driving collective inaction to address common challenges and foster a culture of openness and accountability. And to end, I would like to share to everybody the best outcome of the partnership between the government and the CSO in my area, when most of the CSO and the citizens of the South Cotabato is asking me to give these specific programs, especially the free education in elementary, high school, in college, no fees, no PTA fees, no other fees from elementary to college, even in private. So we engage in a public-private partnership through also to CSO. So now, everybody in the province, even if I told them that the citizen there's no need for them to go to the mayor, congressman, or governor to access free education in our province. They just enroll in the schools, even the private schools that has a partnership with the government. So that's one of the outcome of the partnership between the CSO. And also the hospitalization, the implementation of universal health care, of course with the help of the Department of Health. In South
Governor,
Cotabato,
if I can give
in
you
South
30 more
Cotabato-
seconds, please, just so that we can keep time.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, in South Cotabato, we have free hospitalization that the people don't need to go to the politicians just to access free hospitalization in our province. They just go to the hospital, who is already accredited to the government with the partnership with the private sector also. So that's the best outcome of the partnership between the government and the CSO and the private sector in our province. I hope that it can be replicated to other provinces and government also.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. A final word from Secretary Mina. Welcome.
I mentioned a while ago our reforms, but I think more than the reforms that we've already introduced in the administration of our president is the proper and efficient implementation of this. On the procurement, we have already finalized and released and approved our implementing rules and regulations. Everyone is invited to look at it. It will be posted in our website on Monday, so I hope you take part on that. Second, really it's mainstreaming the principles of open government partnership, the pillars of OGP, transparency, accountability, and civil society participation. The DBM took the lead in all of this. We don't want to take a step back, but we want my fellow cabinet here to really embrace the spirit and the commitment of open government. Hopefully, we'll be able to include this in our convergence budgeting program. We are in the transition stage, but maybe in our next budget cycle, we'll be able to include this. We will tag all the programs and projects that is part of our OGP commitments. And then second, the localization. While we already have 5 municipalities who are members of the OGP family, we have more than 1,000 municipalities in this country. And I'm happy that our Secretary of Interior and Local Government is here, so he will take he will help us to ensure that more local government units will be part of the OGP family. And just one last note, I'll remiss if I will not mention this. You know, during the sidelines, the OGP Secretariat conducted at the sidelines of the UN event last year in New York. And then one of the panelists there mentioned the central banks. How come they are not part of the family or the community of the Open Government Partnership? Fortunately, I was from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. I'm from the Philippine Central Bank before I joined the executive. So I'm happy that the entire monetary board, even the governor of the Central Bank of the Philippines is here. They in fact moved their monetary board meeting yesterday just to be able to come here. So maybe we can also ask the central bank to be part of our conversation and be part of the OGP family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Secretary Mina. Thank you to the panel for the reflections. I seek guidance from the production team whether we have opportunity for interactions from the floor. No, unfortunately, we do not. We did our best to keep it so that we would have that, but we hope that the panelists have inspired discussions that you can then take to the various events and side events. It's not easy to be part of the opening plenary. Our panelists have been very brave to do that. So please give a warm round of applause as I invite you now to please leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Photo.
Thank you so much. You did
We'll
such a-
take a photo first
Yes, of
before we
course.
leave the stage.
Thank you so much, everyone. A fabulous
Thank
job there
you.
moderating
Thank
the
you.
event, and
Thank
to
you,
our
Secretary
esteemed
Amina.
panelists.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Governor. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eka. Thank you, CLO.
Well, it looks like we've left a lot of homework for our government to take home after that conversation. Well, as we continue to celebrate open government innovation, we now turn our attention to the Open Gov Challenge, an initiative designed to bolster ambition and reforms from across the globe. So to introduce this initiative and recognize the OGP members who are part of it, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Rudy Borman, the Director of Communications, Content, and Community Engagement at OGP.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, everyone. In our last summit in Estonia, the community has launched a global campaign to find the most ambitious commitments in the context of the OGP family. This is called the Open Gov Challenge. This is a global campaign, a global competition to push reforms in specific areas. Let me tell you a little bit about the challenge. We are focusing on 10 thematic areas of work where the Open Government community has focused specifically the action within these 10 areas: access to information, anti-corruption, civic space, climate and environment, digital governance, fiscal openness, gender and inclusion, justice, media freedom, and public participation. There is another interesting approach to the challenge, an interesting feature to the challenge, which has to do on who can participate in the challenge. So the challenge is open, of course, to all OGP members, any public sector institution, all branches of government, national, local, and provincial government. This means that, for example, in the Philippines, any local government from the Philippines could present a commitment in the context of this challenge. And I'm going to add a little, another nudge into the mix, because the best challenges that are part of this program will be recognized this year in Spain, in our global summit in Vitoria-Gasteiz in Spain. So let me share with you now a little bit. We are going to do another recognition because we had from the region several submitters of commitments for the challenge that have presented the challenge as part of the program. Let's recognize these participants that have presented a commitment. Let's start with Armenia, who has presented a commitment on creating a digital gift declaration register for public officials. Amber Laus, please. Mongolia, publishing political finance data on an online platform. The Republic of Korea, amending laws to expand whistleblower protection and support. Our host, the Philippines, in improving data availability, interoperability, and public participation in procurement. Baguio in the Philippines also presented a challenge, institutionalizing the Baguio City People's Council. La Arena in the Philippines also improving the public procurement process. So all these commitments are now in a race for what we call the OpenGov Challenge Awards. So basically you now can scan this QR code to basically start finding the information to participate on the challenge. And as I said before, the best challenge submissions will be recognized in Spain. And one characteristic, important characteristic of the challenge is we are looking for the most ambitious commitments. So there is an extra pressure to get the best of the best around the open government community. So I invite everyone here, and thank you to our host to push to have many submissions from the Philippines, to keep pushing to have more reforms, because now everyone can participate. Thank you very much, and please participate in the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Borman. We commend these initiatives, and I know that you've done a lot of OGPs around the world, so this is very important. The reformers behind them for the commitment to advancing open government. Now, we now take a moment to celebrate the rich cultural diversity of my country, the Philippines. Who's in for some music? Yeah, I am too. I've got some really talented Filipino musicians in the backstage. It is a reflection of our rich history, deep emotions, and strong sense of identity. So today, we celebrate this heritage through the power of song, the traditional melodies that have been passed down through generations, carrying the stories of our people. So we will now be serenaded with timeless Filipino songs that continue to inspire and unite us all. So let us welcome Ryan Kayabyab Singers.
Where everyone wears a smile,
with more than 7,000 diamonds,
like glimmering green diamonds,
where you can climb the mountains, hide behind the clouds, and kiss the sky. We welcome you to our beautiful country,
with miles and miles of sand and sea. It beckons you to keep returning to a place that keeps you yearning for great adventures burning in your heart and in your soul. Kay ganda ng Pilipinas, kay ganda ng Pilipinas, we say mabuhay, mabuhay. Kay ganda ng Pilipinas, kay ganda ng Pilipinas, we say mabuhay, we say mabuhay. Come to the Philippines, come to the Philippines. We welcome you to our beautiful country, with miles and miles of sand and sea. Beckons you to keep returning to a place that keeps you yearning for great adventures burning in your heart and in your soul. Kay ganda ng Pilipinas, the Philippines. Kay ganda ng Pilipinas. Kay ganda ng Pilipinas. We say mabuhay. We say mabuhay. Come to the Philippines. Come to the Philippines. Kay ganda ng Pilipinas. Mabuhay. The coconut nut is a giant nut. If you eat too much, you'll get very fat. Now the coconut nut is a big, big nut, but it's delicious nut. It's not a nut, it's the cocoa fruit.
It's the cocoa fruit
Of the cocoa tree.
of the cocoa tree.
From the cocoa palm family. There are so many uses of the coconut tree. You can build a bigger house for the family. All you need is to find the coconut man. If he cuts the tree, he gets the fruit free. It's the cocoa fruit
It's the cocoa fruit
of the cocoa tree.
of the cocoa tree.
From the cocoa palm family. The coconut part for the kitchen floor. If you save some of it, you can build that door. Now the coconut rock gonna through this job. If you save some of it, you'll have a second floor. The coconut wood is very good. It can stand 20 years if you pray it would. Now the coconut fruit could tell you the truth. You can throw it or use it as firewood. The coconut leaves good shade it gives for the roof or the walls up against the eaves. Now the coconut fruit, say my relatives, make good canvas up against the deep. It's the cocoa fruit
It's the cocoa fruit
of the cocoa tree.
of the cocoa tree.
From the cocoa palm family. The coconut nut is a giant nut. If you eat too much, you get very fat. Now the coconut nut is a big, big nut, but it's delicious nut. It's not a nut. The coconut nut is a giant nut. If you eat too much, you get very fat. Now the coconut nut is a big, big nut, but it's delicious nut. It's not a nut, it's the cocoa fruit.
It's the cocoa fruit
Of the cocoa tree.
of the cocoa tree.
From the cocoa palm family. It's the cocoa fruit of the cocoa tree. From the cocoa palm family. It's the cocoa fruit
It's the cocoa fruit
of the cocoa tree.
of the cocoa tree.
From the cocoa palm family. Hooray!
Return to a land called Paraíso, a place where a dying river ran. No birds dare fly over Paraíso. No space allows them to endure the smoke that screens the air, the grass that's never there.
And if I could see a single bird, what a joy. I try to write some words and create a simple song to be heard by the rest of the world.
I live in this land called Paraíso, in a house
pull the cord. And his empty cans were all I have. What a joy. I never fight to take someone else's coins and live it, feel like the rest of the world. Paraiso, help me make a stand. Paraiso, take me by the hand. Paraiso, make the world understand that if I could see a single bird, what a joy this tired and hungry land could expect. Some truth and hope and respect from the rest of the Paraiso, help me make a stand. Paraiso, take me by the Paraiso, make the world understand that if I could see a single bird, what a joy this time and hungry land could expect. Some truth and hope and respect from the rest of the
We think some of you might know these songs. Feel free to sing along.
Do you know the way to San Jose? I walk along the city streets you used to walk along with me. And every step I take recalls how much in love we used to be. Oh, how can I forget you when there is, when there is, when there is.
What do you get when you fall in love? A guy with a pin to burst your bubble. That's what you get for all your trouble. I'll never fall in love again. I'll never fall in love again.
Always something there to remind me.
I'll never fall in love again.
Always something there to remind me.
What do you get when you kiss a guy? You get enough terms and catch pneumonia. After you do, you'll never phone ya. I'll never fall in love again. Whoa, I'll never fall in love again.
Always something there, don't tell me what it's all about. 'Cause I've been there and I'm glad I'm out of those chains that bind you. That is why I need to remind you. I need to remind you. LA is a great big freeway, but 100 down and buy a car. In a week, maybe two, they'll make you a star. Do you know the way to San Jose? Do you know the way to San Jose? Say a little prayer for you.
Say a little prayer for you.
Say a little prayer.
The moment I wake up, before I put on my makeup, I say a little prayer for you.
What a fabulous performance. Thank you so much. I hope we get an opportunity again to listen to them. So please turn off your cellular phones or keep them on silent mode. Just a few house rules. Sirs and ma'ams, all participants are requested to stay in their respective seats when the president has arrived and until he has left the venue. May we request everyone to please settle down and proceed to your assigned seats. The president is arriving in a short while. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. We may now be seated. Call on Budget and Management Secretary Amina Pandaman to go back on the stage to give her welcome remarks and an overview of this important event and to introduce our guest of honor and speaker.
His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the driving force behind the institutionalization of open government partnership in the Philippines, Archbishop Charles John Brown and members of the Diplomatic Corps, Supreme Court Chief Justice Alexander Desmundo, the Speaker of the House, Speaker Martin Romualdez, fellow ministers from around the world, and colleagues in the Philippine government, champions of open government in civil society, and distinguished guests, again, from around the world. Magandang umaga, good morning, mabuhay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 2025 OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting. We are so honored to have you all at this gathering of visionaries, reformers, and change makers who believe in and fight for a world where transparency is a norm, accountability is a commitment, and citizen participation is a right, not a privilege. I started my term as part of the OGP Steering Committee representing the Philippines just last October. So I can't believe that we are now hosting this monumental event in just little over 3 months since joining the SteerCom. But we are grateful and excited because seeing all of you here, I know we are off to a good start in making the message of open government reverberate not just in the country but across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. We are also very privileged today to welcome our new OGP Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Aidan Eyakuze. This is historical because it is very first regional meeting. Thank you, sir. This marks the beginning of a new era in open government. Aidan, we have our work cut out for us, but we stand ready to push the open government agenda alongside with you, especially here in the Asia Pacific. Speaking of which, we have a lot of aspire for in terms of the open government challenge. In the Philippines, we are proud to share that based on the latest open budget survey, the Philippines ranked #1 in Asia in fiscal transparency. We have also enacted the new Government Procurement Act, which has been hailed as the biggest anti-corruption measure in the country's recent history, as it introduces open contracting, disclosure of beneficial ownership information, and public participation at all levels of procurement process in sync with open government values. I am particularly impressed by our very own procurement service for taking our anti-corruption efforts a step further through their submission of an ambitious commitment and Open Gov challenge. I likewise commend the local governments of Baguio and Llerena for also taking on the challenge. Sana po dumami pa po kayo. At the same time, we are eager to listen and learn from OGP journey of Georgia, Armenia, Australia, Indonesia, Mongolia, and Papua New Guinea, who all develop platforms for citizens to better understand the government budgets and processes, and report concerns about public services, among other achievements, toward transparency and accountability. In terms of regional commitments, we look forward to the Republic of Korea opening and expanding administrative appeals, Sri Lanka and Kyrgyz Republic strengthening their right to information frameworks, and New Zealand implementing its algorithm charter. Finally, we proudly welcome our two newest members, Maldives and Timor-Leste. Thank you for joining the partnership and recognizing the OGP values as a cornerstone of democracy. On a side note, may I just share that in the spirit of inclusivity and sustainability, for your welcome kits, we tap persons deprived of liberty in Quezon City, a local government unit that just last year became a member of the OGP local program, as well as our artisans in the province of Bulacan to repurpose some 2,800 square feet of used tarpaulins into tote bags that you have right now. Inside those tote bags is the Auro chocolate, our internationally acclaimed chocolate brand, which works directly with our local farmers. We also extend our best effort to make this event paperless. Please explore our mobile application to learn more and connect with fellow open government champions. I hope you are all as excited as we are to join the conversation, raise ambitions for our peoples, and strengthen collaboration. In Tagalog, please bear with me, our native tongue, the word open translates to bukas. And tomorrow, or future, translates to bukas. So remember, let us be bukas to a bright bukas. Let us all open for a bright future for all. Now, may I present a short video on the Philippine Open Government Partnership journey in the Philippines. We hit the ground running as a founding member in 2011, and as you will see, we have been working tirelessly to inculcate open government values in our country. As Sanjay Pradhan said, open government is in the Philippines' DNA. We hope that our journey of OGP story will inspire others to take the same path, or better yet, improve on what we have already achieved. Once again, welcome to the Philippines, dear partners, for prosperity, mabuhay, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
One of the 8 founding members of the Open Government Partnership, the Philippines has remained steadfast in its commitment to strengthening fiscal transparency, enhancing inclusive digital innovations, and energizing citizen participation. Open budget. We keep our budget and other releases open to public scrutiny, making us the most fiscally transparent country in Asia based on the latest Open Budget Survey. Open Audit. The award-winning Citizen Participatory Audit Program empowers citizens through participation in the audit process. Open Procurement. In 2024, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. signed the new Government Procurement Act, the biggest anti-corruption measure in the country's recent history. Open Information. The Freedom of Information Acceleration Program advances localized access to information through the eFOI portal and mobile application. Open Localities. OGP Nas, an open government nationwide advocacy campaign, was launched in 2023 to raise awareness on PHOGP. This also led to 4 Philippine local governments being selected as members of the OGP local program in 2024. Open Development. The Support and Assistance Fund to Participatory Budgeting will accelerate access to safely managed and resilient water supply and sanitation services of 75 municipalities nationwide. Open Parliament. The landmark institutionalization of the PHOGP by the current administration through Executive Order No. 31, Series of 2023, now has the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government working hand in hand to synchronize open government reforms. Open Justice. The Justice Zones program aims to improve justice sector coordination at the local level. Open Bureaucracy. The Public Financial Management Reforms Roadmap 2024 to 2028 leverages the power of digitalization to ensure seamless and efficient government transactions. Open Leadership. The Philippines officially joined the OGP Steering Committee in October 2024, giving us a golden opportunity to elevate our regional and global open government initiatives, such as hosting the OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting 2025.
We hope our story inspires your journey as your journey inspires ours, that we may continue to work together as a community of nations for the upliftment of the lives of our people.
A government open to co-creation, a nation open to collaboration. This is the Philippine Open Government Partnership.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
Thank you very much, Secretary Amina Pandaman, for your kind introduction. House Speaker, Speaker Martin Romualdez of the House of Representatives, Chief Justice Alex Gesmundo of the Supreme Court, Foreign Affairs Secretary Enrique Manalo, and we can already conduct a cabinet meeting. We have a quorum here. All the members of the cabinet who have joined us here today, and the excellencies of the diplomatic corps, distinguished delegates of the 2025 Open Government Partnership Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of our proud and grateful nation, I welcome all of you to our country for the 2025 Open Government Partnership Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting. We are proud to be amongst the 8 founding members of the OGP in 2011, who made a bold commitment to ensure that governments around the world are transparent, accountable, and participatory. 14 years later, it is our distinct honor to host, for the first time, this event of high significance and relevance. This momentous occasion testifies to how we have embraced open governance as part of our national identity under a bagong Pilipinas. This is complemented by our sincerest efforts to make government processes more responsive, inclusive, and transparent. In fact, our socio-economic transformation blueprint, the Philippine Development Plan of 2023 to 2028, identifies OGP as a key mechanism to deepen participatory governance. By actively involving our citizens in the decision-making process, we establish their significant influence on policy development as it should be. We are pleased to have the DBM Secretary, Amina Pangandaman, as the Philippine OGP Chairperson. She has been instrumental in pushing our open government agenda further. And in the true spirit of the OGP, I'm also pleased to have our civil society organization, or CSO partner, Malayang Lapian ng mga Kababaihan, or what we call Malayaka, led by Ms. Aurora Chavez, who sits and stands by the government side in these pursuits. With the signing of Executive Order Number 31 in June of 2023, we institutionalized the Philippine OGP as a multi-stakeholder partnership. Through this local government units and civil society organizations are involved in the implementation of our commitment to open government and in the delivery of sustainable solutions on various social concerns. Today, we have 4,000 stakeholders from local government and civil society organizations all over the Philippines who have all pledged their commitment to open governance through our nationwide advocacy campaign called OGPinas. The Philippines also pursued the Citizen Participatory Audit Program, Grassroots Participatory Budgeting, and Open Data Portal. These programs allow our citizens to participate in the governance process, enriching policy and program implementation. Through these efforts, we have been recognized globally. These initiatives stem from our belief that by creating spaces for civic engagement at all levels of our society, we can truly create transformative and impactful changes down to the grassroots level. We in government are keenly determined to sustain this momentum of best practices. However, our people can only truly participate in governance if they have access to information. This access is made possible by government transparency, digitalization, and the institutionalization of freedom of information through legislation, which is a constitutionally recognized principle. The Public Financial Management Reforms Roadmap of 2024 to 2028 that we launched in September of last year solidifies our dedication to the full digitalization of our bureaucracy. This budget blueprint will facilitate the automation of our public financial management, from planning and procurement to the monitoring and evaluation of how we spend public funds. We are now working on harmonizing our various budget management systems to eliminate redundancies and to achieve efficiency and accuracy in the management of our revenues and of our expenditures. On the other side of the equation, we enacted the historic new Government Procurement Act last year, bolstering our fight against corruption and red tape. Borrowing the words of the Budget Secretary, this is the biggest anti-corruption law in modern times. And how is that? This landmark law simplifies, improves, and modernizes the decades-old Philippine government procurement system. It enables open contracting, which requires the disclosure of data and documents at every stage of the procurement process. Representatives from civil society organizations will be invited to participate in that process, further strengthening their ability to monitor public fund expenditure and contract implementation. This new procurement law has already positioned the Philippines as a leading model of transparency in Asia and a pioneer in open governance in the world. Parallel to the reform of our procurement policy, we also leveraged on the latest technologies to further improve the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, or what we refer to as PhilJobs. Government agencies can just add to cart supplies and pay the same online. Motor vehicles are now available in the system, and we are adding more and more supplies in the coming months. This means that government agencies can now procure goods in a more efficient, streamlined, and cost-effective manner from the comforts of their offices, whilst being completely transparent to anyone, any citizen and any member of government. I am certain that our dear foreign visitors and friends who traveled all the way from their home countries have many powerful stories to tell us as well. We look forward to hearing your experience, to learn from your best practices on fiscal transparency, digital governance, and climate resilience, among the other open government challenge areas. Beyond our variances in our approaches, our shared vision is clear-cut. We want every budget allocation, policy decision, and program implementation to involve public participation, all in pursuit to the empowerment and to the upliftment of our people. With this, I strongly call on all government agencies, local government units, and CSOs, as well as our international friends and partners, to let us continue to work hand in hand in this very important endeavor. Let us foster a deeper trust amongst each other that can only be earned through impactful dialogues, concrete action, and genuine support. So as we chart our course to a more open and dynamic Asia-Pacific, let us be reminded of the powerful role of collaboration, especially in addressing complex challenges of governance in this 21st century. May we see the grand opportunity we have today and use it to send a powerful message to the world that open governance is fundamental to prosperity, to stability, and to security in a rapidly transforming world. Join the conversation. Be advocates of accountability in your own communities. Be part of the global commitment to open governance. Let our initiatives honorably reflect the aspirations of our respective citizens. Thank you very much. And once again, welcome to the Philippines. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay kayong lahat. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we request the President to please proceed downstage to grant us a group photo with all the attendees. And may we also request our attendees to gather at the center. Move to the center and join us in the group photo. Move yourselves in the center of the shot at the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Mr. President. And that ends our photo opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. may we request everyone to please remain in your respective places until the President has left the venue. Once again, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Sa gitna. From here. And lastly, the Garden Pavilion is located on the 6th floor. Importantly, note that lunch, grab and go. So that's going to be served from 1 p.m. in the foyer, just outside of the ballroom. So we invite you to grab your food and make yourself comfortable throughout the venue for your lunch. And everyone is welcome to attend the cultural night starting at 6:30 p.m. here in the ballroom. You've just had a bit of a show earlier, but you'll have the full event. So thank you so much, and I hope it's going to be a very fruitful session as it was for me on Open Government Partnership. Welcome and mabuhay to the Philippines.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started with a small delay, but as you saw outside, it's very crowded there, so getting through for our speakers was a bit of work. This is the high-level roundtable on leadership in action, ambition and collaboration for the OGP Strategy 2028. I have, on my last count, 25 speakers and about 1 hour and 20 minutes. So we'll go get started right away, and I ask all speakers to be as concise as they can. 2 to 3 minutes, we said. 2 would be better, and I have a huge timer in front of me, so you can't fool me. Handing over immediately to our gracious host of today, who you've seen on stage before. Secretary, over to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Paul. To the Open Government Partnership Chief of Global Programs, Mr. Paul Mason, members of the Philippine Cabinet, distinguished delegates, civil society leaders, and fellow champions and advocates of open government and good governance, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for attending the OGP Asia and the Pacific Regional Meeting 2025. This ministerial roundtable is a space for us to share concrete commitments and strengthen our resolve to build a lasting legacy and a better future for our people and for our community of nations. Our participation in this high-level gathering is most impactful as we need your decisive, action-oriented, and steadfast leadership in upholding our pledges to our people. We need this kind of strong leadership now, more than ever, as we navigate complex global and regional transitions, geopolitical shifts, evolving trade landscapes, economic uncertainties, rapid technological advancements, and escalating environmental challenges. While these transitions cast shadows of instability, they also shed light on a growing demand for open and accountable governance. This is a driving force behind the Open Government Challenge, to which our region, I am happy to note, has responded to positively. For instance, Mongolia has amended its law to enable the development of an online platform that publishes political party financial data, providing public oversight and increasing citizens' trust in the government. Armenia has established regulations for public officials' acceptance of gifts and developed a digital gift declaration that the citizens can access and monitor. We are also proud that 2 of our local government units have responded to the challenge. Baguio City institutionalized a People's Council to recognize and formalize civil society organizations' significant role in local decision-making processes. And the municipality of Larena in Siquijor has committed to establish a procurement oversight team. These are just a few of the commitments that contribute to truly achieving, slowly but surely, good governance for our people. But we also know that we need more ambitious undertakings played through the Open Government Challenge if we want to make governments work for all, not just for the powerful. So today, as one OGP community, let us take this opportunity to assess our current priorities, identify enabling conditions for these commitments to deliver tangible results, and build genuine partnerships to ensure the success of our reforms. As we present our intervention at this ministerial roundtable, let us honor their trust and ensure that the promises we make today translate into tangible actions that produce meaningful change in the lives of our constituents. Let us remember that our people are counting on us. We must not let them down. Thank you very much, and we look forward to discussing our current ambitions and priorities, the enabling conditions to raise these ambitions, and building partnerships and collaborations. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Amina. So with so many leading government organizations and champions in the room, this promises really to be an inspiring conversation. I hope so, and I'll do my best to make it. And an exchange of ideas and insight from across the region. Before we dive in, let me share some thoughts from the side of OGP of what we are seeing, what we've seen in the past and what we want to achieve in the years ahead, to make open government more inclusive, transparent, accountable, and participatory. Where we've come from since 2011 is a partnership that has grown in the diversity of themes. We now see countries make commitments on climate, on digital governance, on justice, on security. whereas the early years commitments were more on traditional pillars of open government, such as budget transparency or fiscal openness. We are a growing membership. We just celebrated this morning the 10 new members in this region, including Maldives and Timor-Leste. And it's great to see that the values and principles of open government in these troubling times still are appealing to countries and local communities out there. And we've luckily seen, especially here in Indonesia, in the Philippines and in Indonesia, the spread of open government across all branches and levels of government. Having the whole cabinet in the room this morning was brilliant. I think that is something we want to see in each and every country of the partnership. After the first decade of OGP, we released a report called Vital Signs, and it said one thing. It said, if you bring in civil society meaningfully into your conversations around the reforms you want to make, you get more ambitious commitments, you get better implementation, and you get better results. So we can prove that working with civil society and with citizens makes government better. But I also want to acknowledge the urgency of the moment, the complexity and volumes of challenges, not just in this region, but globally. It's unprecedented what we're seeing at the moment, and it is a game changer for governments and civil society around the world. It is also a moment where moments of crisis create opportunities, and they're big opportunities for our community to dive into our values of working together, of dialogue, of trying to understand each other, and really focus on the P in OGP, the partnership. That is what is most needed at this moment. The task in front of us is big, and we really have to reach scale and impact of open government. But we cannot do it in isolation. Many of the challenges we are facing are transnational by nature. You cannot solve climate change on your own. You cannot solve illicit financial flows on your own. You cannot solve anti-corruption on your own. Collaboration between government and civil society and between governments internationally is needed, and the platform we offer as OGP as a platform to learn, to share, to inspire is critical in this time. Our strategy has three major ambitions. The first one is what I already referred to. It is mainstreaming open government across all branches and levels of government. And it's great to have the Chief Justice with us because that is a part of the ecosystem of government, if you want, ecosystem of society. So that's the first one. Open gov strategies, open gov approaches, mainstreaming open government, scaling open government at the local level are all part of that. The second one is we have to see more ambition. What we've collectively done in the first 13 years of OGP is brilliant, it's amazing, but it's also not enough. We have to be more ambitious on these challenge areas that the Secretary was talking about, that we saw in the opening this morning, and we challenge every country to do so. Globally, 30% of countries have made commitments to the Open Gov Challenge. That means 70% hasn't yet. So I'm calling on all of you to make those pledges to contribute to the Open Gov Challenge, and to the governments around the room, this is a great table to do so. And thirdly, we have the ambition to become the home of inspiration and the platform that connects reformers across the world, wherever you work. We need many more of you than fit in this room to make the dream of open government come alive, which is a dream of government that is better, governments that is stronger, that support the resilience of democracy, but in the end also leads to better outcomes for people. So with that, hopefully I've set the tone for a bit of ambition. We're going to dive right in. The first round focuses on the government perspective. There might be throughout the session a few speakers that will not speak in English. So for the speakers, there are headsets on the table. For those of you in the room that think, oh, I might quickly want a headset, in that corner of the room you can get one. Channel 1 is the floor, Channel 0 is the floor, Channel 1 English, 2 Armenian, 3 Mongolian, 4 Russian, and the 5th is Bahasa Indonesia. First round, what are the current ambitions and priorities? There are 3 questions, but you don't have to answer every question to the speakers. 3 questions. First, what transformative open government reforms are you currently championing? And how do they address the most pressing challenges that you are facing in your country, in your community? And what results are you hoping to achieve? The second question, where do you see your government or the governments in the region lead or contribute to the rest of the partnership? Where are you showing the leadership that can inspire the many others in our community? And the third, what are you doing to make sure that what you're doing is sustainable? You're creating a legacy for when you leave office and another administration might take over. How do you make sure that this sticks? Reminder again, 2 minutes, if you have to 3, I have a clock right in front of me, and we're going to dive in. And the first one I'm going to turn to is Chief Justice Alexander Gesmundo of the Philippines. The floor is yours.
Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an honor and privilege to join you all in this important event as a representative of the Philippine judiciary as we come together to explore how our leaders can collaborate to shape a secure, progressive, and prosperous future for our people, our nation, and our region. At the heart of the Philippine Development Plan PDP 2023 to 2028 is the belief that a stable, transparent, and accountable justice system is essential to advancement of our nation. As highlighted in the PDP, we must have a judicial system that meets litigants' expectations with impartiality, supported by robust and adaptive infrastructures. Our commitment as the Philippine judiciary is resolute to resolve disputes efficiently and effectively. In doing so, we aim to inspire public confidence and foster a deep belief in the promise of a brighter, more prosperous future for the Philippines. Parallel to this, the judiciary is diligently implementing the Strategic Plan for Judicial Innovations 2022 to 2027, or the SPJI, a blueprint for reforms focused on enhancing judicial efficiency, fostering innovation, and increasing accessibility. The objectives outlined in the SPJI are seamlessly aligned with the broader goals of the PDP. This compels us to approach the enhancement of our judicial services with a spirit of collaboration, particularly as we continue to contribute to the Open Government Partnership OGP National Action Plan, or NAP. Since 2023, the judiciary has worked hand-in-hand with fellow government leaders to synchronize our efforts on a range of open government initiatives, all aimed at advancing transparency, inclusivity, and accountability. Among our most significant commitments to the NAP is the establishment and continued enhancement of the justice zones and the improvement of access to legal services. In 2024, the OGP Independent Review Mechanism recognized the expansion of these justice zones as essential to achieving coordinated access to justice in critical areas such as anti-trafficking of persons, tourism, and environmental preservation. Truly, our governance in the judiciary is a reflection of the very principles set forth by the OGP: transparency, accountability, and active citizen engagement. Through this framework, we have demonstrated our unwavering commitment to inclusivity and to increasing access to justice. Notably, we have conducted nationwide consultation in revising the Code of Professional Responsibility and Accountability, and in fine-tuning various procedure rules. Perhaps most significantly, we have institutionalized mandatory and incentivized pro-legal services through the Unified Legal Aid Service, thereby ensuring that those most in need of legal services are not left behind. As we move forward, I can say with great confidence that the Philippine judiciary remains steadfast in its commitment to implementing reforms that uphold the guiding principles of the OGP and the PDP. In closing, I invite all of us to embrace the opportunity before us, an opportunity to build a future in which leadership, action, and collaboration fosters an open, efficient, and trustworthy justice system for the generations to come. Thank you and good morning to all.
Thank you, Chief Justice, and it's great to start off with the justice angle because access to justice, open justice is a growing and important pillar of the open government agenda. So thank you. Turning to David Kuratyan, Minister of Territorial Administration and Infrastructure from Armenia.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon to all of you. I will speak Armenian. Հարգելի գործընկերներ, անցյալ տարիների ընթացքում Հայաստանը այլ երկրների հետ միասին պետք է դիմակայեր համաճարակի տեղական եւ գլոբալ մարտահրավերներին, բայց առաջին հերթին մենք պետք է ապահովենք մեր երկրի եւ ժողովրդի անվտանգությունը ռազմական էսկալացիայի ժամանակ։ Այս մարտահրավերները ցույց տվեցին, որ այն ջանքերը, որոնք մենք ուղղում ենք մարտահրավերները հաղթարելու ուղղությամբ, բավական չեն։ Ուրեմն ժամանակն է ավելի մեծ ջանքեր ուղղելու այս խնդիրների լուծման ուղղությամբ։ Չնայած այս ամենին, ես ուրախ եմ ձեզ հետ կիսվել այն հաջողություններով, որոնք մենք ունեցել ենք, եւ ինչպես է բաց կառավարման գործընկերությունը գործընթացն աջակցել մեզ այս նպատակներին հասնելու համար։ Մենք բարելավել ենք պետական բյուջեի ծախսերի թափանցիկությունը, գործարկել ենք շահառուների սեփականության ռեեստր, հաջողությամբ իրագործել ենք կրթության եւ առողջապահության հետ կապված մեր պարտավորությունները, գործարկել ենք քաղաքացիների հետադարձ կապի եւ հանրային ծառայությունների գնահատման համակարգը, բայց այստեղ պետք է առանձնացնեմ միասնական կրթական հարթակը։ Համաշխարհային մասշտաբով մենք տեսանք կրթության հասանելիության նոր մարտահրավեր իդեմս կորոնավիրուսի համավարակի, երբ էլեկտրոնային ուսուցման հարկադիր անցումով եւ թվային անջրպետի աճով։ Համավարակից ընդամենը 1 տարի առաջ մենք նախաձեռնել ենք միասնական կրթական հարթակի միջոցով սկսել նոր բարեփոխումներ դեպի ճկուն կրթություն։ Ներկայումս համակարգը հնարավորություն է տալիս իրականացնել ուսուցիչների սերտիֆիկացման եւ վերապատրաստման գործընթացը, փաստաթղթերի լայնածավալ թվայնացում, ինտեգրում այլ առնչվող համակարգերին եւ նվազեցում ներքին վարչարարական գործընթացները։ Հայաստանի կառավարության մյուս առաջնահերթությունը դարձել է կոռուպցիայի դեմ պայքարը։ Այդ նպատակով մենք ստեղծել ենք մասնագիտական հակակոռուպցիոն անկախ ինստիտուտներ, կոռուպցիայի կանխարգելման հանձնաժողով, հակակոռուպցիոն կոմիտե, կոռուպցիոն հատուկ բաժին գլխավոր դատախազությունում եւ հակակոռուպցիոն դատարաններ։ Սակայն դա բավարար չէ մեզ անհրաժեշտ են մեզ ուժեղ հարթակներ, որոնք կծառայեն որպես հիմք, որի վրա կառուցվում են հաշվետու, թափանցիկ եւ մասնակցային կառավարումը։ Հակակոռուպցիոն ջանքերը մեր ԲԿԳ օրակարգի մշտական մասն են։ ԲԿԳ գործընթացների շրջանակներում Հայաստանը ներկայումս մշակում է էլեկտրոնային գնումների առաջադեմ համակարգ, որն ապահովում է փոխգործակցությունը շահառու սեփականության հայտարարագրի տվյալների հետ։ Ամբողջ տվյալները կբարելավեն հռչակագրի համակարգի տվյալները եւ դրանով իսկ կխթանեն հաշվետվողականությունը, կնվազեցնեն ապօրինի ֆինանսական գործունեությունը, փողերի ներուժը քաղաքականության մեջ։ Հայաստանը ակտիվորեն ընդունում է թվային տեխնոլոգիաները իր կառավարումը փոխելու նպատակով, նպատակ ունենալով ոչ միայն պարզեցնել գործընթացները, այլև արդյունավետորեն օգտագործել քաղաքացիների ներդրումը։ Այս ջանքերը ներկայումս ներառում են այնպիսի նախաձեռնություններ, ինչպիսիք են ՀՀ պաշտոնյաների հայտարարագրման համակարգը, իդրաֆտ իրավական ակտերի հարթակը հանրային ներգրավման համար, շահառուների սեփականության հայտարարագրերի գրանցամատյանները, էլեկտրոնային արդարադատության վիճակագրական գործիքը, քաղաքացիների հետադարձ կապի հարթակը հանրային ծառայությունների համար։ Հարգելի գործընկերներ, այսօր կոռուպցիան նաև պատերազմի եւ հակամարտությունների հիմնական շարժիչ ուժն է, որովհետև կոռումպացված վարչակարգերը աշխարհում հակված են իրենց իշխանությունը պահել ներքին գործերում, զարգացնելով արտաքին թշնամու կերպարը իր տարածաշրջանային հարևանների դեմ։ Դրանով նրանք շեղում են հասարակությունների ուշադրությունը ներքին հրատապ խնդիրներից եւ մարդու իրավունքների ու հիմնարար ազատությունների խախտումներից։ Կոռուպցիայի դեմ արդյունավետ պայքարը կնպաստի խաղաղության եւ անվտանգության կառուցման, մարդու իրավունքների պաշտպանության եւ կայուն զարգացման ուղի գործելուն ուղղված միջազգային ջանքերին։ Մենք մեծապես գնահատում ենք բաց կառավարման գործընկերության նախաձեռնության ջանքերը ամրապնդելու խիստ բարդ միջազգային միջավայրի ժողովրդավարական արժեքներն ու կարողությունները։ Շնորհակալություն։
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Armenia has been a strong performer, regional leader in OGP since the beginning, so it's great to have you with us. Turning straight away to Joanna Virtue, Assistant Secretary at the Australian Government Attorney General's Department.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your kind invitation to represent Australia at the 2025 OGP Asia Pacific Regional Meeting. It's wonderful to be here at this event to discuss shared ambitions and challenges in open government with others in the region. The Australian government is committed to the OGP objectives of integrity, transparency, honesty and accountability in government. Australia is implementing its third National Action Plan together with our civil society partners. We have 8 commitments under this plan, focusing on strengthening youth engagement, transparency in the use of artificial intelligence in government, public sector integrity, beneficial ownership reform, increasing accountability in procurement and grants administration, protection of public sector whistleblowers, transparency in political donations, and truth in political advertising, and countering mis- and disinformation. There have been some notable success stories. In the last 3 years, 2 new institutions have been created: the National Anti-Corruption Commission and the Administrative Review Tribunal. Legislative reforms have been passed to privacy legislation and our public sector whistleblowing regime. And we have made significant progress on our OGP commitments, including through the release of draft legislation to enhance transparency around beneficial ownership and the release of guidelines for the safe and responsible use of AI in government. The issues that Australia is tackling in relation to open government are important issues for governments and civil society organisations globally. I also acknowledge that Australia is engaged in a range of ways throughout the Asia-Pacific region on matters of relevance to open government, such as law and justice exchanges and partnerships, supporting election processes through the Australian Electoral Commission, and international engagement on countering foreign bribery and anti-corruption. A particular example of our cooperation is the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum, or IPEF, to which the Philippines, our gracious hosts, and Australia are members, and on which we are working closely together. The Open Government Partnership encourages us to embrace a consistent dialogue between government leaders and civil society advocates. We look forward to hearing about the work of our regional partners and their progress in implementing the OGP, as well as to strong ongoing relationships and dialogue on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Australia, through the years, has shown some real great innovative work in the partnership. For example, you were one of the first to start working on artificial intelligence, and other countries have really benefited from your pioneering work. So thank you. Turning to Ambassador Agus Wijojo from Indonesia, one of our founding members. Ambassador, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Today's complex global and regional transitions and challenges poses opportunities for stronger collaboration in the region. First, regularized dialogues within the region will establish a necessary platform for Asia-Pacific countries to identify common challenges and exchange successes. In 2024, we organized the Asia-Pacific Peer Learning Experience, albeit on a small scale. We encourage support from OGP to upscale the peer learning initiative. Second, this platform also presents opportunities for OGP Asia-Pacific members to address transboundary issues. Regional collaboration could focus on specific areas to support digital government and open data initiatives, which is a growing area of interest for the region. These areas include enhancing life cycle services to ease public accessibility, improving government procurement mechanisms to enhance transparency and accountability in public spending, and to bolster anti-corruption efforts, fostering public-private collaboration in data innovation in line with OECD targets, encouraging regional open data standards and interoperability, as well as cross-border digital economy and investment in digital infrastructure to support data standardization and security. In conclusion, the OGP Asia-Pacific has the potential to provide a robust network of various stakeholders with more contextualized priority issues. We believe that robust regional cooperation has the potential to generate a cascading effect, positively influencing the broader global open government movement, building upon strengthening the OGP strategy for 2023 through 2028. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Wijojo. As I said, Indonesia, as a founding member, has been a really important actor in the region. We thank you for Indonesia's leadership and innovation through the years. I think Indonesia is also one of the countries that was first in connecting the open government agenda to other international agendas like the SDG, and you've been really doing pioneering work on that. So thank you. We're staying in Indonesia. we're turning to Mardani Alisera, Chair of the Committee of the Interparliamentary Cooperation, People's Representative Council of the Republic of Indonesia.
Thank you very much. A very good evening. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Allow me first to extend our thanks for inviting us as a representative of the Indonesian Parliament. Since 2018, we have established an open parliament in Indonesia. In 2020, we set up a standard for Indonesian modern parliaments based on 3 pillars. First is the public engagement. We are doing what we call sistem informasi legislasi, informative system legislation, that every citizen can access all the information in the parliament. The second one, we use the technology and informations. We set up what we call it TV parliaments, social media parliaments, and all access to the draft resolution, draft of law that has been discussed in our parliament. The third one is the accountability. We always publish the performance of our member of parliaments. We also publish 5 years law that we will discuss in this period. And the last thing is we doing reformation in our parliaments. Everybody can now have an access to all informations. We have put specific officers to set up all the service to the public, but since we are doing this, we have quite good effort, and usually we have bottom 2 or bottom 3 in the public satisfaction survey. But right now, we have the 5 bottom. It's just a little bit better, but it is good for us. Still long work to go, but our parliament will do consistently sustainability to work with our NGO in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Chair. We're turning straight to Mongolia. We're traveling a little bit. We're going to, apologies for my pronunciation, State Secretary Jaklan Bata Seriter.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So, first of all, I would like to thank to the organizers, the government of the Philippines, and the Secretariat of the OGP for successful organization of this event on behalf of the Mongolian delegates. Well, I just would like to share here 3 important developments recently happened in Mongolia. First one is the people of Mongolia held election last year, parliamentary election last year successfully, which is based on our new election law, which consists of combined two systems. One of them is the majority voting system. The other one is a proportional system. So as a result, number of member of parliamentarians are increased from 76 to 126. So what I mean by this is that the state of Mongolia is committed to more powerful democratization in that region. Secondly, which is one of the most important developments, is that we have established our National Wealth Fund last year as well, in order to distribute mining income to our, equally and transparent to our people, which this topic has been discussed for over 20 years, but we succeeded it last year. Was very important. And last but not least, I would like also mention that we have updated our anti-corruption program as well. So in the future, we have to implement that efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, State Secretary, and it's great to have Mongolia with us. Strong democracy in the region since a long time, and important in this region to show that example. We're staying in Mongolia. We're turning to Bat Erdene Dorshuren. Not good with Mongolian names. Chief Secretariat of the Office of the General Election Commission of Mongolia.
Okay. My name is Bat Erdene. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Paul, and thank you, Ms. Minar, and thank you, everyone. And first of all, it's an honor to be this participant this meeting. Reducing the influence of the money in politics and ensuring that citizens can freely exercise their politics rights requires greater transparency and oversight in political party financing. Therefore, Mongolia is working towards to make more effort and enhance transparency and...
Could you go a little bit closer to the mic so we can hear you better?
Reducing the influence of the money in influence of money politics and ensuring that citizens can freely exercise their politics rights requires greater transparency and oversight in political party financing. Therefore, the Mongolia is working towards to make more efforts to enhance transparency and accountability of political party financing. In 2023, the Mongolian parliament adopted to the new political party law, introducing progressive regulation to develop more responsibly policy-driven political parties while ensuring that their financing is transparent and subject to public oversight. Now our priority is the full implementation of this law. For the General Election Commission in Mongolia, ensuring the transparency in the political party financing, establishing effective oversight mechanisms, and enabling public scrutiny and crucial. In this regard, we recognize the need to develop digital system. It's for the open data, for registering and monitoring political party finances, ultimately making financial open data policy accessible to strengthening public oversight. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Badin. I mean, I think if anything we've seen from recent elections is how important it is to focus on the topic of money and politics. So thank you for pioneering that and submitting a challenge on that to the OpenGov Challenge. Turning to one of our newest members, the Maldives, celebrated this morning. Zitna Ibrahim, Minister of State for Finance and Planning.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Ministers, distinguished colleagues and representatives of the Open Government Partnership, as a nation committed to enhancing transparency, accountability and citizen participation, Maldives proudly joined OGP in June 2024. This decision was driven by the tremendous opportunity OGP presents to strengthen our democratic values and advance sustainable development goals. As a newly joined member, the Maldives is in the process of developing our first national action plan under this partnership. As we embark on this transformative journey, there are several key policy areas that we prioritize addressing through our partnership with OGP. These focus areas are fundamental for us to be a more resilient nation. One of our top priorities is climate change, combating the challenges Maldives face due to climate change. As an island nation, the Maldives is on the front line of climate threats, For us, climate change is not simply an environmental issue, but it's a matter of survival. To address it, we are transforming our economy and investing in urban development with energy-efficient and climate-resilient features at the forefront, underscoring our dedication to move towards a low-carbon economy. Similarly, digital innovation is another pillar of our progress. It is a lifeline for bridging gaps in service delivery, especially on our remote islands. Like the Philippines, we have thousands of islands. Digital tools help us access essential services like healthcare and education and improve governance by reducing corruption, enhancing accountability, and streamlining public services. Furthermore, we are committed to enhancing public participation in governance. As a significant step, we have established a mechanism through the enactment of the Right to Information Act, empowering citizens with access to government information, promoting transparency and accountability at all levels of governance. We don't believe that this is an endpoint. We believe that there's still room for improvement, either through streamlining the internal mechanisms within agencies or whatnot. As we develop our first national action plan, we look forward to engaging with the OGP community, learning from our peers, and sharing our experiences. We hope the progress we envision and materialize can inspire others and contribute to promoting the Open Government Challenge. Our participation in OGP is crucial in strengthening these efforts, ensuring citizens are fully involved in policy decision-making and informed of their outcomes. We are laying the groundwork for a more transparent and inclusive governance framework by being a partner of Open Government Partnership. Additionally, we are committed to fostering stronger regional collaboration in Asia and the Pacific. As we progress, we aim to serve as a bridge between small island states and larger nations, championing our key transformative areas and open governance as intertwined priorities. The Maldives' participation in the Open Government Partnership is not merely a policy choice. It's a clear declaration of our commitment to upholding the values of democracy. Through our engagement with OGP, we seek to further strengthen the bond between government and citizens, ensuring democratic delivery, building resilience, and fostering trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and it's great to see you champion, on the one hand, the Right to Information Act, which is a pillar of open government. We encourage all our members to have one. And on the other hand, climate change, which is one of our newer topics. So we're looking forward to your leadership on that topic. We're staying in the Maldives, turning to Abdullah Anis, Deputy Minister of Homeland Security and Technology.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here today and highlight the Maldives' vision for an open government partnership that promotes transparency, accountability, and citizen partnership in governance and fosters trust and innovation in public service delivery. Today, under the visionary leadership of our President, Dr. Mohammad Muiz, the Maldives has not just been adapting, we are advancing, building a more innovative, more resilient, and prepared nation for the future. In the recent years, the Maldives has taken incredible steps towards digital governance, enhancing public access to information, encouraging civil participation, and improving public service delivery. Firstly, as highlighted by State Minister Ms. Zidna, the Right to Information Act was enacted to ensure citizens have access to government information, promoting transparency and informed citizenry. The second step is the Maldives has launched platforms for public consultation and feedback on key policies, ensuring that citizens' voices are heard and considered in decision-making. Third, our e-governance initiatives make services more accessible and efficient for citizens, leveraging technology to bring gaps and improve service delivery. Our eFast digital ID, embraced by 85% of adult population has revolutionized public services. Our e-government portal, OneGov, aims to bring every government function onto a single integrated platform. We have achieved some milestones and we have plans for the brighter future. We are advancing robust cybersecurity and data protection legislation, ensuring global best practices. Launching the National Sovereign Cloud Initiative will secure our critical data infrastructure, shielding it from cyber threats while preserving digital sovereignty. The Maldives supports OGP and is committed and ready to share expertise, exchange ideas, and shape a digital future that is force for good for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. And I have to admit that in the office there's a bit of competition going on who can go to the Maldives to help you. If it makes any difference, I have an engineering degree in technology. So, turning to back to the Philippines, Juan Eduardo Angara, Secretary of the Department of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, Mr. Chief Justice, colleagues in the Cabinet, especially our host, the beautiful Secretary Amina Pangandaman. Congratulations. Since we've been appointed to the Department of Education, which is the largest employer and the largest bureaucracy in the country, we've discovered a number of problems with over 1 million employees. Some issues we'd like to share with you is, first, the issue of data scarcity and poor learning outcomes. The absence of timely data and evidence on learners' performance tends to hinder education managers in their ability to improve instructional practices. And this has contributed to a significant decline in learning outcomes. And the President has made this a priority. And in response, we are looking to enhance governance structures to ensure data-informed management. This involves decentralizing education services and empowering local offices to utilize data effectively to respond to specific educational challenges. Also a challenge is a centralized decision-making in such a large bureaucracy. And the education system remains overly centralized, which limits the agility and innovation needed to address local educational needs effectively, leading to inefficiencies and data-poor environments and impeding the ability to make informed decisions. In response, the department aims to bring basic education governance closer to the ground, closer to the schools, empowering regional offices, school division offices, and schools by delegating key processes and programs to enable them to take on a more significant role in improving local education outcomes and to foster greater accountability. A third issue is the lack of accountability mechanisms, which results in being resource-strapped and slow to innovate. And this creates a reliance on inputs and outputs rather than focusing on improved learning outcomes. In response, the department has, as many of the speakers who went ahead mentioned, digitalization strategies to provide education stakeholders with timely data for resource allocation and program prioritization. The government is working on developing data dashboards and systems that will support evidence-based decision-making in real time. This focus also aims to enhance transparency in basic education data, empowering stakeholders to make data-driven decisions and to implement transformative reforms. A fourth issue is the reluctance to innovate and to respond, and partly due to inadequate data utilization and lack of real-time information. In response, there are several efforts to instill a stronger data culture in the Department of Education. We emphasize the need for decentralized governance structures that are informed by data, which can enhance accountability as well as responsiveness. A last issue is the delayed delivery of essential learning tools and materials to our students, such as laptops, textbooks, and only a certain number of teachers have been provided with laptops. Only a certain number of students have been provided with, in a timely manner, with textbooks and other essential materials. So we need to utilize early procurement activities and innovation as strategies to improve procurement efficiency and to ensure timely project implementation, as well as maximize our budget utilization. The newly enacted National Government Procurement Act, which the Secretary of Budget, Pangandaman, mentioned, and which we worked on in conjunction with the DBM when I was still in the Senate, is a big tool, and we're looking forward to utilizing it, as are many agencies of government, because it ensures the participation of communities and local CSOs, as well as a reduction in time processes to ensure more efficient government. In closing, an open government is likely to be a more efficient, responsive, and accountable government, resulting in a more engaged, a more empowered populace. So I congratulate the OGP network and Secretary Pangandaman for this very timely event, and as well as the new members, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. And if you have an opportunity later in the year to come to Spain for the Global Summit, I invite you to speak to your colleagues from Norway who've done some really interesting work on giving trust back to the teachers and the health workers to actually achieve better learning outcomes and less administration. So I think it's a
Thank
really
you very much.
Good one. We're staying in Indonesia. Secretary Remula Jr. of the Department of Interior and Local Government.
I'm from the Philippines, sir. No offense to Indonesia. Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Just to make it clear, I am a politician. And to be a politician means that we are both arrogant and narcissistic. The concept of an open government is an anathema to all of us. You can ask Secretary Angara here and Secretary Rex, but change is on the way. When I was governor during COVID, I partnered with the De La Salle University to create the most advanced COVID laboratory in the country. And we processed all the tests at the cheapest possible cost. That was done because we were in collaboration with the university, and the procurement and the pricing was all open. Now I am the Secretary of the Interior, which is an infinitely more complicated job. I have 225,000 policemen, 50,000 firefighters, 30,000 jail management personnel, 1,400 municipalities, 83 provinces, 40,000 barangays, and it's getting more complicated. However, I still believe in collaboration. I am collaborating now with the University of the Philippines for the PNP, for the Philippine National Police Reform Initiative. They are guiding me, and they are teaching me the way in order to create a more responsive and better police force. I hope that this initiative redounds down to the rest of the local governments, and we are in the pursuit of having it institutionalized all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, also giving us that insight into politicians. I'll
From
take that one home.
From the Philippines.
Yes, sir. I'll remember that. Secretary Rex, I hope I can call you that as well. It's Department of Social Welfare and Development. Welcome. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Your Excellencies, colleagues in the Open Government Partnership, good morning. The Department of Social Welfare and Development is the lead agency, this country's lead agency in extending social protection to the poor, marginalized, and vulnerable. We recognize that poverty alleviation and hunger eradication is not something that we can do overnight, nor is it something that we can achieve if government will do it on its own. The SWD addressed this head-on by employing a whole-of-society approach by enlisting social welfare and development agencies, foundations, people's organizations, civil society organizations as our partners in combating hunger and poverty. Now, the main before we joined, before this current administration, just to contextualize the challenge of getting their voices into the table, only 51% of these organizations were actually accredited. Thousands of good doers were left out in the open because neither they couldn't register, get their license to operate, or even worse, get their accreditation. But the department early on recognized this, and we employed, and the Marcos administration early on recognized this, and we embarked on an innovative strategy of using technology with the goal of multiplying our capacity by bringing these voices into the table to provide sustained, adequate, quality, and compassionate service to the Filipino people. Following the directive of the President, we digitalized the regulatory government services of DSWD. DSWD, or the department, developed a digital platform aimed at speeding up the application process for registering, licensing, and accrediting social welfare and development agencies in the country, with the aim of creating a welcoming environment for these organizations to help us achieve our mandate of eradicating poverty and ending hunger. With the DSWD Helps, or the system that we created, which stands for Harmonized Electronic and Licensing Permitting System, we streamlined the processes, which used to be a nightmare. We streamlined the process of permits issuance for social welfare and development agencies from what used to be 90 days just to get your permit to operate to 7 days, cutting down the process from 49 steps to just 12 steps, and harmonizing documentary requirements so that they don't have to, so that applying organizations need to only submit 10 requirements compared to 50. Basically, we trimmed down the steps, the requirements, and eliminated the redundancies. In closing, like Secretary Remulla, I'm also a politician, and he already characterized us as narcissistic, and we tend to drown out the voices of others. But we believe in DSWD that in order to craft a more relevant anti-poverty, anti-hunger program, we have to bring in more voices to the table. And as I mentioned, there are thousands of good doers out there in the private sector through non-government organizations, people's organizations, civil society organizations who are willing to carry and replicate the cudgels of government. And that's why through this technology platform that we created, we hope to turn social welfare into a more participatory, consultative, and transparent initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you also for reminding us that just making government easier is an important part of the open government agenda. It really is important. And thank you again to the government of the Philippines for bringing 4 secretaries and a Chief Justice to this table. It really shows the energy and the dedication to this agenda. Turning to Daniel Tindipu, Vice Minister for National Planning of Papua New Guinea.
Thank you, Chair. The Excellencies, Governors, Senators, colleague ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I convey the greetings from the Minister Hon Seanopala, the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea Hon James Marape, and the people of independent state of Papua New Guinea. On the onset, let me take this time to thank the Philippines government, OGP unit, and the Department of Budget and Management for inviting the government of Papua New Guinea to attend the Asia Pacific region OGP meeting and participate in the important ministerial roundtable panel. PNG has the aspiration to be wise, healthy, and prosperous society in the world by 2050, as stimulated in the Vision 2050, our government's plan. The 40-year plan was translated in 20 long-term policy, which set out long-term objectives of Papua New Guinea to be a middle-income country by 2030. These development aspirations cannot be reached by government alone. Hence, we need civil society, including churches and private sector, to work together. Hence, we need connectivity and participation. We appreciate the OGP initiative for bringing that connectivity and agenda of transparency, accountability, inclusive, and participation. I have a firm belief in the OGP process to bring in innovation and reform as such Papua New Guinea digital transformation. OGP initiative complements the spirit of Papua New Guinea national constitutions that underlies the principles of fairness, transparency, and inclusive participation in service delivery and wealth distribution. It also elevates the principle of partnership and inclusive participation in decision-making and service delivery process. Background. Papua New Guinea adopted the OGP initiative in 2015 through NAC decision number 285/2015 after attending the Asia Pacific OGP Regional Conference in Bali in Indonesia in 2014. OGP National Action Plan and Implementations. PNG has so far implemented 2 national action plans with the support of the civil society and the government led by my ministry. Through the OGP platform, government has enacted the Digital Government Act 2022 and formulate digital transformation policy to streamline work of digital transformation in the country. The enhancement of Act gave birth to digital transformation. Government committed to pursue digital transformation through the OGP platform. Let me also inform this gathering that my ministry has directed the formulation of state CSO partnership policy, which creates the needed policy platform to engage effective and meaningful collaboration between CSO and government. The Papua New Guinea government is committed to work closely with the civil society to improve service delivery. Government has directed the PNG OGP Secretariat to align the third OGP National Action Plan with Medium-Term Development Plan for more integration and ownership. The Ministry of Information Technology is directed to draft the right to inform the legislation which will free up the flow of information in Papua New Guinea and, more importantly, pursue digital transformation. Other commitments going forward are: 1, to strengthen the democratic process; 2, to improve the election process; 3, to rebuild the trust of citizens in the government service delivery system and process. High-level OGP commitments for Papua New Guinea: digital transformation, inclusive, approved to develop planning and service delivery; the budget reform, including citizens involved in budget reform, inclusive citizens, making budget more open to citizens; elect reform, free up the flow of information. We as a government must get independent observations from what other OGP participating countries are doing and plan way forward. Thank you all.
Thank you, Vice Minister, and thank you for sharing your journey in OGP. Final one for this round. We turn to Timor-Leste, Minister of Finance, Santina Viegas Cardoso.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to share Timor-Leste perspective on open government and our journey towards greater transparency and accountability. As a young democracy emerging from conflict, Timor-Leste understands deeply the importance of building trust between the government and the citizen. Today, I would like to briefly share with you how we are championing transformative reform in the public financial management to address our pressing national challenges. The Ministry of Finance is leading comprehensive reform designed to enhance fiscal sustainability, transparency, and accountability. At the heart of this effort is the modernization of our integration financial management information system, which aims to ensure greater transparency and efficiency in budget execution and reporting. We know that we face significant challenges. Our national budget currently relies on our petroleum fund for over 70% of its financing. And without substantial reform, projections indicate the fund could be depleted soon. This reality drives us our commitment to strengthen our revenue collection mechanism, including the implementation of value-added taxation, while simultaneously improving expenditure management. To enhance transparency, we have developed what we call Transparency Portal. So our civil society, in the process of preparing the budget, they have been participating very active since the budget formulation. So we start with the public consultation where we go to the municipality, budget department going to the municipality to consult with the civil society and representative of the community level for them to get what is their objective of the plan for their own municipality. This process is really very useful for the budget department, especially the Minister of Finance, to take that plan to formulate it in the budget process. And then in our budget process, the participation of the civil society is very important, not only in the government part, but in terms of the parliament. Our parliament also, they have a public hearing for the civil society to get their view as well in terms of the budget proposal. This is very important transparency that we are trying to promote in the government. And then in this new government has committed to certain reform, which is, we know that the transparency is very important for gain the public trust. That's why to being a new list member for this organization, I think will add more value to the Timor-Leste, especially the Minister of Finance, to carry our reform in terms of the open transparency and accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. That was round one. We have 2 more rounds to go. Now, I had a good breakfast, so I don't mind going a little bit into lunch, but I'm not sure if everyone agrees. We have quite a few speakers still to go. Turning to round 2, enabling conditions and stretching ambitions is the round where we hear from a couple of civil society voices. The questions for this round are, what are the enabling conditions needed to support the growth and translation of ambition on open government in the regional or national context? And where do governments in the region need to go further to make open government reforms deliver real results for citizens? We have, 6 speakers in this round, and we start with Bonatua Palinggomon Pausip, Deputy Director of the International Forum on Indonesian Development.
Thank you, Chairman. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As CSO representative at the 2025 OGP Asia Pacific Summit, we reflect on our progress toward open government and look forward to a renewed commitment to OGP in the Asia Pacific. OGP is vital for strengthening democracy, including shrinking civic space, economic inequality, humanitarian crisis, and the impacts of climate change. Civil society is committed to strengthening civic space and democracy by fostering freedom of expression and assembly. We will partner with institutions with the same vision and participate in all-level forums as coalition to advance open government. To advance the OGP, civil society calls for commitment and action from all levels of government. We encourage increased participation in local OGP programs, including concrete participation with the OGP Challenge Initiative. Analysis of OGP commitment implementation across the Asia-Pacific reveals significant variance in progress, particularly inclusive participation. Countries like Indonesia and Philippines demonstrate good progress on transparency, public participation, and innovative technologies. To grow OGP in the Asia-Pacific, the OGP Asia-Pacific and government must collaborate and invest on capacity building for government and CSO. This includes training, resource sharing, and adapting to digital technology to enhance citizen participation. Strengthening regulation framework is crucial for the sustainability of OGP. Government in Asia-Pacific must establish robust legal framework to ensure the sustainability of OGP so that it does not depend on a particular government leadership. Each country in Asia-Pacific needs a citizen-focused and clear national action plan for OGP implementation. Government must develop and communicate these plans to the citizens, including objective, reasonable timelines, and measurable indicators. Regional cooperation is key to maximize OGP impact in Asia-Pacific. In the current geopolitical landscape, strengthening collaboration between Asia-Pacific countries promotes mutual learning and collaborative projects. Regional mechanisms such as ASEAN can facilitate dialogue and advance open government governance. The OGP Asia-Pacific Summit in Manila is a safe space. Now is the time to accelerate for a more open Asia-Pacific, starting with the OGP Asia-Pacific Summit 2025 in Manila, Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you emphasizing the safe space. I think that is what we very often hear, that permanent dialogue between government and civil society actually creates a safe space that is especially really valuable in times of tension. Turning to Sandino Solman, Executive Director of the Code NGO in the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Good afternoon. While we recognize the efforts, especially of the Philippine government in coming this far with the Open Government Partnership, there's still a long way to go before transparency and good governance becomes the norm. The OGP in the Philippines has numerous successes in pushing for reforms, such as the Citizens Participatory Audit and others. But despite this, Freedom of Information law has yet to be passed. So I think we have inspiration from our friends in Maldives to learn from this. Also, one of the successes here is that we institutionalized the multi-stakeholder platform through Executive Order 31. This is a good move, but then this platform needs to be strengthened in terms of greater transparency and participation. Why do we say this? We know what happened in the bicameral committee meeting of the 2025 budget, where we saw budget cuts in essential social services. So civil society here in the Philippines raises great concern on the final outcome of the budget and how it was seemingly arranged to the advantage of politicians behind closed doors. Therefore, in this partnership, we propose for greater transparency and participation in the processes of the national budget and install safeguards against graft and corruption. The business community, which is also part of the broader civil society, calls for the records of the bicameral proceedings to be made public. They also call for citizens' participation in the Development Budgeting Coordinating Committee to allow citizens' participation or input on macroeconomic assumptions and budget priorities. Now, while civil society strives to work for reforms, vilification of CSOs persists in the Philippines and I think in other countries in the Asia-Pacific region. These affect civic spaces and the venues of participation for red tag organizations. These activities of red tagging seemingly have correlations with the policies of the Financial Action Task Force. While the intentions of the FATF and the Anti-Money Laundering Council of the Philippines are in good faith, there must be a way to discuss openly and constructively the unintended consequences of strict regulations with the decision makers involved. The consequences include limited access to banks, which affects financial inclusion programs of the Philippines, access to banks for civil society organizations is what I mean, and the effect of frozen bank accounts to the reputation and survival of CSOs affected. Finally, we call on fellow civil society organizations to hold fast and work together more effectively, especially now that we face very concerning challenges coming from the situation in the US and the dismantling of USAID. The time to work together is now, more than ever. And for us, in the Caucus of Development NGO networks, many are the challenges we face, but we remain firm in our commitment to work with government and non-government actors towards protecting civic spaces and deepening democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandino, for touching on some of these really fundamental issues that we are collectively facing, like the dismantling of USAID. Turning to Malon Manuel, Senior Advisor, Grassroots Justice Networks in the Philippines.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, sorry. Welcome to the Philippines. We are talking about collaboration and ambition. I'll talk first on collaboration, and I will highlight a fundamental element for collaboration without which our common aspiration of open government will not be achieved. And I'm referring to empowerment of communities, especially those that are most affected by issues of poverty and injustice. Collaboration does not happen naturally or automatically. And even if we open venues and mechanisms for participation, there has to be something else. Meaningful collaboration can only happen if individuals, groups, and communities have the necessary capacity to actively participate in governance processes. By empowerment, we do not simply mean access to information or open data. Empowerment requires that people who are expected to participate in governance have the necessary capacity, knowledge, skills, opportunities. When we talk about access to justice, for example, we should enhance the capacity not only of the justice administrators, but also of those who seek and claim justice. It has to be an improvement of the relationship on both sides. Empowerment also means that those who are engaging with government and participating in governance processes have the necessary support, adequately funded, fully protected, as they perform their important task of being key stakeholders in governance. And finally, on ambition, as Paul mentioned in the introductory remarks, we need to be more ambitious. I call on everyone to be more ambitious in focusing on the empowerment side, on the empowerment aspect of open government. We should not forget that we open government so that people may enter, not for them to receive aid or benefits as passive participants, but for them to be active partners in ensuring just, transparent, and accountable governance. Salamat po.
Really, really well put, and articulating why we are doing this, to give the citizens space as part of shaping their own future and outcomes. Thank you very much for that. Turning to Suzanne Snively, Honorary Dame and live member of Transparency International, New Zealand.
Thank you, Paul. Kia ora, whānau. As they say in New Zealand, hello, OGP colleagues. Today is a very special day for New Zealand. It's the signing of Te Tiriti, the Treaty of Waitangi with Maori back in 1849. What I want to really talk about is about civil society and how it focuses on the P in OGP. They know how to form partnerships. It's not only directly with their communities, but amongst themselves and also amongst international organizations. As has been said several times today, democracy is incredibly strong among this group here today. We all love democracy, but we also know that it's extremely vulnerable at this point. This makes civil society vulnerable. And so they are less and less able to do the things that they can do. To answer your question, how can civil society be supported by OGP? It's through governments supporting civil society in their countries. Civil society can motivate stronger democracy because by building stronger relationships with their communities and with their international partners, they also enhance in a direct way the value and the benefit that people get from government. In this way, civil society enables open government partnership to be inclusive, transparent, and participatory. Civil society organizations have direct connections with their communities because they develop the policy and provide the actual direct services to those communities. In many ways, civil society organizations are doing things that governments can't do, and they do it better than governments can do it. They can propel and mainstream then OGP into a local level. They can motivate more ambition, and they can really be part of the inspiration across communities to support OGP. But in the growing populist political environment and the fake news-led social networking, civil society organizations are really at risk. They need the partnership and support of their governments. And of course, as I'm saying here, their governments need them. For example, your local chapters of Transparency International provide deep knowledge, not only of ways of addressing corruption, but also of ways of addressing the prevention of corruption. They also have skills in promoting transparency. So embrace your local chapters of Transparency International. It's just one example, though, of a civil society organization that can help you. So in closing, can I exhort all of my OGP Whānau colleagues here today to entice, engage, enable, and energize their civil society organizations. This will be to the benefit of your governments and also to the benefit of democracy. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Suzanne, for so brilliantly articulating the importance of this moment for governments to stand up and support their civil society. This is a partnership. This is a moment of tension globally. And civil society there is no OGP, there's no open government without civil society. And that's a shared responsibility. Thank you for articulating that so well. Turning to Ilham Mohammed, Asia Regional Coordinator of Transparency International.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Suzanne. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies and colleagues. I want to reiterate Suzanne's message on civil society playing an inimitable role in promoting and protecting open government principles and practices. OGP commitments, such as those around asset disclosure, for example, are tools amplified by a vibrant civil society. To play this key role, operational space for civil society is key. We need to vigilantly protect the right to information, the right to whistleblower protection, and balance these values alongside cybersecurity laws, privatization, privacy laws, and digitalization programs. As the chair pointed out earlier, the challenges that we all face in this room, are transnational in nature. To do this, I would like to call, to face this challenge, I'd like to call upon the governments here to take an extra step beyond your national borders and become champions of open governance and open government principles in regional and global spaces. This, at this moment in juncture in history, is absolutely necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for articulating that importance of becoming champions, not just at home, but also across borders. I think that's really, really important for us as a community. Last but not least in the civil society round, Cielo Magno, who you've seen this morning, civil society co-chair of the Open Government Partnership, and in that role, my boss.
Thank you, Paul, and good afternoon, everyone. Maybe just to complement what everyone has already mentioned, and we keep on mentioning the term civic space, maybe it's good to define it. So from my perspective, what do we mean by having a genuine civic space? I have 3 characteristics of it. One would be to make sure that civil society operates independently. What do we mean by that? Available resources, independent accreditation, because as some of our colleagues here from government have mentioned, they're politicians. And of course, we know in some instances, if politicians don't like civil society, they don't get accredited. So I think it's very important that we advocate for mechanisms for self-regulation and self-accreditation. It's also important that government recognize civil society participation or participation in governance as a basic human rights. And I was told that the city of Baguio just passed an ordinance recognizing that and penalizing red tagging. So I'm hoping that this can become a best practice, not just at the national level, but at the regional level, recognizing citizen participation as human rights. The second aspect of genuine civic space is the presence of spaces for participation. But when we say spaces for participation, I would advocate for the participation in the full value chain of the decision-making process, because sometimes the civil society, we experience being consulted, but then we see a completely different reform or policy proposal at the end of that whole policy process, because our participation is limited on consultation. We don't have participation when these policies are reviewed. We don't have participation when they are monitored or evaluated. So a concrete example, and I'm taking advantage of the presence of some of the secretaries here. Secretary Rex, for example, we may have data on support for social protection of our citizens. But I think it will be very helpful to deepen the engagement if we have public access to information of these individuals receiving assistance from government, and for communities to have the opportunity to validate this information. So in that case, we just don't engage at the national level, but we're able to deepen participation, because even within civil society, we have discrimination. Sometimes high-level, national-level CSOs can participate, but community-level organizations have limited space to participate. Another example of just completing the value chain is, for example, DBM has a lot of information on the budget, and I commend them. They have information in Excel form of the budget, and we know that the administration is allocating 1 trillion pesos for climate, right? But as civil society, as community members, what we want to know is whether this 1 trillion pesos is really used and are effective in preventing the impact of climate change and creating resilient communities. So I would suggest, for example, that to be able to be more participative is to have actually a people's audit on how this money is being spent, what are the projects, and evaluating their actual impact to the community. Marlon mentioned access to information. It's not enough to see this data online. I think one important thing about access to information is for us being empowered to process this information. Sometimes we get access to information, but they're in scanned form. So you have to recode, right? I think it's important that when we make data available, we make them machine readable so that we empower our civil society and public to analyze this information. And then the last part would be empowered civil society, because we have to make sure that they have the capacity to engage. And then my last message would be, we know that civil society has been very critical of government, and we engage all levels of government in terms of criticizing, but I think we have to understand, and we have to go back to the root of why civil society and NGOs were created. We were created to be partners of government, to address efficiency in the delivery of development programs to communities. And I think we have to go back to that core principle of being partners, because as we criticize, our main goal is the same, and that's to deliver important basic programs and projects, protect human rights for the interest of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Cielo. It's hard to sit next to your chair and try to get her to speed up. Final round. Bear with us for another 10 minutes, and then we'll get you to food, because these are important perspectives now coming from our international partners. And as some of the speakers alluded to, the effect it will have that the US is pulling out of international aid and support, and that is a massive effect. The partnership would not be where it is, of course, without the energy and the inspiration of the reformers, but also not without the support of very generous, very smart, very connected international partners. So the third round focuses on building partnership and support. How are you trying to support open government reforms and positively shift conditions for partnerships to thrive? And what concrete contributions are you seeking to make in the coming years? We have 3 speakers in this round. We first turn to Dinata Putri, Director of Luminate Asia. Luminate has, through the years, from the early beginning of OGP, been an important supporter of open government.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Excellencies. I'm speaking today on behalf of Luminate. We are a foundation working to ensure that the design, development, and use of technology respects human rights and social justice. And we have been supporting the initiation of open government partnerships from 13 years ago. The open government is known for its co-creation process, where it involves not only different government agencies, but also civil society and other stakeholders. And this is what we need to commit to. We believe it's crucial to highlight the importance of partnership here, especially if we are talking about the new themes on data and digital governance, because this field is changing rapidly, and we are all learning as we go. Already, we see a significant opportunity for everyone, government, civil society, academics, think tank, and private foundation like ours to build this ecosystem together. However, for this partnership to happen, openness from each sector and willingness to work together is crucial. And we believe this is what meaningful co-creation means. In terms of contribution, concretely, our contribution has been centered on long-term support through capacity and knowledge building for local partners, so that they have the means and the tools to meaningfully co-create and to be involved in the realizations of national action plans and the open government reforms over time. We continuously building and supporting the data and digital governance ecosystem, supporting work to mainstreaming personal data protection frameworks, which is the backbone for data governance. We do policy discussions, public engagements, all with the goal to helping countries solidify its data and digital governance strategy, and we are committed to continue doing so. Ultimately, we see ourselves as an ally in creating an environment where all sectors of society can share knowledge, align on priorities, and commit to society where open, just, and fair government exists, and where technology serves people and public interest, and not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinita. And I think this is, the perspective you bring is really important, because our global partners, our funders, often is like, okay, you know, it's about the funding. Yes, it is about the funding. It is also about the connections, the technical support, the political door opening. All of that is important, and that is what our international partners do, and we thank you for that. We turn to Marco Gemmer, Head of Cooperation of the EU delegation here in the Philippines. The European Commission is one of our strongest supporters in many countries across the globe. Marco, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, colleagues and friends, all protocols observed. I come with a briefing talking about what we are doing, and I realized the question is how we are doing it. So let me go freestyle. First of all, I mean, as you said, we are supporting in 7 countries right now open government partnership through our colleagues in headquarters. So Paul is bearing with them, and the Philippine colleagues are bearing with us here in the country, although I think we have relations with all of you, including Australia and New Zealand, on different levels. But on the how, I think the first thing that came to my mind on the positive partnership development, this was the question, is the example how the Philippines launched last year, and under the leadership of the Honorable Secretary, the report. So there's topics discussed such as corruption, anti-corruption, leave no one behind, but it was such a positive energy. And I think this is where sometimes we have to learn how to tackle a problem in a positive way to make it accessible for people in order to avoid that there's a polarization. Because this is what we heard from many colleagues, this is happening around the world. What we are trying to do, and this is on the how, is to create this space, this dialogue platform between the players that think they are relevant or meaningful for the meaningful partnership. We as an institution are very good to say we invite relevant stakeholders. But do we ask, do you think you're relevant? And I think this is what we are doing by supporting the Open Government Partnership, by creating the space for people to say, wait a second, we are also relevant. And here in the Philippines, I think we have excellent examples how this was done, how we came in as a partner. Honorable Chief Justice explained what we are doing. Open justice access, access to justice for all, how we work with the Department of Interior, local government, with the Supreme Court. But the way how we did it is to make sure that the relevant players were there, and the relevant players were defining what is meaningful for them. This takes a lot of time, but I think this is the formula for the success of our partnerships here in the Philippines, that we took the time. Youth and gender, this is also part of the how. We cannot solve local issues by not asking the right people in the local communities. And it's not for us as the European Union, as a partner, to ask these questions. It's about working with the partners at national government, down to the local government level, to support, to find, or have them finding the right formula for the engagement. So again, who is meaningful? How are you relevant? This is not for us to ask or to answer. For us, we have tools to create the platform, and I think this is very important. Youth engagement, how do we involve the youth? I wouldn't count myself into the definition of youth anymore, so we have to ask young people, how do you want to be involved? And I think this is happening right now also in the Department of Budget and Management. How can youth be involved, and how can our technical language be translated for them to be interested and to create this, this interest. Front runners, I heard the word here, front runners, and that will be my last point. In a partnership, and especially in the positive partnership, it's important to look how fast can we walk in this partnership. There can be front runners, and this is how you set the benchmarks. The benchmark in a partnership has to be set jointly. There cannot be one partner deciding on the benchmark. But we cannot also always take the lowest benchmark. We cannot send a teacher to school saying, you shouldn't read better than your students. No, it's the teacher who sets the benchmark with the patience for the students to catch up, to be as good readers, ideally, in the future. So looking at the front runners, but never forget that we cannot walk faster than our partners. And in the engagement of civil society, and so now this is my last point, sorry. Civil society, I hear a lot about civil society organizations. It's important to define civil society as it was done in this round. With the same understanding by government and civil society, it's not about the organizations that can be supported monetarily through training. It's also the private sector, it's business organizations, it's trade unions. Trade unions are a very important player in civil society that are relevant for the governance partnership. There's often the misconception that we can only work with civil society organizations, because especially the private sector is of utmost importance for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the climate targets, but also governance at the local level, because private sector is an important player when it's about governance. And we need to involve the private sector also to attract investment, because without economic development and tax-paying citizens, government will not exist. So I think this is a very important part of the formula that has to be translated to everyone at the different way with the front runners while not walking faster than anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. And it's two good reminders in there. One, the importance of the private sector, and I think the Philippines actually in the early years in OGP were one of the pioneers of constructively bringing in the private sector in the OGP conversation, and the importance of front runners. One of the design principles of OGP is to create a race to the top and to create a race to ambition. Selva, you have the honorable task of being the last speaker today. Selva Ramachandran, resident representative of UNDP here in the Philippines.
Thank you, sir. So let me be brief so that we can go out for lunch soon. To start off, I wanted to say open and inclusive governance is essential to meeting the SDGs, ensuring that no one is left behind. In this connection, I'm not only speaking on UNDP. I think the whole UN system and UNDP supports promotion of good governance and strengthening institutions as a means for promoting sustainable development accountable to people's needs. In Asia Pacific, now I speak for UNDP, in Asia Pacific, UNDP heavily invested in making governance future ready through anticipatory, adaptive, and agile public institutions in collaboration with citizens. I think that's very important, creating the space and bringing different stakeholders in that process. We promote both social and digital innovation, which not only make public services more transparent and efficient, but also empower citizens to co-create solutions with their public officials. In the Philippines, we are very happy to have accompanied the Philippine OGP in co-creating its latest National Action Plan. We are also grateful to have the opportunities to support various reforms. This includes digitalization to enable access to services and citizens' feedback, establishing mechanism for local government and civil society collaborations, and strengthening accountability, participatory audit, third-party monitoring. I have something written, but I will not read, same like Marco, just some of the big picture issues. I see moving forward, one defining issue is key importance, not only for Philippines, in the whole region, is climate vulnerability and climate resilience. This issue cannot be tackled by somebody alone or by government on their own. It requires wider stakeholder participation, and in this process, the open government partnership can play a very important role, bringing different stakeholders, community engagement, civil society engagement, private sector participation, development partners, local government, I can name it. The whole of society approach is key. I think this is something UNDP is really looking forward, and we are engaging also in Philippines with support. And the support that we provide, I must take this opportunity to thank our development partners. Without their funding support and resources, we won't be able to do it. Whatever we do, it's not supply-driven, it's demand-driven, so we work very closely with local government and with government, and we are also appreciative in that process. The space is given to us to work and innovate at the local level, bringing wider stakeholders and community, particularly in community in the country. I think we do that similar thing across the Asia-Pacific region, but I wanted to emphasize the importance of community engagement. Otherwise, the ownership moving forward will not be there. Let me stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Selva, and you're modest about the role of the UNDP, as is the nature of UNDP. I think the UNDP is incredibly important to the OGP processes and outcomes in many countries across the world. So we thank you for that. Wow, that was a lot. I hope it gave you what I promised in the beginning, inspiration and insights. Apologies for going over a little bit. It's interesting that across all the contributions we see all the key aspects of OGP and open government coming back. We heard about the fundamentals like budget transparency and access to information. We also heard about the new frontiers, climate, digital governance. We talked about the importance of dialogue and partnership, about working closely together domestically, but also regionally and globally, and the need for this being more than talk. OGP is about action, action plans, but those actions need to lead to real difference for real people. Thank you, everyone, for your contribution. Thank you for the governments, for your leadership, civil society, for your dedication and collaboration in particularly hard times. Partners, for your steadfast support. Audience, for bearing with us for close to 2 hours. We look forward to work with everyone in the coming years to take on the challenge and the ambition of the open government agenda. Thank you very much.
if I can request everyone to take a seat, please. We'll get started soon. All right, if I could ask everyone to get seated, please. We're going to start now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shreya Basu. I'm the Chief of Country and Local Programs at the Open Government Partnership. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you at this roundtable on Rising to the Challenge, the Road Ahead for the Open Government in the Philippines. We have an esteemed set of panelists today, and as you can see, there are many of you around this table, so we will require ourselves to hold ourselves accountable to being brief, so we can hear from all voices in the room. The Philippines is a founding member of the Open Government Partnership and has spearheaded many national and local reforms that it can be proud of. If you've been in the room from this morning onwards, you would have heard of the many efforts through the 75 open government commitments that Philippines has made through 6 national action plans to date, with many other local jurisdictions now joining the OGP local program. As the Philippines embarks on its first term on the OGP steering committee globally, reformers both inside and outside the government have a unique opportunity to take the learning from the last decade of the partnership to continue tackling the challenges and deepen open government efforts at home and in the region. The Open Government Challenge that you heard about this morning provides a unique opportunity for the Philippines to respond with leadership. Today, we are very honored to be joined by several distinguished panelists, secretaries, open government leaders, colleagues from civil society, and partners around the world. We will hear from them about their ongoing and planned reforms, ways to strengthen partnerships, and their ideas from where civil society and government can take inspiration from. But first, let me turn to OGP's Director for Accountability and Learning, who has spearheaded the independent reporting mechanism efforts in the region to provide some highlights of the Philippines' open government journey thus far. Tintin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shreya. Hi to everyone.
I would like to start by highlighting some of the findings of the report that Independent Reporting Mechanism has produced and will be published in the forthcoming weeks, looking at the open government journey of the Philippines. As a founding member of the OGP since 2011, Philippines has been in the membership for 13 years, and it has been a complex journey of spearheading open government reforms, while at the same time navigating political transitions and evolving governance challenges. As Shreya has already mentioned, Philippines has had 75 commitments over these 13 years with 6 national action plans and is currently implementing a 4-year action plan. I'd like to highlight some of the major achievements and challenges on that journey. First one is the evolution of the ecosystem of open government. Initially, when Philippines founded OGP, the process was led by the Department for Budget and Management and a handful of civil society organizations. Since then, we have seen the growth and diversification of that ecosystem, and we have seen that open government norms have spread across different branches and levels of government. Up till now, 32 unique government institutions have implemented at least one OGP commitment, and there are 5 members in the local program implementing their own commitments as well. There have been other branches of government brought into the process, such as the judiciary, independent institutions, and the most important thing here is that this ecosystem has proven to be extremely resilient to weather political transitions and some of the very challenging times for the civil society as well. Philippines has also been an early innovator in encouraging locally led open government initiatives, such as the Seal of Local Good Governance. And most importantly, as I said, this collaboration has proven to be a really good illustrative example in the partnership of having a permanent collaboration. In terms of early gains of reforms, Philippines has made significant progress in fiscal transparency, both in terms of disclosure of budget information as well as participation in budgetary processes. One of the elements that really stand out from the Philippines budgeting process is the citizen participatory audits, something that started way before OGP, but has expanded and intensified in the last decade. Citizen participatory audits have empowered local civil society organizations and have actually led to very tangible improvements in health and education sectors in areas where they have been implemented. However, as we know from the current context surrounding the budget process in the country, embedding openness into broader public financial management reform remains essential. And there is more room for closer dialogue between civil society and the government to ensure oversight and participation in the budget process. Another sector with significant gains in transparency has been the extractives. Through engagement with the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, the Philippines has made significant progress in opening up the extractive sectors and publishing information for the first time in resources such as nickel, gold, and copper. An online portal has been created for contracts, revenues, and social programs, alongside capacity building for civil society. Localization efforts are currently ongoing to ensure the dialogue between engaged governments, extractive companies, civil society, and the communities that are directly affected by mining operations. In 2021, Philippines EITI introduced a beneficial ownership register, albeit with limited success so far. However, the passage of the new procurement law in 2024, which mandates a comprehensive beneficial ownership register, marks a turning point. Despite all these successes, there have been some setbacks and challenges on this journey. Commitments that involved legislative action have not always been very successful. And the big one here is the commitment from the very first OGP action plan of the country related to the passage of the Freedom of Information Law. Despite the fact that there was an executive order passed in 2016 that has provided extended access to information, there are serious limitations in terms of its application, and Philippines until now remains one of the very few members of OGP without a Freedom of Information Law. Last but not least, there have been some missed opportunities for sectors that are critical to the country that could definitely benefit from more participatory and transparent approaches, but haven't necessarily been covered by the OGP action plans. And that sector is energy when it comes to climate change and energy transition. There have been no commitments made in this area in OGP action plans. Last, I would like to say that, as I said, the report, which is forthcoming, I would like to encourage everyone to look out for that report because it provides a way more comprehensive analysis of all the achievements, but also analysis of some of the challenges and factors behind them. And I would very much encourage you to take a look at that report. We are open for feedback and always look for the stories that have actually produced tangible results for the Filipino citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Tintin, for that overview of what the journey to date has been. Today, of course, the task ahead of us is to define the road ahead. And this is an opportunity to hear from our government representatives the work that is planned and ongoing, ideas from civil society on how these efforts can be strengthened further, how reforms can deliver tangible impacts, and hear from our partners ideas and inspirations from elsewhere across the region and the world that Philippines can adapt and model in its own context. So we'll do this in a few thematic clusters. We have a diverse group of speakers here today, so we'll try and do this along some clusters. First, we'll begin with anti-corruption and fiscal openness. Reforms that promote integrity and anti-corruption, as you've heard, have been a hallmark of OGP across the globe for many years, including on key areas like beneficial ownership, open contracting, and now political integrity. Building on these positive outcomes, the OGP community is now asking members to raise the bar and aim at more ambitious reforms and integrated approaches to anti-corruption. The passage of the new Government Procurement Act, as you've all heard several times today, mandates a comprehensive beneficial ownership registry, and this marks a turning point. But what else? Let us hear about where Philippines goes next in the fight against corruption, and to kick us off, I invite Bayani H. Agabin, Undersecretary of the Department of Finance. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Sheria. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important discussion. At the Department of Finance, we are championing several transformative reforms through the Philippine Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, as stated by Tintin earlier, or PHEITI. One of the key reforms is subnationalizing extractive transparency and ushering participatory governance, or the Set-Up Go. It's a commitment to the 6th OGP National Action Plan. This initiative addresses a pressing challenge in the extractive sector, ensuring that revenues from extractive industries are managed transparently and fairly, especially at the local level, before communities are impacted. We believe transparency in extractives should not rest solely on the national government. It must also involve regional and local stakeholders. And it is through Set-Up Go that we aim to empower local governments to take more active role in tracking and utilizing revenues while giving civil society and public access to critical data to monitor these activities. In this way, we ensure that decisions and revenues benefit those most affected by mining, oil, and gas activities. And this program reflects our broader commitment to making transparency a shared responsibility. Additionally, we are advancing the beneficial ownership, again as mentioned by Tintin earlier, or BO transparency. It's a vital reform in our fight against corruption. And PHEITI, for the information of everyone, already maintains a beneficial owner registry. We recognize, however, that submission to this registry is currently voluntary. That's why we are now working closely with our colleague, the Securities and Exchange Commission, to establish a data sharing agreement. We are almost at the finish line of this effort. Hopefully, this will make it easier to collect beneficial ownership data. And while we have made progress publishing this data, it still requires waivers from companies. And so we will continue our effort to ensure that more extractive companies disclose the real and beneficial owners, a crucial step in addressing conflict of interest corruption, and hidden ownership structures. I have 40 seconds. Another significant reform is that we are advancing the enhanced fiscal regime for large-scale mining, which was recently approved by the Senate on the third reading and on final approval this coming Monday. This bill contains provisions to strengthen transparency and accountability in the mining sector and will significantly impact the future work of PHEITI. The new regime also standardizes fiscal structures for both mineral production sharing agreements and financial and technical assistance agreements, or FTAs. It simplifies and consolidates tax reporting to make it more consistent. And it also gives the monitoring and auditing functions to agencies like our Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Bureau of Customs to examine mineral sales and exports. Mining companies will be required to disclose key documents such as assay reports, sales agreements, integrated financial reports. These measures will improve the quality and reliability of extractive data to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. Thank you for raising those important points of ensuring that critical data sets are available to local communities, not just at the national level, but also at the local level, and also the significance of moving from voluntary disclosures to mandatory disclosures down the line. Let me move then next to the Security and Exchange Commission, closely involved in the beneficial ownership transparency work, Commissioner McGill Bryant Fernandez. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Shreya. And in the interest of time, I do away with the usual pleasantries and just express good afternoon to everyone, and happy to see familiar faces around the table. And it's an honor to represent Chair Aquino in this forum and be able to share the initiatives of the Commission in this space. As the overseer of the Philippine corporate sector, the Securities and Exchange Commission Philippines has taken significant strides in institutionalizing a robust framework for beneficial ownership disclosure in line with international standards and the open ownership principles. Consistent with the FATF guidance and invoking and optimizing our powers under the revised Corporation Code, the reporting threshold for all companies registered under the SEC prevents ownership and control structures from being exploited to mask illicit activities. Leveraging collaboration to facilitate access to information and effective enforcement. In partnership with the Asian Development Bank, we aim to launch this year, 2025, a new beneficial ownership registry to improve real-time tracking and compliance monitoring. We continue to engage law enforcement agencies and competent authorities, mainstreaming the value of beneficial ownership in government operations. To date, we have 21 data sharing agreements, including one with the Government Procurement Policy Board, or GPPB, which was instrumental in the inclusion of beneficial ownership in the new Government Procurement Act. I'm also looking forward to the new DSA that we will be signing soon with the Department of Finance. Building on this, we hope not only to strengthen our interagency collaborations, but also to expand DSAs with foreign regulators to combat cross-border financial crimes. Likewise, we are working closely with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and the Open Ownership for a comprehensive policy review on beneficial ownership, which includes, among others, a possible proposal for a beneficial ownership bill. Finally, digitalization has been at the core of our transparency efforts in the Commission. Last July 2024, we launched the SEC SWIFT Corporate and Other Records Exchange Protocol, a web portal that facilitates real-time exchange of corporate records and beneficial ownership data, reducing response time to within 24 hours. Meanwhile, our electronic filing and submission tool, which we call eFast, streamlines the submission of declarations, creating a structured and interoperable database with up-to-date information. With all these initiatives, we trust that we have demonstrated the SEC's commitment to advancing a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach, capitalizing on policies, partnerships, and digitalization to drive lasting open ownership reforms. This, however, requires collective action, and so we urge you to join us in championing transparency and embracing open ownership as a cornerstone of a truly open and responsive government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Philippines joins 40 other OGP member countries now working on beneficial ownership transparency, and I hope you will take advantage of a platform of peers whose experiences you can learn from in doing so. Let me now turn to Attorney Jen, Executive Director from the Procurement Service, Department of Budget and Management. A lot has been said about the procurement reforms. Perhaps you'd like to tell us where your ambitions lie going forward. Attorney Jen.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Well, I am from the Procurement Service Department of Budget and Management, and if you happen to attend the plenary this morning with a lot of the procurement reform initiatives that were announced this morning are part of our operations in the PSDBM, so there's really a lot of pressure with our office right now. So just to give a little context how we came up with a transformative agenda in our office, those who are from the Philippines here, participants from the Philippines here, it's of public knowledge that the PSDBM has been in the heart of controversies just 3 years or 2 years ago, and this is because of the PPE contracts during the COVID-19 pandemic that were purchased by PSDBM, and also the controversies around the procurement of the laptops for learning institutions. So when we came in this office in 2022, so I was part of the new management who inherited actually all of these concerns and issues. We really needed to issue a transformative agenda or drastic reforms in our office. So we looked at enhancing transparency of the procurement process and openness of the procurement process in order to regain the trust of our clients and in order to regain the trust of the public. So actually, in 2023, that was an opportunity for us we took the opportunity of applying with the Lift Accelerator program of the Open Contracting Partnership. It's a program where we applied in partnership with a civil society organization to look at our internal process, basically to help us look at the core issues in resolving value for money, competition, and our service delivery to our client agencies. We were part of the 150 applications worldwide, and we were fortunate to obtain the grant. Out of the 150 applications, we're one of the 10 who luckily made it and obtained the grant for that support. So through the LIFT project, we were able, our partner civil society organization was able to confirm that there is worth in having a central procuring agency like PSDBM. And they were able to confirm that we generate a lot of savings for the government. It's around 711 million pesos for the 40 CSE or common use supplies and equipment that we procured on that year. So because we were also under the leadership of Secretary Mina Pangandaman, our staunch supporter, PSDBM was made part of the DBM group that worked on the amendments of the decades-old procurement law. And in working on the amendment of the procurement law, which turned into the new Government Procurement Act that was signed by the President last year. So my time is up. There's a lot. We were able to put in a lot of transparency measures and tools under the law where PSDBM and PhilJEPS as the central electronic portal will be part of. So just to share with you and enumerate what are these features, there is to operationalize the principles of access to procurement-related information in accordance with open contracting parties, to operationalize the principle of participatory procurement through public monitoring, to disclose beneficial ownership. We have an upcoming DSA also with the SEC because the data on merchants registration is with us, with PhilJEPS. To operationalize systems interconnectivity for efficiency of verifying the eligibility documents of the bidders, and the use of e-commerce platforms for efficiency in public procurement. So that's all.
Thank you, Attorney Jen. I know the 2 minutes are not enough, perhaps, to lay out all the dimensions of the new Procurement Act, but I'm sure we'll hear more from you in the years to come. And congratulations once again on being the first challenger from the Philippines to have entered the OpenGov Challenge. I'll turn next to Lionel Totaganganko, Managing Director for Program Strategy from the WeSolve Foundation. We often find that whenever we talk to PSDBM, we also talk to WeSolve Foundation, and that speaks to the strong partnership you have. So, Lionel, floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Big shout out to PS and Open Contracting Partnership, our partners in improving public procurement. So we're the CSO that Director Jen mentioned. And yes, indeed, it's an inspiring, transformative story at PS. Just a few years ago, they're at the center of scandal and at the brink of abolition, but with the leadership of Secmina, ED Dennis, ED Jen, and of course, the dedicated career public servants, they're turning things around. So yeah, so we independently analyzed PSS performance and found that in 2023 alone, it saved Filipinos at least 711 million pesos, or 32% savings versus retail prices, which is huge, by bulk buying supplies for government agencies. We also found that savings versus the government budget were 5 times higher when multiple bidders participated versus just one bidder, showing the importance of competition. And to foster more competition, we recommended steps to lower barriers for new firms to bid. And our paper is available on the OCP website. Looking forward, I'd like to propose 2 big focus areas to build on this momentum. First, open the national budget process to greater public participation, especially over the setting of macro fiscal targets, budget strategy, and throughout the legislative process. While the Philippines ranks high on budget transparency indicators, meaningful influence over the budget remains limited, as we know. We found it impossible to get documents during bicameral deliberations. Congress, as we all know, inserted hundreds of billions of pesos in public works projects removed from well-programmed education, health, and social services without public knowledge nor scrutiny. A low-hanging fruit for the executive branch is including civil society in DBCC meetings and the DBM's technical budget hearings with government agencies, as was practiced a few years ago. And there are ways to do it efficiently and effectively. This way, come budget season in Congress, the executive branch will be able to present and defend a development strategy and a budget that already have the buy-in from civil society and even business groups. Congress should also commit to opening the BICAM list of projects before the budget bill is passed. Yeah, and the truth is, public trust in budget legislation is broken, and it must be restored. Second, open infrastructure and local government contracts with the goal of designing reforms to reduce corruption. Anti-corruption groups have flagged that corruption in local infrastructure is rampant. According to Baguio City Mayor Benjamin Magalong, approved budgets are allegedly padded to fund kickbacks at nearly 70% of contract amount. And these happen in the agency receiving 17% of the national budget, allegedly. And we're hopeful that with the passage of the NGPA, the open contracting reforms, BO reforms that we're pushing through PhilJEPS and GPPB, we'll be able to weaken these systems of corruption. To understand if and how the new law can improve the things that we want to see, we need to set up a good monitoring, evaluation, and research program that includes independent researchers, journalists, and civil society monitors. And we at WeSolve are excited to do our part as co-commitment holders of the government under the OGC, or Open Government Challenge, to set up this program and to open up contracting data through PhilJEPS, among others. These are big challenges, but PSDBM has proven that change is possible. And I hope that our mindset moving forward will be, kung kaya ng PS, kaya po natin. Right? If PS can do it, so can we. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lionel, for that call to action and for that important reminder that it's important for these initiatives to go beyond the executive to include all branches of government, but also ending with that message of hope that if you can build back trust from a place where it's broken. So with that, let me move to some of our partners who can give us inspiration for where Philippines can learn from as you bring insights from your work, not just here in the Philippines, but also elsewhere in the region. Let me first go to Bernadine Ferns, Head of Sustainability and Infrastructure, Open Contracting Partnership. Bernadine, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Shreya, and hello, everyone. It's such a delight to be here. So for those of you who might be new to open contracting, you've heard it mentioned a lot today. I'll give you a quick primer on what it's all about. Essentially, open contracting is about transformation. It's about using the power of open data through a collaborative approach to deliver better outcomes from public procurement. And why is this important? It's important because there's $13 trillion that are being spent on public contracts all over the world every year. And there's a lot of leakage that comes with that. It's not always corruption, it's sometimes inefficiency, mismanagement. And what we've been working on is really trying to find ways to do procurement better. And so here in the Philippines, you've already heard from ED Jen and Lai, our partners here, first through the Live Philippines project, but surely going from strength to strength and beyond, some of the work that we've already been doing here. What struck me from this partnership that we've had here in the Philippines is, first of all, the government-civil society partnership, which has been really, really effective. I've also heard a lot of talk here about data publication or sharing of data, but what's really key and what we're hearing repeatedly from PS is that obviously publishing is not important, we have to use it. And we're really looking forward to how we can continue to support that process, for example, through our red flags methodology or OCDS use case indicators. So again, I applaud the Live Philippines team and look forward to the next steps. Now, moving on to some of our other exciting projects in the region, I'll touch briefly on two projects. So the first is in Indonesia, where we have a great partnership with Indonesia Corruption Watch and LKPP, the National Procurement Service, where we're doing lots of really innovative things. So obviously, we're publishing data in the open contracting data standard format. We've applied our analytics, the red flags methodology that I talked about, and other indicators so that you can easily automate analysis to test for efficiency, to test for competitiveness, to test for value for money. But what's really cool there is that we're helping to improve internal supervision and oversight. So we're working with government auditors via Indonesia Corruption Watch to empower auditors to use data to improve their supervision function. And that has proved to be really effective. We're seeing now that auditors are scrutinizing or looking at issues, more cases than ever before. We're seeing that they're responding to complaints quicker than ever before, an average 77 days faster, and we're seeing that as an upward trend. Now, the second case study I'll touch on very quickly is in India, where we're using procurement data to join up with other data sets, so climate, weather data, vulnerability data, looking at poverty, age, gender, to help the government decision makers to improve flood procurement so that the poorest and most vulnerable people are better protected from the worst effects of our changing climate. And what we're seeing there is that disaster allocation funds are now going to the most vulnerable districts. And in fact, in the last state disaster relief fund allocation in the state of Assam in 2023, 95% of the budget approvals went to the top 10 vulnerable districts. And if you're interested in all of this, come along to our session tomorrow at 2:30 in the Grand Pavilion. Back to you, Shreya.
Thanks, Ben, for the plug for the session, but also for the inspiring examples that Philippines can learn from. An important reminder there is, as we talk about the importance of procurement and other data for saving lives and for the people, there's also good business sense, there's good decision-making that can be enabled with the availability of this data. So I hope Philippines will learn from the examples from Indonesia and India that you shared. Let me turn next to Emily Manuel, Regional Manager for Open Ownership, which has also been mentioned in this conversation. Emily, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ray. It's nice to be in a table with a group of friends. So not a lot of people know, but the Philippines is actually an early implementer of beneficial ownership transparency. So since 2001, it has enacted AML CFT laws that effectively mandate BO disclosure. These efforts, initial efforts, were primarily driven by the FATF. At the helm of these reforms is the SEC, which has managed to improve BO declaration compliance through key initiatives, which has already been mentioned by the Honorable Commissioner. These include the enactment of amnesty programs, strengthening of sanctions, and at present, the development of a central BO register, and entering into data sharing agreements. We at Open Ownership believe, though, that data use is where we see the true impact of these reforms. The newly enacted Government Procurement Act, which requires the publication of beneficial ownership data, can really be a showcase for this. By integrating PSDBM's procurement information with data coming from the SEC, procuring entities could effectively use BO information to screen for collusion, bid rigging, and other anti-competitive and corrupt practices. The use of BO data for these purposes should be the end goal for these initiatives, not data collection. Though its collection has primarily been triggered by FATF, the goal should be to enable government agencies to use this data effectively to produce real impact and achieve policy goals. We see growing momentum around this regionally. In August of last year, 8 countries, including the Philippines, in Southeast Asia, gathered for the first time to share insights into good practices and innovative approaches for the use of BO data for the recovery and return of stolen assets. With the law now in place, the Philippines has an opportunity to showcase what effective implementation of BOT reforms looks like. starting with public procurement and possibly moving to other key areas of reform as mentioned by Yusek Agabin, including on extractives, effective taxation. The Philippines has an opportunity to not only be a regional leader, but a world leader in how BO data is used in public procurement. How do we achieve this? First, let's explore how best to integrate the use of BO data in existing work processes in various key agencies in government. 2, develop the necessary digital infrastructure, including the use of data standards to ensure interoperability of these systems. 3rd, build the capacity of those who will be providing and using this data. 4th, provide those agencies such as the SEC, PSDBM, GPPB, tasked to implement this initiative with the necessary mandate, resources, and capacity. And 5th, forge stronger collaboration with stakeholders, including the private sector and civil society. Open Ownership is committed to supporting the Philippine government in achieving these aims. In addition to our ongoing support to the SEC, we are also supporting procurement authorities currently in Kenya, Zambia, and Chile to enable the use of BO data in public tenders. By leveraging our experience and expertise, we hope that this collaboration would help the Philippines achieve its integrity and anti-corruption strategies. We also hope that in the near future, we will be able to showcase your achievements to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, once again for showing what a global effort this truly is and the wonderful collaborations that Open Ownership has here with stakeholders here in the Philippines and elsewhere in taking what's been a long journey, as you said, started a while ago, to its next step. I'm going to switch tacks a little bit. I have some time reminders from the room. I'll come back to you, Evelyn, shortly, but let's turn first to something that has been mentioned over the course of the conversation so far, issues of energy transition and climate change. We know that Philippines is one of the most vulnerable countries, the 3rd most vulnerable country to climate change, according to the World Risk Report, with serious impacts on increased frequency of natural disasters, threats to food security, and public health risks. We also know there are efforts underway to ensure that the energy transition not only takes place, but that it is just. So we turn now to understanding what policies are being undertaken right now, what policies and programs are being put in place to ensure that the efforts to combat climate change and ensure a just energy transition is being done in a transparent and participatory way. So I'll go first to Secretary Rafael Lotila from the Department of Energy. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. We know that the energy transition will be driven by investments in a transparent government system. And the renewable energy has been identified as a priority of this administration to achieve 35% of the energy mix by 2030 and 50% by 2050. And the Philippine Energy Plan, which is from 2023 to 2050, specifies that achieving the clean energy scenario necessitates substantial investments of some 28 trillion pesos under the Clean Energy Scenario 1 and 31 trillion under Clean Energy Scenario 2. I therefore take strong exception to the statement that the Philippines has no climate change or no energy action plans. What if that statement is related to the absence of a net zero commitment, and the Philippines is the only country in ASEAN that has not made a net zero commitment? That is because the Philippine commitment is to reduce greenhouse gas is not all unconditional. It is premised on external resources being made available to pave the way for a just and fair transition. In the case of the Philippines, our energy sector is unsubsidized, unlike many of our neighbors and in other countries where the subsidy is between 30 to even as high as 80% given to the energy sector. So, since more than 2 decades ago, the Philippines has the distinction of having the second highest power rates in the ASEAN region. And therefore, if we are going to fund this transition fully from the resources available to our people, then we will be making life worse for them. And that will be unjust. Now, there are things, however, that we on our own can do, and we are doing. And among them, we've had initiatives like the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop system introduced by Congress, which allows a fast-track implementation of new energy projects, paperless and electronic application, which are all time-bound. And we have in the upstream sector, as Undersecretary Agabin has pointed out, our commitment to support the extractive industry's transparency initiative is there, and we will continue with that. In the upstream sector, we have issued a policy which provides stakeholders with free access to declassified petroleum data to spur exploration activities in the country, which may potentially provide new discoveries of gas fields that are needed as a transition fuel to support renewable energy. Now, the Green Energy Auction Program, of which 3 are going to be conducted in 2025, are in support of our renewable energy targets. So this February 25, our Green Energy Auction for geothermal, run-of-river, impounding, and pump storage hydro is ongoing. By March, we will do the Green Energy Auction for ground-mounted solar, roof-mounted solar, floating solar, onshore wind, biomass waste-to-energy, and integrated renewable energy storage systems. And hopefully by the middle of this year, we will be able to have our offshore wind auctions. Now, on the transparency from the consumer side, we have the Philippine Energy Labeling Program, which promotes consumer confidence in adopting and choosing energy-efficient products. And since 2019, the number of appliances has increased so far to 8. Then we have the Vehicle Fuel Labeling Program, ensures critical data, including fuel economy ratings, that are accessible and verifiable, and empowers consumers in making informed decisions on vehicle purchase, especially for electric vehicles. So the Philippines was ranked as the second most attractive emerging market for RE investments in 2024, based on Bloomberg's Climate Scope report. And of the 1.62 trillion pesos of investments approved by the Board of Investments in 2024, 85% is for the energy, particularly renewables sector. So I would like to invite you, therefore, and to examine our 3-volume Philippine energy plan, because these are part of our efforts in order to chart a sustainable future for the country and do our fair share of the efforts towards a just energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Lotila, for reminding us of the challenges and trade-offs that are often involved in making these decisions, but also outlining some of the plans you have underway. I'll move next to Secretary Antonia Yulo Loizaga, Secretary from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. All courtesies observed, and I will not go over what our Secretary of Energy, of course, our representatives from the SEC and the DOF have already mentioned, but certainly in terms of transparency, participation, and justice, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources has introduced the formulation on the creation of a national natural resource geospatial database, which maps every natural resource in the country geographically and relates it to specific infrastructure and communities and other development priorities. We have used this database now to actually launch in the discussion stage a national geospatial strategy for regional development, which integrates natural and built environments, and for us to anticipate early impacts that may be caused by introduction of infrastructure or other types of physical changes to the environment. We work very closely with the DOE, with the DPWH, with our DSUD, the Housing Department, as well as NEDA and the Department of Transportation. We know that the demand for metallics and non-metallics will rise in response to the energy transition needed towards managing our climate, and therefore we also need to balance that against the need for investments in infrastructure and the achievement of our development goals. We can identify at this point potential sources for minerals, but we also know where restricted and no-go areas are because of the protected area status, key biodiversity areas, as well as vulnerable communities. Using this tool, we are able then to maximize and optimize the allocation and identification of natural resources for social and economic development, working with other departments. On localization, we've actually introduced a project in the department called Project Transform, which is environment and natural resources governance through transdisciplinary approaches involving communities, the private sector, and civil society. Related to this is the climate and disaster risk lens we've adopted. Under this administration, the DNR has launched, together with other departments but spearheaded by our own, the National Adaptation Plan, a multi-agency and local government document in order for us to look at science as the basis for our action moving forward in terms of adaptation. We've also launched the NDC implementation plan, which actually allows us to identify sectors that will need to transition away from their own emissions, coupled with a just transition program. The Just Transition Program is a national effort, and here we are co-chairs together with the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of Labor in order to ensure that we cover as much as possible the key areas that will need the transition to be closely monitored and to be quite equitable. All departments, as well as civil society and private sector, academia, are part of a consultation process that will be a year-long, and we will hopefully be able to launch this document preliminarily in the next COP. On mining specifically, as you have already heard, we have rejoined the EITI, and the department has participated in the regional consultations. On our own, we have also done our share in actually adopting a beneficial ownership approach, our own investigations internally in terms of the different applications and existing applicants. We are strengthening monitoring and enforcement using remote sensing, satellite imagery in particular, and posting actually personnel in the different areas where regionally mining is actually a very high level activity. On the social development management programs, which is by law, we are about the only country I know that has an SDMP required from mining companies. We have now launched a new department order which says that each SDMP must be linked to a specific target and goal of the SDGs. We have also developed what we call a negotiated resilience approach to the environmental compliance process, wherein they must now include their transition plan to renewable energy, their proximity to protected areas and vulnerable communities, as well as to cultural, built, and physical sites that are historically significant. We're working with companies who have agreed to our posting personnel in their particular operations areas. And now, with the MICC being actively participating in the process, together with other departments, we feel that the critical minerals policy that has been developed will be more reflective of the different environmental and social concerns that have been raised in the past. We take note of the UN Secretary General's document from the panel that he has organized on the critical energy transition minerals and the need for the respect for both social as well as environmental goals that are critical to the transition towards a net zero or a carbon neutral environment. Lastly, I would like to say that I'm grateful for the recognition that the MGB has in fact now posted the different types of information that will be available to the public regarding social programs as well as ownership and other processes that are being processed now by the Mines and Geoscience Bureau, but also our Environmental Management Bureau has been cited by the Presidential Communications Office for its freedom of information achievements. Particularly, we are the top requested and the top most responsive bureau in terms of FOI. And on that note, I'll close here. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. I think important points coming up in there, both just energy transition and adapting to climate change, not just the department, one department's job, but really requires policy convergence across the Philippine government, but also not a challenge that governments can tackle on their own. So let's hear from our civil society partners. I'll go first to Danica Marie Supnet, Director for Climate Policy Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities. Danica, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Shreya, and good day to all. We in the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities would like to emphasize that the OGP commitments should be central on how countries will address climate issues, especially for Asia and the Pacific, a region that is highly vulnerable to climate change impacts, yet is rich in natural resources and has vast economic potential growths. Working with governments, civil society, academia, and the private sector as a collective multi-sector action is and should always be at the core of our work. With climate and environment now recognized as a sector in the Philippine Open Government Partnership, we must ensure that climate action, environment conservation, and energy security efforts go hand in hand. And so, as the world transitions to cleaner energy sources, we must broaden the definitions of extractives to include renewable energy materials. By aligning with the EITI standards, which emphasize transparency and participatory governance, we can enhance how local electric cooperatives procure power and support them in diversifying their energy mix. Our work on the energy transition has proven that the energy systems must fit the actual needs of Filipinos. We must elevate the energy transition through the lens of energy security by pushing to increase the share of renewable energy sources and modernizing the grid. But we also have to keep in mind both the direct and indirect impacts of developing renewable energy technologies and guarantee that its development will not be at the expense of the environment and the communities. Further, leveraging finance is also critical. Available climate and development finance can transform to short-term goals of recovery and even long-term strategies towards resilience. We have to demand the financing we are owed, and likewise, be transparent and accountable on its utilization, and measure its impacts through potential reforms on the implementation of climate change expenditure tagging systems to ensure that finance flows to the communities who need it the most. We can attest to the role of civil society's play in ensuring accountability, fairness, and inclusivity in governance approaches to climate action. Through our collective action, let's ensure that the voices and perspectives of local governments and communities are accounted for and heard. Further, maximize these spaces and ensure that these high-level discussions will translate to action. We have to monitor our commitments made and evaluate their impacts. And lastly, as our climate scientists have been saying, we are pressed for time. And so we have to work together and ensure that all sectors are empowered to act on climate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danica, and also for raising the issues around climate financing, both ensuring that there are enough resources going towards these goals, but also ensuring the accountability, making sure the money reaches the, ultimately results in benefits for the people that will be most impacted by climate change. Staying on the topic, I'll go next to Beverly Besmanos from the Mindanao Subnational Bantay Kita Group. Beverly, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. We know that the Philippines contribute to only 0.35% to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet remains among the top 3 countries in the world most vulnerable to climate change. Our communities are frontline to the world's most severe natural disasters. We also know that we are home to some of the world's largest transition mineral reserves. In 2019, an island in Mindanao, in the Philippines, remained a national leader in nickel ore production with over 4.018 billion or 69 million USD of gross outputs. 90% of these nickel ores are exported to China, Australia, Japan, and recently South Korea, where it is converted into a material for Panasonic's lithium-ion batteries for Tesla's electronic cars. Our government has projected an increase of 190 new mining projects within the next 4 years due to the increased demand for transition minerals. But how will climate-vulnerable communities in the Philippines hosting the raw materials necessary for a low-carbon future be protected? There are 495 recorded human rights violations concerning transition mineral extraction in the whole Philippines. The country was known as the deadliest place in the world to be land defenders and activists, with the mining sector being the most dangerous sector. In face of the global demand for nickel, it is critical to ensure mining accountability safeguards, proper environmental impact assessments, and responsible business conduct are put in place, which prioritize protecting host communities from impacts of the climate crisis and ensure the preservation of critical forest ecosystems, watersheds, and livelihood. In civil society working in the extractives, we continue to push for the institutionalization of the Climate Accountability Bill to establish a due diligence standard of care for extractives to be more accountable across their value chain. We call for the DILG to support the credible CSO selection process at the local level to maximize participation in mining oversight committees. We continue to demand an active support from the government, the Philippine EITI, to fund civil society and local communities' participation and engagement to government processes. We propose inclusion of the renewable energy sector in the Philippine EITI as large-scale energy projects have impacts to local communities. We will push for the moratorium of offshore mining, deep seabed quarrying, and deep sea mining. We push back greenwashing of large-scale extractive projects that only benefits business sectors. We call for the DENR to sign the data sharing agreement with the Securities and Exchange Commission to incorporate beneficial ownership review as part of open contracting. We also call for the subnational consultation of the newly proposed or approved for the third reading in the Senate, the proposed mining fiscal regime prior to its enactment. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Beverly. I think both Danica and you highlighting the urgency of action, but suggesting a path forward. So I hope this will open up a dialogue between civil society and government in the coming days, but in the months ahead as well to move forward. Sarah, EITI has been mentioned a few times. Perhaps you'd like to enlighten the room about EITI itself and what Philippines can learn from others in the EITI family. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shreya, and good afternoon to everyone. EITI, if you don't know us, we are the global standard for accountability and transparency in the oil, gas, and mining sectors. Philippines has been implementing the EITI standard since 2013 and recently reached the milestone of the 10th annual report. So it's actually a really good moment to take stock of what we've achieved and where we can move forward. Now, with the energy transition, we find Philippines at a pivotal moment of opportunity and risk that needs a scaling of ambition for EITI. We've heard about increased investment in transition minerals that can bring new income and spending on community projects. But this will also pose governance and community level risks through fast-track license approvals, through RUS consultations. The EITI has the tools to address these risks. First, by closing disclosure gaps and implementing the new provisions of the 2023 standard that specifically address challenges around the energy transition. Improved disclosures of and use of beneficial ownership data of companies will help identify corruption risks as you attract more investors to your mining sector. Reporting on consultation processes and environmental impact assessments will help citizens to monitor how projects are approved as well as environmental obligations. Ensuring citizens have access to relevant data about mining projects in their community and who benefits from them will improve public oversight and integrity of a sector that unfortunately retains a reputation for opacity and corruption in the Philippines.
It will also require a degree of creativity and innovation to ensure that data is accessible and understandable to communities who are living near mining sites. We are piloting approaches in other countries using WhatsApp, billboard, posters, radio in Colombia, Ghana, and Indonesia, and we'll be able to share lessons soon for how this might be able to move forward in Philippines. As well as data, we have dialogue between government, companies, and civil society. We see that as crucial to shape the future of Philippines' transition pathways. Providing platforms for dialogue between stakeholders whose lives are directly impacted by mining is an important next step, as is building the capacity of civil society to use data and to engage in decision-making. Philippines EITI has plans and ambitions for both, as we've heard, and we see opportunities for government to ensure that these efforts for data and dialogue inform ongoing reforms in the sector. Now, these challenges sound grand, and they are grand, but they're not unique to the Philippines. They are shared among EITI implementing countries, and we are planning a dedicated peer exchange forum on energy transition later this year, so we'll be back here in Manila to support sharing of innovative EITI implementation across the region. Subnational implementation of EITI in Mongolia, systematic disclosure of extractive data in Indonesia, and beyond the region, we know that Mauritania is piloting inclusion of renewables in their EITI reporting. Trinidad and Tobago have started reporting on emissions from their extractive projects. So lots of opportunities to learn. And finally, we do need to recognize that the landscape for funding on climate and energy transition priorities is shifting. It's great to hear the government's strong commitment to EITI, together with strong coordination between partners, including the International Secretariat. This commitment will enable Philippines to position itself as a major producer of transition minerals, respond to the needs of communities, and deliver a fairer green transition. We look forward to supporting Philippines on the road ahead and to supporting the opportunities for peer exchange around the areas that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for that offer of support, those inspiring examples from around the world, but also pointing out the importance of data and dialogue feeding into decision-making. We've talked about anti-corruption, we've talked about climate change and the energy transition. I'll come to you, Evelyn, because in a way, infrastructure, and especially climate-resilient infrastructure, is top of everyone's minds as we talk about these issues. Tell us about COST, the Infrastructure Transparency Initiative, what you're seeing in these domains, and what examples the Philippines can learn about. Evelyn, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by saying that over the years at COST, we have accumulated evidence of causes of delay in projects implementation, poor performance, mismanagement, inefficiencies, and what data is suggesting is that government and civil society should put an emphasis in the early stages of a project, meaning that we need to reinforce project preparation and appraisal. We believe that this emphasis will help then to improve project implementation and completion within timeframes and budgets. Based on our experience, we are dedicating our efforts to accelerate sustainable and resilient infrastructure. We have been improving our standards to stimulate better decision-making from an economic, social, environmental, and institutional perspective. But also, we have been working on developing tools and resources to monitor climate finance investments for infrastructure, basically aiming at mitigation and adaptation to climate change to respond to the pressing challenges of our time. Our standards include a multi-stakeholder approach in which government, civil society, and the private sector discuss key policy issues and co-create solutions aiming to improving service delivery. We trust that some of our adapted tools and standards are beneficial to the successful implementation of the Digital Information for Monitoring and Evaluation project in the Philippines. The country can take inspiration from our experience globally, but just to provide some examples within the region, in Thailand, the Ministry of Finance reports savings of more than $700 million after applying the cost approach in projects with high value. And in Indonesia, we have local experience in West Lombok and Nusa Tenggara province, where the publication and the analysis of data resulted in better monitoring of the financial and physical progress of road projects. Beyond the region, our experience in Costa Rica, Colombia, and Panama could be another source of inspiration, since the focus there has been on mega projects such as metro lines, highways, rapid transit solutions, but also energy projects. All our standards, tools, and resources are freely available, but if you need technical assistance, we are very happy to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. I think a reminder from many of our partners that there are existing standards, and of course, these must be adapted to local contexts. But the nature of these challenges are transnational, and if we have more and more countries adopting these standards, then we have a way forward towards finding regional solutions. Let's turn now to the topic of access to information. We've talked a lot about data disclosures, all kinds of data interoperability, but underlying all of that, of course, is the fundamental issue of access to information. The public has a right to information, as you've heard through today's opening plenary. And of course, we know that here in the Philippines, absent a law and outstanding commitment from the first OGP action plan, the Philippines has issued an executive order on the freedom of information. And this executive order has been followed by the establishment of the FOI Project Management Office with permanent staffing under the Presidential Communications Office. Since then, citizens have made over 240,000 requests and counting through the FOI portal. But we know there's more to know. So in this round, we'll identify future actions needed on strengthening access to information in the Philippines. I first invite Emeril Redao, Senior Undersecretary from the Presidential Communications Office. Undersecretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So first, I do want to say it is an honor to be sitting among such esteemed members of this forum and to hear about what we're doing in the Philippines and to also share how we're rising to the challenge of open government. Of course, transparency and accountability are at the bedrock of our governance, and President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has actually, in his policies, emphasized both of these as key principles to ending corruption. And at the Presidential Communications Office, the Freedom of Information program has been our main vehicle for connecting citizens or making transparency directly available to them. In improving our services to provide meaningful public engagement. So in addition to what was mentioned earlier, we have in fact received in our e-FOI platforms over 240,000 requests. We have over 317,000 members now on that platform, and we do connect these members to 641 agencies across the country. That is supported by 6,000 staff across the Philippines. And so I'm happy to say we are able to process requests successfully with an average of about 8 days processing time, which is well below the recommended 15 days. We do believe that the results have spoken for themselves, at least in the infancy of this program. So we do have a 97% compliance rate with the national government agencies within the FOI program. And I believe that does demonstrate sort of the progress that we've made. But we also believe that access is actually not enough. And it's equally important to also empower the citizens to critically engage with the information that they receive, which is also why the Presidential Communications Office spearheads the Media and Information Literacy Program. This equips Filipinos with the skills to they themselves evaluate the information that they receive and to combat disinformation and misinformation, which are so rampant in online platforms today. So with the MIL program, we are partnering. It is a government-initiated program, but we do partner with relevant agencies in the private sector. So for example, we are working directly with Meta for Facebook and Instagram, with Google for YouTube, with TikTok, of course, both of which are companies that we have collaborated with to provide workshops for government agencies specifically to train their communications departments, their communications teams, on how to utilize digital media to effectively communicate and be more transparent about their programs and their activities. We also, of course, collaborate with X. And we also partner with several groups in civil society. They are giving us recommendations about what we can improve, and this includes groups like Verifiles. For those who may not have local context, Verifiles is a third-party fact-checker, and they never hesitate to point out any sort of discrepancies that anybody in government may have made in their communications. And so rather than dismiss them as simply a staunch critic, we actually partner with them to better improve the way that we deliver information accurately, timely, and effectively to the public. So with the MIL program, sort of the irony is that in as much as we continue to build more robust systems such as the eFOI, which aims to provide faster digital FOI services to the citizens, the irony is that we hope to see fewer requests from the public, actually, as they become better equipped, they themselves, to seek out legitimate information, verified information, and to discern misinformation, fact from fiction. So again, the PCO is very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this forum, and we greatly appreciate the input of our partners in civil society and in the private sector. I do note that the Philippines still needs to enact an FOI law, and that remains a priority of this administration today. So our next steps are, of course, very clear. We are committed to continuing to strengthen public engagement and make sure that government data continues to be accessible and understandable, and to ensure that that information reaches the citizens who seek it. We do believe that if we get this right, transparency does not just inform, but it does empower. And when people are empowered, that is when democracy thrives. Thank you again very much.
Thank you, Undersecretary Emerald Riddau. Of course, you pointed to many things in your interventions, the need for proactive disclosure, capacity building for citizens to access the initiatives that the PCO has been spearheading, but also touched upon issues of mis and disinformation and what does access to information mean in the age of dis and misinformation. We'll come to that shortly, but let me first go to Attorney Irene Aguila, co-convener of the Right to Know, Right Now Coalition, long-term advocates of FOI in the Philippines. Attorney Irene.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Philippine FOI story is one of pride and embarrassment. Embarrassing because while we boast of the Philippines being a proud democratic country in Southeast Asia with a dynamic CSO scene and one of the original OGP members and now co-chair of the OGP steering committee, the political leaders of our country still have not actively pushed and championed for the passage of a Freedom of Information law. We all know that the absence of a law means that the promises of transparency, accountability, and ease of access to information remain on shaky ground. This proves even more difficult as we navigate the waters of privacy vis-a-vis transparency, government contracts, concessions, financial assistance vis-a-vis accountability, controversial issues like the drug war, confidential funds, social amelioration programs leading up to and amid elections vis-a-vis the need for disclosure. Notwithstanding, we are proudest of the vibrant CSO movement, of which many of our members in the network are actively a part, that continues to push the needle when it comes to the government's inertia on certain transparency, accountability, and disclosure matters, as seen in the work of our members in procurement audit, asset records review, and abuse of state resource exposés. The FOI-EO is not enough, and with the absence of the Philippine FOI law and against the resistance of some government offices to open up, like the Office of the Ombudsman that has made it a policy to make the statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth nearly impossible to access, red tagging of journalists and activists who ask and demand answers, we in the Right to Know Right Now coalition have learned a lot from our FOI practice, notwithstanding the absence of a law. How through it we improve our advocacy and at the same time, because we push, some government agencies have bettered their FOI systems, such as the COMELEC, which has been actively involved in, monitoring ASR and has released new rules on vote buying. While the whole of government approach has been a source of promises unmet and decades of frustration, we draw inspirations from some islands of hope inside of government and lots of inspiration from CSOs and social movements who've made working on transparency and accountability for the longest time, close to 4 decades, in fact, and many, in fact, in critical engagement with government at different levels, and also many more with providing a lot of analysis of what is on the ground and helping popularize the concepts of disclosure, transparency, and accountability in the grassroots, such as Bantay Kita and other environmental groups working on transparency and beneficial ownership in the extractive sector, PS Link, which mobilizes its member workers in the public sector for the promotion of transparency, Action for Economic Reforms, for Fiscal Transparency and Responsibility, and Center for Migrant Advocacy, focused on empowering and advocating for our Filipinos abroad, to name some. Where are we then in the immediate future? With the actual on-ground implementation of the new procurement law too early to tell, and the budget shrouded in secrecy, as seen in its growing opaqueness, like the huge increase in unprogrammed appropriations in favor of ayuda, we know too well that these are vulnerable to patronage politics and abuse. Hence, we remain apprehensive and hold off on celebrating at this point. Amid the glowing reports of the Philippines, the absence of the law, and the failure to institutionalize the entire FOI infrastructure, government agencies adding to exceptions to the RTI when none exist in law or jurisprudence, widespread use of confidential funds, absence of verification and validation mechanisms for ownership throughout the lifetime of a government contract, agreement, or JVA, especially when changes take place, as in the COMELEC's fast track, the Office of the Ombudsman not seen as a champion of transparency and accountability, prohibitive costs of securing documents, such as those from the SEC, abuse of state resources woven into our fabric, especially during election season, all taken together provide the backdrop against which we in the CSOs remain to be tentative, insecure, and suspicious. Hopeful, yes, but cautiously so. To address this, we hope to see the Philippines put skin in the game and government put its money where its mouth is. Shreya earlier challenged, raise the bar. It is easy to showcase glowing reports, and yes, we can push for more and demand more. But these will all be one-offs, tentative, and susceptible to the changes in the political mood, and will remain on mercurial ground. We cannot ignore the elephant in the room and ignore the basics. I echo the decades-long cry of the Right to Know Right Now coalition, pass the FOI law now.
Thank you, Attorney Irene. I think there is a theme here of the importance of engaging the legislators. I think the next time we do this, we need to have the legislators around us in the room as well. But I think others have also touched upon the importance of institutionalizing some of the reforms that many of our government representatives have shared here today. With that, I will continue on some of the themes that came up in this discussion around mis and disinformation. We know that democratizing digital governance is one of the key challenges and priorities facing our movement today. We cannot ignore that artificial intelligence, use of algorithms, are changing the way in which citizens and the state interact, and there are calls for greater transparency and stakeholder engagement in the way in which these are used by the public sector. So to talk about digital governance and how that's being approached, what lies ahead, I invite Dave Almiron, Undersecretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology, to get us started. Undersecretary, the floor is yours.
I'm not sure how would I discuss our transformative open government efforts in just 2 minutes, but good afternoon, everyone. 2.5 years back, we checked the structure or the landscape of the digital transformation in the Philippines, and we discovered a lot of challenges, more likely political and technical at the same time. That's why we're very grateful. We're grateful to have a leader, our President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who prioritized also digitalization as one of its priority project. And simplification is actually one of the steps that we've done for the past 2 years. Simplify a lot of things. Under the DICT law, we were assisting more than 600 government agencies, not to mention 1,700 local government units. And seems like impossible at first, but thanks to the hard push also of our secretary to not only digitalize, but also to streamline a lot of processes. And he instructed us to digitalize both frontline and back-end services. The establishment of the ISSP is actually one of the success stories in the Philippines. We joined forces with DBM and NEDA. We allow government agencies to submit their own respective information systems plan so that we're able to guide them, making them not repeat and duplicate a lot of things. And part of the open government initiatives under the digitalization initiatives at the ICT, the MITHI, or the ICT Harmonization Initiative Committee, was revived only this administration. The ICT Harmonization Initiative Committee, led by the ICT, NEDA, and DBM, is actually the one that can harmonize a lot of things in the Philippines. Not only financial and also technical, we've seen around 40% of government systems are being repeated or duplicated. Cloud services, information systems, and the like. The DICT developed 25 platforms as a foundational play and as a whole of government approach. These foundational platforms will still allow government agencies to digitalize independently, develop and maintain their own respective data or systems, but allow them to integrate into a single platform. The biggest platform that we launched last year, so-called the eGov Data Exchange Platform. Right now, we have around almost 500 million transactions already in that platform. Finally, the government agencies can now integrate to one another without direct sharing of data, because data privacy is also one of the hurdle in the Philippines to make sure that agencies can integrate. And more likely, cybersecurity is also one of the issue. The beauty of a latecomer like the Philippines, we're able to learn from a lot of countries. We interacted, capacity building with Estonia, South Korea, Singapore, and other countries. Well, we are latecomer, but we're able to use newer technology. We're able to understand and learn from their mistakes, from their successes, from their challenges. And on that 25 platforms, we're able to launch more agile and more secured advanced encryption, including AI-powered and blockchain-enabled technologies. In fact, recently, only last year, we launched the eGov Super App. We already have 11 million users now. Integrated, around 1,200 systems are now integrated in it, including jobs, tourism, agriculture, national IDs also in it, and other services. The success story of our national ID in the Philippines, we're able to already generate around 84 million digital national IDs, is actually the foundation of a lot of simplification in the Philippines. And open governance needs to be accurate, so we need to make sure that we're able to clean a lot of data. Currently, we're able also to launch the eLGU. We already have around 927 LGUs using, and the eGov Cloud. The eGov Cloud, we have around 2,200 government systems now hosted in the ICT. So we're the one now taking good care of that cloud service. So, well, I cannot discuss all the initiatives, but open government is actually one of the priority of the ICT, and we push for accountability and transparency, and we believe that digital transformation is actually a tool to really make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek Almirol, for pointing out some of the foundational work on digitization, data systems integration, having a data governance framework across the Philippines government as part of the road ahead for the Philippines. And as you rightly said, while you might be a latecomer to this process, there are many others that you can learn from. And we've seen across OGP many that start as latecomers but end up being frontrunners over time. So we hope by the time of the next convening, Philippines will be here to share some of its best practices. I'll turn next to Vien Suete Cortez, Team Lead Institutions and Partnerships of UNDP Philippines. You've been working in the data and digital governance space in many hats for many years now. Vien, your thoughts on what ahead for Philippines?
All right. Thank you, Shreya, and good afternoon, everyone. In terms of what's ahead, I was also thinking of looking into some of the issues that I also wanted to highlight, but intersperse it with some things that I think are also quite good to note in terms of what is being done in the Philippines. So I wanted to start with the issue of power asymmetry when it comes to digital governance. So in the Philippines, access to technologies actually remain deeply uneven. While Metro Manila and major urban centers benefit from good internet access and advanced technologies, many rural and remote areas still lack basic to no connectivity. So this digital divide not only hinders economic progress, but also exacerbates existing social inequalities. We have seen this through many research publications that highlight the recent and past elections, wherein they have shown how digital platforms were used to manipulate political discourse. Misinformation campaigns thrived, often targeting regions with lower digital literacy and limited access to reliable information. So this basically underscores the need for more inclusive digital policies, policies that are not only led by government, but also coordinated and consulted together with civil society. So to truly democratize digital governance, we must be able to close the digital divide and ensure equal access to information for all citizens. Another issue is managing complexity. So the pandemic revealed how complex the role of digital technologies can be in governance. The government's response to misinformation during this period was hampered by the complexity of managing various digital platforms and conflicting online information. So the Philippine government, in a way, has already looked into better integrated systems and stronger digital infrastructure capable of handling crises such as what we have seen during the pandemic, while delivering timely, accurate, and information to the public. The last issue that I think, or challenge that I would like to highlight is really behavioral change. Because mainly the pandemic highlighted how challenging it is to shift people's habits and perceptions regarding technology. We've seen this in terms of health-related behaviors, such as adhering to COVID-19 safety protocols, which were influenced by digital information, whether this was accurate or not. The challenge also extends to elections. Despite fact-checkers' efforts to debunk misinformation, many voters continued believing and disseminating false narratives. So addressing these challenges requires more than just providing digital tools. It necessitates a cultural shift. In doing so, we must invest in digital literacy programs that teach Filipinos not only how to use technology, but also how to critically evaluate online information. So today, I find myself seated between the chairperson of COMELEC and the undersecretary of the ICT. I'm not sure if this is by chance or by design, but at the same time, these are the two government agencies that UNDP is currently working with. First, to bridge the digital divide under our Free Wi-Fi for All program, wherein the ICT actually signed an MOU with NCIP to bring internet access to indigenous communities. And second, of course, with the commission elections, whom we are working to effect a cultural shift to address the issues of misinformation and disinformation in BARM with regards to their election process. So in doing so, we are integrating digital literacy in community spaces. So moving forward, we hope to see more government agencies working closely with civil society and the private sector to democratize digital governance by addressing these interconnected challenges so that technology can serve public good while reinforcing our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Vian, and I can confirm it is not, it is certainly by design that you're seated between DICT and COMELEC, because these issues are deeply connected. In an age of mis and disinformation, a backdrop of political polarization and closing civic space, trust in democratic institutions is being eroded, trust in the democratic electoral processes is being eroded. So in this round, we focus on opportunities on restoring this trust, on ensuring that fundamental freedoms, not just the right at the ballot box, but freedoms of expression, of opinion, of the right to assembly can exist. But we'll start with the question of elections first and go to Chairperson George Garcia on the Commission of Elections. Chairperson Garcia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We honestly believe in the COMELEC that the business of election is not only the business of the Commission on Elections, it is practically the business of everyone. Most recently, your Philippine Commission on Election was given an award, 4 awards internationally. It was cited as the Election Commission of the Year, therefore recognizing perhaps that we are doing something good in the Commission on Elections. Likewise, we were elected as the Vice Chairperson of the Asian Electoral Commission Association, as well as the Association of World Electoral Bodies. By 2028, we'll be the chairperson of both bodies. Therefore, again, reinforcing the fact that perhaps the COMELEC is doing something good. But however, aside from the fact that we are focusing on the issue of transparency, accountability, we'd like to focus more on the issue of inclusiveness. And when you say inclusiveness, we would like to focus more on the issue of the vulnerable sectors of our society. Today, we have more or less 68.421 million Filipino voters. And of the 68.421 million, 11 million voters are elderly. 800,000 voters are belonging to what we call as the indigenous people, and the 500,000, the persons with disability, and 68,000, for the information of everyone, we are allowing persons deprived of liberties, those who are incarcerated, to vote on Philippine election, so long as they are not yet, have not yet received final judgment on the crimes that they are being tried. And so, as far as the issue of the vulnerable sectors are concerned, we would like to implement certain innovation this coming election, such as early voting. We will be allowing the elderly, the PWDs and heavily pregnant women to vote earlier than the regular voters. They'll be voting by 5 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock for a span of 2 hours, exclusively for them. Likewise, we're going to institutionalize mall voting nationwide so that voters who are residing very near the malls will no longer be voting in a very cramped elementary schools. They will be voting in different malls, which are given for free by mall owners and operators. Likewise, we are establishing emergency accessible polling precincts. No elderly will be voting in the second floor or third floor of a school building. They will have to all vote at the ground floor, even if those who will be availing of early voting. Likewise, we're going to establish polling places in far-flung barangays where the indigenous peoples are living. They will no longer be walking kilometers in order for them to be able to vote. We are going to bring the polling places to them, not them going to the polling places. We have to show that this is actually the heart of the Philippine Commission election, our care for the elderly. Likewise, we are going to, for the first time, we are going to have internet voting for our overseas Filipinos. Before, it only resulted to a 40.59% voters turnout, the highest in 2022, turnout of Filipino voters who voted. And we spent a lot of money because our modes of voting, since the time that we afforded them early voting, is by mail and personal voting. Now, they can vote by internet. And therefore, especially for our seafarers, they will no longer be disenfranchised. The most important thing is nobody should be disenfranchised, because disenfranchisement is never the business of this republic. It is practically the business of everyone. And so therefore, would like to tell all of you that the Philippine Commission on Election would like to enhance democracy through the use of modern technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson Garcia, reminding everyone of the freedoms begin with the ability to vote and making that process easier and taking that process closer to people so that they can participate more freely. I know we are on time, but this is a rare opportunity to get such a distinguished panel of leaders from around the Philippines, so I hope you'll indulge us for the last few speakers we have. I'll go straight to Catherine Ruiz, founder of Kabag Sasugbo, to give us the perspective from civil society.
Thank you so much, Shreya. The Philippines has a long and unfolding, and I would like to say exciting history, now pushing the space and making governance work for our people. For one, 34 years ago, we passed the Local Government Code, which opened up democracy. Its foundations were democratization and decentralization. So my organization was formed to maximize the space opened by the Local Government Code and pushing and expanding the democratic space by capacitating citizens groups for them to engage their local governments, as well as investing also in the capacity building of local governments to provide the space for their civil society organizations. We acknowledge the strides made from the time of our entry in the global OGP community, especially in terms of the recent institutionalization of the Philippine open government. But I also share the concerns of my kaubans in the civil society community, my colleagues, in terms of our concerns with democratic backsliding, and what we feel is, although it's some people would debate us on it, shrinking civic space. So how do we connect the words? The question that I would like to pose is, how do we connect the words that we speak, oftentimes esoteric and abstract for our people? How do we connect these words to the realities that we see around us? We see continuing poverty and hunger. We see murky and opaque budget processes, and this was highlighted in the recent budget process that we went through. We see threats and harassments for citizens groups raising legitimate concerns about development projects happening in their localities, and protecting while they push to protect their rights. So these are the questions that I think we need to acknowledge moving forward as a country and as a collective community, pushing the boundaries of open government. We'd also like to go back to the basic questions that impelled us to be part of this community, which is, who are we doing all of this for? For me, it has always been very clear. I work in the province of Cebu, so I bring the voice of the local civil society here in this platform. It is very clear to us that it is for the Inday and the Dodong who have to study or do their homework under street lights. It is also very clear to us that this is all for the manong and the manang who have to ply their trade in their mobile push carts selling various items. So these are some of the, I think, the continuing inspiration also for us to continue to engage this platform. So with all of this, how do we anchor ourselves moving forward? I would like to share three things only, which has to do with, first, defending and expanding civic space. So citizens must have safe spaces to engage, from public protests, the parliament of the streets, to policy making in hallowed halls such as this, without fear of harassment or being labeled. Because true participation means sharing power. The highest level in the rank of participation, the ladder of participation, not just being consulted and our voice being noted down. Second, we must safeguard our information ecosystem. Open government must be more than transparency on paper. It should empower everyone and Maria with accessible, meaningful, and actionable information. This also means providing leadership against mistruths, disinformation, and misinformation, and protecting our free press. Third, we need to invest in building resilient democratic institutions. Governance should be politician-proof, grounded in active citizenship, beyond casting votes, because the work starts after you cast your vote, and putting up institutional safeguards that outlast political cycles. So again, thank you so much for providing me this space to also share what we feel from the local, from local civil society. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. In the interest of time, I'll just keep going. I'll come next to May Gladys, Philippines country representative from the National Democratic Institute. You've, of course, supported these processes here in the Philippines, but also elsewhere in the region. What recommendations do you have for the road ahead? May.
Thank you, Shreya. I'd like to start my intervention with sharing on what we have been focusing on in the Philippines. And I'm glad that the chair of the Commission on Elections is here. So one of how we see the problem in the Philippines is an issue of political corruption. And we have focused our efforts on addressing abuse of state resources or using government resources for electoral gain. And we have seen how abuse of state resources has consequences on governance. And I'm glad that the chair mentioned the vulnerable sectors because they are the most affected by the consequences of abuse of state resources and governance. We have also seen how this has contributed to the significant democratic backsliding that we have seen in the Philippines. Instead, we see also that our legislators have institutionalized more aid that can be abused for the elections. So our approach at the National Democratic Institute has really been focused on empowering civil society organizations, building technical capacity of civil society organizations, both at the national and subnational level, to monitor abuse of state resources and also work with government institutions such as the Commission on Elections, Department of Interior, and local government to address these issues from an institutional level and also enhance the transparency of these institutions. The results that we have was mentioned by the chair earlier. The Commission has focused on vulnerable sectors, but also more importantly, we have regulations now to address abuse of state resources and vote buying in the 2025 elections. However, there's still much to be achieved. We need to monitor how that's going to be implemented. And I think the way forward really is to also look at the commitments of government and civil society in the OGP and see how these are meaningful and see how these translate to real, tangible benefits that the vulnerable sectors and Filipinos can really feel and benefit from. The Philippines has one of the very high voter turnout. I think it's 82.6%. That does not speak of the situation of democracy. We need to do more. And OGP is a good platform to do that. And CSO and government coming together with the private sector is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, May. Now we are well into our coffee break, so our last round of speakers have the task before them to keep their remarks to 2 minutes, if they can. This is challenging when you have so many dimensions of open government to discuss in one round table, but I'm sure we'll get through to it. The question of mainstreaming open government, institutionalization of open government has come up several times. The Philippine Development Plan, of course, has created the pathway of doing so by incorporating practices of open government. So without further ado, I will go to Undersecretary Rosemary Edilon from NEDA to talk about about mainstreaming practices that the NEDA is promoting.
Yes, thank you very much, and we're happy to be here and proud to be members of this very esteemed panel. So just to say that NEDA has always been very active in engaging with non-government stakeholders in the performance of all our mandates, and we use several modalities, and we do it for various purposes as well. So let's say for policy analysis and policy formulation, we would do crowdsourcing, we would do a man-in-the-street interview, focus group discussions, and of course the surveys. And then for the development planning, as you mentioned earlier, we actually would hold several consultations nationwide, and we also create an advisory council that includes the private sector, the business, academia, and civil society, and this would have a bigger say on the development plans. But by far, our I would say our most evolved form of open government partnership has been our stakeholders chamber for the Sustainable Development Goals. So NEDA actually has the oversight for the implementation, monitoring, evaluation of our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, realizing that this requires a whole of society, we established the stakeholders chambers, and right now we have about 60 members from the private sector, academia, and then civil society. So this is really to ensure collaboration, really a whole of society approach for the SDG. And let me just move on to how can this be mainstream, looking at our previous experiences. First of all, it has to be founded on mutual trust and mutual respect. So I think this is where we have really capitalized on the various engagements that we've had with non-government stakeholders, because this one results from various interconnectedness, various interactions, various exchanges, where you develop this, like I said, this mutual trust and the mutual respect. Number two, there has to be a shared vision, a common vision. And we have to go beyond objectives, beyond goals, because goals you could be at cross purposes. For instance, for let's say the private sector, for those in the business, they would be profit maximizing, we would be something else, equity versus efficiency. And there will be cross purposes, and that will be difficult. But if you go to higher level goals, so like the SDG in this case, then you can have that greater intersection, and there could be a room for really this partnership to happen. And then, of course, there has to be this willingness to cooperate, willingness to be equal partners. And in the case of the stakeholders chambers, we actually come up with terms of reference. We actually have very regular meetings with them, and we have a venue for them to meet amongst themselves first, and then to meet with the government counterpart. And we are also very conscious in making sure that they are included in our other activities, so that they really feel that that we are together in this a goal of the Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, we even come up with a map, literally a map, where we map out all those where government will be there, and what sort of SDG will we be focusing on, which one, where, and then they will now tell us where they will be. And that really, is really also for making sure that we get the most bang for the buck. So moving forward, we see a lot more areas of cooperation, a lot more areas for partnership. And then I like the part of the previous speaker who mentioned that, for open government partnership to really be successful, we really need to be open so that those who are not from government, they can come in. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek Rosemary, for the reminder that vision and willingness is important, but also how important it is to integrate the open government principles and practices in the pursuit of the SDGs, which the NEDA is championing. I'll go next to Abdullah Hussain, Deputy Minister of Finance and Budget from the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Of course, localization is a big part of the mainstreaming agenda here. Abdullah.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Good afternoon to everyone. I'll try to make this very short. For those who are not yet aware of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, a little context. The BARM is the political entity established in 2019 by virtue of Republic Act 11054, which essentially is the legislated political agreement entered into by and between the Maoist Islamic Liberation Front and the government of the Philippines for 17 long years. And I think it is fair to say that the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, which is the transitional government for BARM, is fortunate to have the opportunity to not really start from scratch, but as far as governance is concerned, from day one, our Chief Minister, his platform of government has always been the pursuit of moral governance. Simply put, this moral governance framework is a submission on our part to the Islamic injunction of commanding what is good and forbidding what is evil. And it is expected of us, all workers of the Bangsamoro government, to be always be aware and conscious of this leadership framework by the current government. As far as open government is concerned, we would like to state that our moral governance is very much aligned with the principles of open government. Transparency, accountability, and public trust, among other things, are the things that we always pursue. In fact, I would say that among all public government employees in the Philippines, it's only us in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region who have to undertake 2 oaths. Number 1 is the civil service oath of office, and the other one is our oath of moral governance. This is to really emphasize the idea of accountability and transparency. For us workers, we believe that accountability should not be only in this world. Even if we have abundance of laws, if people do not really believe in it, and if they do not have fear of its consequences in this mundane world and the hereafter, all of this would not be helpful in transforming us. So there are a lot of things that we have done over the past 6 years, and I think my time is up. Suffice to say that the Bangsamoro government would continue to pursue all the tenets of what we call moral governance, which is very much akin to open governments. Wabillahi tawfiq wa hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. It's quite significant that you're here today, and we've been hearing that Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao might even want to join the OGP local program, so we very much look forward to that day. Very quickly, I'll go to Annie Hiron next from the Public Sector, Public Services Labour Independent Confederation, National Public Workers Congress. Annie, I will require you to be very brief.
Yes.
The mistake is mine, but...
Rapido. Thank you, Shreya, and I'm happy to be in this panel. PS Link has been campaigning for the enactment of Freedom of Information law because we believe that it's fundamental to mainstreaming OGP partnership, in order to ensure that sustainability, permanency, predictability, and irreversibility of reforms are guaranteed. And FOI law and its faithful implementation is absolutely necessary. In the case of the Philippines, Executive Order 31 is a big step forward towards institutionalization of OGP. No doubt about that. But EO is like a trip ticket with limited itinerary and limited passenger seats. You know, and a successful OGP journey will take not only the executive, but also the legislative, the judiciary, the constitutional bodies, and the local government. And just to say that if there are parts of the government who view OGP journey as optional, or others who takes a different route, or others will pull the brake in order to slow it down, then the OGP trip will be perilous. So I would like to say that from silos of OGP champions or OGP agency, an FOI law will be compelling and accelerating the OGP NAS journey from a service road, slow service road, to perhaps an expressway, even a skyway speed. And finally, for us, for trade union, an OGP-compliant government is one that respects freedom of association. The Philippines is unfortunately a country for 3 consecutive years identified as 10 worst country for workers and for trade unions. So we would like to see that an OGP-compliant government guarantees freedom of discrimination, freedom of forced labor, guarantees the constitutionally guaranteed right for security of tenure and living wage, and ensure that the workforce is free from child labor. Finally, just 2 seconds. For us, an OGP-compliant government is one that guarantees quality public service characterized by an adequately funded and focused public services. There is rule of law, employ people based on merits, roots out corruption, train staff, provides information, and consult stakeholders. And that it is a government that is rights-based and people-centered. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie, for throwing that gauntlet and for taking us on a visual journey of what the difference is between having a law and not. Final word, Zalavedina's Board of Directors, Mindanao Organization for Social and Economic Progress. Again, I request you to be brief. We are now holding up possibly the next session as well, but the floor is yours.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum. Mindanao Organization is based in BARM. So to start with, I would like to thank you for the invitation. We know that the Philippines is one of the most vibrant democratic nations in the world, and that embodies the civic and civil society engagement to the national government affair. We, as Mindanao Organization for Social Economic Progress, as we embark to the Open Governance Partnership that was launched in 2023 by no less than our energetic Secretary Amin Andaman from Mindanao, in advocating the institutionalization of the OGP PNAS in fostering stronger partnership with the government and the CSO stakeholder is now getting into the next level. Admittedly, the principle and values of the OGP is noble, yet is still needing aggressive and more positive, forward-looking and engaging CSO in an inevitable and non-negotiable mechanism, platforms, and tools needed to establish in achieving responsive governance and future-proof leadership in facing challenges across government level and ecosystem. The operationalization of OGP that will lead to the attract and encourage active engagement of civil society organizations with the government as partner to raise the level of community awareness and people's participation is our fundamental rights rather than as perceived as privilege and other way around. Thousands of civil society organizations and NGOs all over the countries, including ourselves from the war-torn region of Mindanao, the newly Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Mindanao, are so hopeful as the OGP is now in the horizon as a transformative and game changer that makes a better and brighter, peaceful region. Our organization has been active member of the Regional Economic Development Council as a private sector, representing various civil society organizations, and we also have been participating in public procurement process as CSO observer, which we think as an optional just to legitimize the whole process with limited roles and lack of oversight function. In conclusion, we as CSO representative committed to continue to be more strategically relevant, dynamic, and empowering, and remain steadfast in the development frontline in the pursuit of inclusive, sustainable progress, prosperity that is reflected to our aspiration and values and culture. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Zalave. I think it was a brave endeavor to try and moderate this dialogue, but certainly not braver than all of you reformers from government, civil society, independent commissions, trying to make open government deliver results for the people here in the Philippines. There's no way I can try and summarize this very complex and multifaceted journey that has been for Philippines or the road that lies ahead. But certainly today we've seen some wonderful initiatives that are underway, some challenges to take that ambition further, and areas where there are disagreements. The point of OGP is to provide safe spaces for dialogue, and I hope you will use the remainder of this event to continue these conversations and forge the path ahead. As you do have this dialogue, I request that you do this outside the doors, because the next session is ready to take the place of all our esteemed panelists here, and we should be fair to them. Thank you, everyone. Apologies for being a terrible timekeeper, and looking forward to working with all of you in the coming months and years. Thank you. So late. I know. Colleagues, requesting everyone to take the dialogues outside the room so we can let the next session organized come in. There's coffee, and there are more sessions to take these discussions to. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Would like to request everyone to please settle down as we start the next part of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear friends from the Open Government Partnership, we'd like to invite you to sit also here at the table. It's free seating. Don't worry, it's not too formal. And because you're so far from me and I'm the star of the show, I can't start without my audience. Can you give me a round of applause? See, I can't hear you, so you have to come near. Please go sit here in front. Don't worry, I will not bite you. Come on, everybody. As long as I'm seeing some empty seats here in this square, in the square at the center, so I cannot start. So please come forward. If you are nervous coming in front, just remember me. Just think of me right now. Thank you. I'm still seeing some empty seats. We have to occupy it. Yeah, they said leaders take the front seat. If there will be blessings from above, this will be the first persons. This will be the first persons to receive it. They said that early bird catches the worm, but the worm is sometimes too early. Okay? Yeah, please occupy some of the seats in front. Okay, so before we start this session, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Innovating Citizens' Participation in Policy Making session. But before that, I know it's been a long day for everybody. I'd like everyone to please stand. Please stand first. Please stand. In 3, 2, 1. See, if you have a time, everybody gets pressured. This is what you call the open pressure. Okay? So first, I'd like you to hug yourself. Hug yourself, please. Hug yourself. Tell yourself, thank you for being here in this session. And for being handsome and beautiful. You say, I'm handsome and beautiful. And then tap your person to the right and say, let's stay open-minded today. And then tap your person to the left, say, this is an open space, so it's okay. Ayan, very good. So with that, I hope everybody gets energized for that tiny bit of energizers. You may now have your seat. And with that, we're very privileged to have with us, to have this session welcome by our very own Executive Director of the Code NGO, no other than Mr. Dino Soliman. Dino?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session. So this is not a formal session. We envision that we will be moving around the tables, but because of the limited time, we just use the space and maximize the space. But really, I'd like to welcome you all to this session where we will hear best practices of innovation of participation from different areas in the Asia-Pacific region. So we'll hear from speakers from Mongolia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. We're very fortunate to have them here speak about what it takes for civil society organizations to participate and how they have made some innovations in their respective fields. So without further ado, I won't take long in having them their space and sharing, and maybe you yourself can. So this is in the spirit of open participation. This is an open space also. Maybe you can also share your thoughts and insights later in this discussion. So welcome everyone, and enjoy the discussions this afternoon.
Thank you, Dino, for that welcome remarks. Again, this is an open and safe space, so everybody will have a chance, if not all, if we are given the amount of time that we have. Allow me to share with you or to introduce you our panel or resource persons for today's session. We have from the labor sector, coming from the Philippines, from the Public Services Labor Independent Confederation, the PS Link, our Secretary General, we have Ms. Annie Enriquez Heron. Ayan, please wave your hands like it's the OGP wave. It's like that, OGP wave. Yes, okay? Or you can also make your own because this is open. Okay, feel free to innovate. After all, this is an innovation session. And we also have our, coming from our rural community sector, from Indonesia, we have our partner from the International NGO Forum on Indonesian Development, our program assistant for SDGs, we have Rinto Leonardo Sian. And welcome. And of course, we also have our partner from the women's sector, coming from Mongolia, from the organization Women for Change, our program coordinator and advisor, we have Dorkhan Ganbatar. Yeah. And we also have our youth sector coming from Malaysia. We have the UNDI 18, our co-founder and education director, we have Kira Yusri. Yeah. And we also have, coming from the Philippines, from the Quezon City, the OGP point of contact, we have Tristan Joseph Alcantara. And of course, this session wouldn't be possible without a moderator, so I'd like to introduce myself in case you didn't know. I'm Ruel Iron Blanker. I'm from Mayantana Foundation, representing the local civil society here in the Philippines. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you still bear with us. I know it's been a long day, but I hope to keep this exciting and entertaining for all of us while learning all of these things. Now, to innovate, since this is innovation, and we just kind of innovated also the setup. I know it's rectangular, kind of formal, but we'd like to keep it more entertaining. So for us to know more, and I know, who wants to know more about our resource persons for today? Can you raise your right hand? You have your right hand with you? Did you bring it? Okay, very good. See, you have no choice. Anyway, so to introduce themselves, what are their background, what are they doing, and also what are their advocacy, we'll be sharing a picture, and then they will introduce themselves and the works that they do, their advocacy on the ground, using that picture. But be mindful, because they said I'm the moderator. So I have to tell you that you have to be brief and concise. And in advance, I will say, sorry, but you have to be brief, okay? Is it okay? Okay, got it? Thumbs up, resource persons. Okay, now for the first picture, where is our technical person? Do we flash it? Where do we flash it? Oh, we have the screens at the back and on the sides. Okay. And then also, yeah, of course, it's above me. Okay. So first to share with us, we have our what we call this, because this is in order. We have our first speaker introduced this afternoon. We have Miss Annie Heron. Please feel free to get the microphone. I'll just stand, no, because if I sit, it feels like it's too formal. Yeah.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon, and really happy to again to take part on this conversation. As you see in the slides, it's not one photo of myself, because this is an activity photo which represent what my organization, PS Link, stands for, what we value, what do we do, how do we do it. And this sacred public services, it stands for strong, accountable, comprehensive, responsive, effective, and democratic public services. This sums up what we do as an organization, as a public sector union. We organize employees from local government, from state and local universities and colleges, from national government agencies or ministries, from the government-owned and controlled corporation. We also organize retirees. We organize government union for the integration of differently able employees. And we organize at the barangay level. So that's our membership, and we represent around 412 local unions. And PS Link is part of the 30 million Global Union Federation Public Services International. It has a presence in 156 countries. So that's the kind of organization. And as you know, trade unions is membership-based. It is organized by the workers, for the workers, operate by the workers, and paid by the workers, because it's a membership base. So just using the slides, how do PS Link advocate for strong public services? One is we are part of the Alternative Budget Initiative of Social Watch Philippines, that since 2007 we advocate for the funding of essential services like health, education, and those agencies that provide social protection for the people. We ensure that they prioritize, that they are able to fulfill their mandates, their services for the people. So you can see that from advocacy in the legislation, we also are very active in advocating for the passage of law that will really address the needs of the communities. Accountable. Unlike, you know that if you are familiar with trade union, it deals basically on bread and butter issue, pay and working condition. But for us, PS Link, we sort of beyond wages, beyond working conditions. So we care about good governance. We care about fighting corruption. It has become central in our work to expose and oppose corruption. And we have several cases. I myself is a whistleblower, and in 2006, when I exposed overpricing in my own agency where I work. It's called Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. So to cut the long story short, we are able to...
Sorry. So you may wrap it up.
Yeah, we hold to account the Director General, and out of the 8 cases that we filed, we got 5 convictions. So that's how we do it to ensure the accountability of officials.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Annie. I'd like to ask also our resource person to end your introduction with your favorite color. What's your favorite color, Ms. Annie?
Blue.
Blue. Thank you, Miss Annie. So that's so this picture is representing what Miss Annie has been doing in her work, and also the advocacy that she has on the ground.
Yeah.
And we believe I'm asking for I'll have a timer, like you have 1 minute to wrap up, and I'm innovating things here, so please bear with it, and you will know your time when it's like 1 minute. Okay, thank you, Miss Annie, for sharing. Now we move on to our next resource person, Rinto. You might share your photo and maybe also share some life-changing moment with it, if you have.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rinto. I'm from INFIT. INFIT is International NGO Forum and Indonesia Development. We have established in 1985. We have 78 members in local and national NGO in Indonesia. We have also consultative status of ECOSOC, so we can advocate in international level. Maybe that the brief about INFIT. If you see the picture here, we also advocate in rural community, not only with stakeholder like ministry or something like that. We also advocate the grassroots problem social. If we're talking about policy making, we should know and we should discuss about good policies. The good policies appear from the public needs. But the problems is the public needs, or we can say it the demand side, have a gap between the public to the stakeholder, the supply side. So the CSO have a job to make the gap disappear with the advocacy, with the evidence-based policy. In fact, working in the evidence-based policy to also engage with the academia, like campus, university, then also we work with our member, INFIT member. We have a good practices in the Indonesia. In Indonesia, we have a lot of advocacy. One of them is Sanitren. Sanitren is sanitation pesantren. Pesantren is a boarding school, a special boarding school based in Islamic values in Indonesia. If we speak about pesantren, it's maybe less clean and tend to leave behind. So we elaborate the survey and research with open data, geotagging between INFIT, GP Ansor, Islamic Youth Group, and also US to make a policy brief. Then we give to stakeholder, to regional candidate while election. Maybe that's the brief.
Okay.
We can elaborate later.
Yeah, maybe later you can share more
Thank
about
you.
it, Lindu. And maybe you can end with a favorite color.
Blue, because blue is fighting spirit in Indonesia.
Okay, so thank you, Rinto. So a round of applause for Rinto. And then, of course, our next resource person. And so now you know how do I tell you for the 1 minute. So it's like a wedding. So I'm kind of mixing all things here. Part of the innovation for this session. Okay, our next resource person to share with us the background and through the picture that she has. We have Dora. We'll just call Dora for short. Yeah, thank you, Dora. Take it away.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to have such a high-spirited moderator here. So Women for Change is a Mongolian NGO. It was established in 2010. It was established by young women, but we left the young part a few years back. So it's called Women for Change now, and we work promoting on gender equality, human rights, and democratic values. And we mostly engage with youth and women, empowering them, and promoting civic participation through mostly art and activism projects, and also innovative social campaigns. And here, as you know, civil society organizations try to do efficiently with very limited resources. So for the one slide, I put so many pictures. So these are some of the pictures of our advocacy campaigns. The one on the upper left part is when we engaged youth and the public using street art. It's a participatory work to promote young people to vote, go to the elections. And in the past 4 years, we also initiated and hosted Women's Leadership Network. And now we have more than 3,000 women around the country who have become part of the movement for women's empowerment. So if you would like to know more about our work, please meet me after the session. I will join the cultural party in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dora. And I think everybody just, laughed when you told them that, you left the young part. I think all of us, that hit hard, I think. But anyway, thank you for sharing. And I think more of that later. And yeah, the cultural night will be the best way to just discuss about it and share and exchange. And now we have our next resource person to share. We have from Quezon City, our OGP point of contact. Oh, sorry. Before him, we have our youth representative from the youth sector. We have the co-founder and education director from UNDI 18. We have Hira from Malaysia. Hira, take it away.
Thank you very much. My organization is also called UNDI 18, which means Vote 18 in Bahasa Malaysia. I am not 18 years old, but my campaign successfully lowered the voting age from 21 to 18 years old in 2019. We started with a very simple idea, was that we believed young people have the right to vote just as any other adult as recognized by the Malaysian Constitution. So we started when I was a university student, so it was a student campaign that became a constitutional amendment after the historic election of Malaysia in 2018, where for the first time in 60 years, we changed our government. Unfortunately, the government fell a year and a half later, but that's for a different panel on a different day. But I want to highlight, I think, the strength and resilience of young people, because even though we passed the law in 2019, during a coup by the opposition coalition, the then Prime Minister delayed the implementation of the right to vote. And what happened was that overnight, young people mobilized ourselves to go out to the streets and demanded not just for young people to have the right to vote, but to reopen parliament during COVID and for the government to take responsibility for the welfare of Malaysians. I think when we talk about innovations and citizens' participation and all these conversations, right, we don't think about, I think politicians rarely think about voters beyond elections. We don't think of them as stakeholders, we don't think of them as genuine citizens, but for people on the ground, voting sometimes is the only way for them to have a say. UNDI 18 transformed Malaysia's policy making and political elections landscape. Overnight, we increased 5.8 million new voters because not just the fact that we lowered the voting age, we also amended the constitution to allow for automatic voter registration. And this is a result of bipartisan conversations and discussions between the then government and opposition of Malaysia. And I'll talk about this later as well. But what does it mean? Because I think in Malaysia at that time, we did not have a majority parliamentary representation. We did not have two-thirds parliamentary majority for the government, but we managed to get a unanimous support in both houses for this bill. And I think today, I'm very proud to say that in the 2022 general elections, where young people could vote for the very first time, Malaysia charted the highest amount of voter turnout rate in our elections, with very interesting results. Again, a conversation for a different panel, but I think it goes to show that young people want to vote, young people are ready to participate, and we just need to be able to evolve and accommodate young people's voices in this space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kira, for that. Quite a lot of work that has really reformed the way the young people vote. And with that, sorry, I'd like to ask also, Kira, what's your favorite color?
Sorry, my favorite color is red.
And thank you. And I think I missed also Dora. What's your favorite color?
Purple.
Purple. Okay, thank you, Dora and Kira. Now we move on to our next resource person from Quezon City, our OGP point of contact. We have Tristan. So Tristan, you can share your picture and tell us something about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, sorry, I'm quite pressured. Since I realize I'm the only representative of government in the panel, but maybe because I'm also the youngest one, I'm 23 years old. But I'm TJ. I am the point of contact of Quezon City government with OGP. We are one of the newest members of OGP Local. So a brief background about Quezon City. We are the largest city in the metropolitan Manila area. We are about 3 million in terms of population, and we are tagged as the CSO capital of the Philippines since we have around 5,000 accredited civil society organizations. Now, allow me to share with you or to explain the picture. This is actually me signing the Pledge of Commitment during a CSO conference in Quezon City. The backstory is, though, I was just asked to observe this event. by my boss, no, the city administrator of Quezon City. But when I arrived there, they asked me to sit in the VIP table together with the mayor, a former congressman, and other high-level officials. And afterwards, they also asked me to sign the Pledge of Commitment. So I asked myself, am I signing this because of my boss, or am I signing this on behalf of my office or for myself? But fast forward to today, a year after, I realized that I am here as the OGP point of contact for Quezon City because of the same commitment that I awkwardly signed last year. And it is to help government and non-government to work together to achieve inclusive development. So despite or in spite my youth, I'm happy that I'm also joined by other young people here in this panel, but my presence here in this regional meeting and even on this panel is simply a testament to our mayor and our leaders' commitment to allowing the youth to participate because of their belief that even the youth can drive an open government. So in closing, I believe that transparency, accountability, and of course participation can be made possible and vibrant as well as alive through the dynamism, creativity, and stubbornness of the youth like me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tristan, for sharing that. And thank you for sharing that we are a member of all the youth here who are still youth here. Raise your hand. Of course, in open government, in this Asia-Pacific meeting, we are all honest. And we have the value for integrity. There's a saying, we are once young and we are young once. But of course, this is an open space, so all of us are youth in this session. Do you agree? Do you like it? Do you want to be called youth? Yeah. Who said no? Maybe I think you're in the wrong meeting because it's all for the youth. Anyway, I asked you earlier about your favorite color, right? And February 14 is coming up. And what's the color for the Valentine's Day? What's the color? Is it white? Is it? I think white if it's in Japan. It's for the male, right? But of course, we are in the Philippines. We are hosting it. So for all the Filipinos here, what's the color for the Valentine's Day? It's red. Okay, so the person who chose red will be answering first the question. Okay, of course, all of our advocacies, it's not easy to really attain all of those. There are challenges that we had in achieving this kind of work. So I would like to ask the panel, what was the most difficult challenge that you had to deal with? I know some of you have introduced a while ago. In upholding your right to participate or that of the people that you serve, especially for our government partner from Quezon City. And how did you address the said challenge? And since the person or our friend here, we call them partners, our youth partners. Our youth partner here, Kira, said her favorite color is red. So meaning, she'll be rolling out the conversation. So Kira, take it away.
I'm very impressed that you have all of that on hand. I think as a young person operating in a regime where young people are not allowed to speak up, the challenges are definitely many. For context, when we first started Undi 18, there was a law in Malaysia that prevented university students from speaking up about political issues and or any current issues. So you could risk getting arrested, suspended, expelled, just for questioning your professor on why do we have this policy? So I think back then, the idea to talk about lowering the voting age is very insane and radical just because we're not allowed to talk about elections or politics, even when we are in university campus and even more in public schools, in high school and primary school. So I think when we were campaigning for this issue, beyond people questioning the work that we did or the values that we have, there was also added layer of state harassment on young activists as well. If you follow Malaysian politics, you would know that our previous Prime Minister Najib would, put any, journalists in prison and all that. And when government, when we started campaigning for Undi 18, although we were not, oddly enough, we were only harassed after he was not the Prime Minister anymore. So under an unelected Prime Minister, youth activists were harassed under several laws, including the Assembly Act, including Communications Act, including the Sedition Act, where young people were investigated. We had police officers harassing us in our homes, which was very unheard of for many, many years. And I think for a lot of young people who were 18, 19 years old, where they would, just talking about politics is a risk. Having police officers coming to your house and harassing your parents is something extremely scary for them. And then, of course, I think you would think that once we amended the law in the amended constitution in Parliament, you would have everything will fall into place. But no, the system still could work against you, where the government could still delay an implementation. So one way we went around, like I mentioned earlier, we went to the streets, but one thing that I did not mention, that we also explored a different aspect of advocacy, which is the judiciary. Together with my team, we gathered 18 young people from the age of 18 years old to 21 to sue the government on their refusal to implement Undi 18. Within a few months, our very amazing lawyers managed to get an order from the court, from the High Court, to pass the law. But because by that time, there was also multiple protests, multiple harassments against young people, the government, I think, felt the pressure to not appeal the judgment, and within 1 month implemented the law. So I think sometimes advocacy is not just about going to the streets, it's not just about lobbying, it's not just about social media posters, but it's a combination of all of this. And I think as young people, we have the privilege to try everything because we have nothing to lose, right? So I think, just very quickly, the challenges are systemic, the challenges are social, but I think the idea, the bravery and the creativity of young people is that we have the ability to work around it in whatever capacity that we have.
Thank you so much, Kira. And I think it resonated with our participants here. Some of them were nodding. I see their heads, they're nodding, and they really see how you managed to go around that challenge. And I think that's really a big win for the young people in Malaysia. And because you were the first one to share, we have this, what we call the PowerPoint. Do you know PowerPoint? Who knows PowerPoint? Thumbs up. Who knows PowerPoint? Thumbs up. Okay. Only a few knows PowerPoint? PowerPoint, thumbs up. I want to see some thumbs because this is supposed to be a participatory meeting. See, I see thumbs. Very good. PowerPoint. So Kira is given that PowerPoint, meaning after her, she can point somebody from the panel who'd like to go next. Okay, Kira, who would like to, who among the panel? Okay, we have Rinto.
If you ask me what the challenge in advocacy, maybe to serve the public needs to stakeholder. It's so hard. We know that the stakeholder they don't want to provide the public needs the good policy. So what can CSO can do to solve that? INFIT always working with evidence policy. Then we increase the participation, such as academic. Then the member, the expert. Also, we have mapping the champion, the key stakeholder. For the example, if we want to advocating one issue in ministerial planning, we will look for the champion. Then we have a several meeting with them, and we will try to show them what the data we found to the advocacy we want. But back again, there's no reason to stakeholder to decline because that's their job, right? No other thing they should do besides to provide the policy, the good policies. I think that from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Rinto, for sharing that. And also, read from your website, I mean, you have these online democracy schools that you also do, right? Yeah, so that's also one of the initiatives, and I really appreciate those things. Okay, I know everybody's excited. How do I make the ball rolling? Okay, so Rinto, since you are the last one who shared, among the callers that you've heard from this panel, of course, except from Kira, who started, which caller would you want to go next? The caller, yeah.
Purple, then blue, right?
Yeah, blue.
Yeah, I will choose the same color with me.
Blue, okay. He said
Thank you
blue,
very
but
much.
he pointed to the left, so
yeah.
Miss Annie.
Yes, okay. So since I'm in organizing unions in the public sector, one of the big challenges, of course, is this attack on labor rights that we are experiencing. And the attack has been deadly. As you know, since the morning, you probably heard about red tagging. And this is the unfair labeling of workers and trade unions being, part of the communist movement or destabilizer. And that really endangers the life of workers and trade union. As of today, there are 76 extrajudicial killing, and not one case is resolved. No one is held to account. So this situation, this big challenge is really sowing fear to workers to organize and join unions. Some of them are really being harassed and under surveillance. So it's really difficult when your constitutionally guaranteed right to freedom of association is being curtailed. And the trade union is the only kind of permanent continuing platform for workers in order to protect and promote their rights, to improve their pay and working condition. And when you improve the working condition and pay of workers, it also redounds to their families. So if you attack workers exercising their rights, it's also an attack to their families. And in the case of public sector, when you attack unions in the public sector, you're also attacking the public services. You imperil the delivery of public services because while we are trade unionists, we are also civil servants.
Okay, thank you for sharing that, Miss Annie. So that initiative really, help address those kind of issues. And I think let's have more discussion on that with the rest of the group. As you notice, I just give them the time to just share everything because I'd like to really hear later more we'd like to really converse with you as part of this session. And with that, thank you, Miss Annie. Now we have two more resource person left to share their piece. But with that, of course, they said this is participatory. They're talking about participatory governance, freedom of information, learning all of these things, being youth. And I believe we are not that, sorry for the word, not that old to raise our hands. So we have a panel or resource person number 1 and number 3 left to share with us their piece. So please raise in 3, 2, 1. In a count of 3, I'd like you to raise your hand with the numbers 1 and 3, or 1 and 3, and then let's see who goes next. Okay, that sounds exciting, right? Is it exciting, or are you tired? I think you're already tired. Are you sure you're tired? Of course, you have your assignment because randomly will be asking questions from the audience. Okay, so again, 3, 2, 1. Raise your hand. Is it 1 or 3? I see 1. I see 3. Can I see everybody's hands up, please? Because it needs to be transparent. When you're given the space, you really have to participate. Because if you can't participate here, how much more in our respective local governments, right? So we have here, I see most of the numbers here. It says 1. I'm so sorry, but I think, when people voted for you, so you have to share, Dora.
Yeah, I'll try to be very brief. So one of the recent advocacy campaigns that we did was prior to the election, in which we had just recently had. We had both the parliamentary and local elections this year. And prior to that, election law was amended. So before that, we were doing our advocacy work, and we, as part of the movement for gender inclusive governance, we mobilized our network of women to advocate for better and gender responsive election law amendment. So we lobbied for some specific articles, and actually it was approved. Currently we have our parliamentary representation of women has increased from 17% to over 25%, because of that advocacy work. And women across all the nation joined this advocacy work, requesting their own constituency member of parliament to support this amendment. And beyond that, we also collaborated with other people, like including youth, media, and also political parties. So it's a multi-party and collaborative advocacy work. And development organizations, international NGOs, funders, and donors all did their efforts, and that's why it was a success story. And I can go into the details of the articles if you want to know more about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dora, for that brief. But in case having that women empowerment and having them led some of these advocacies, and also having some partnerships to really push for the participation of women. Thank you so much,
And
Dora.
I will add that
Yes,
also
of
men,
course. And men,
participated and supported.
Yeah, men who are also advocates as well. And let's just say it's the champions that you have mobilized to support these kinds of advocacies. Okay, so with that, I'd like to ask again the panel, maybe later. I'd like to have this part of the session. I said earlier I'll be standing. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know I told everyone that I'll be standing so that it's a bit informal. And sometimes I don't know if I'm standing or sitting, because I think it's just the same. Everybody's laughing. I'm young, I know. And this time, of course, we have here the only member of the panel who's coming from the government. So we're also interested, what are the challenges of being part of the government that you have experienced in having these kinds of advocacies for, or this kind of, what are your major challenges that you experience, and how are you able to maneuver or navigate it or win over it? We have TJ.
Thank you. Allow me to answer this on the perspective of public participation. So I've mentioned earlier that Quezon City is composed of around 5,000 civil society organizations. And as we know, looking at that number, it's very broad, and CSOs participate differently. And when we look at the variety of CSOs in Quezon City, some of them are people's organizations, some of them are from NGOs, but basically their capacities are also not the same. And we've also faced some issues wherein there are CSO representatives designated to special bodies, to city development councils, and local special boards who do not really participate in the meetings or who are not fully equipped. That's one challenge. But at the same time, I would also like to point out that even government sometimes is not ready for participatory governance or public participation. Would you believe that our Participation, Accountability, and Transparency Ordinance, which is coincidentally the principles of the Open Government Partnership, was passed in 2009. But the previous administration failed to act on it. So we're amending and implementing it this term under the leadership of Mayor Joy Belmonte. And the People's Council of Quezon City has already been activated, and they've elected their representatives composed of 23 sectors. So this time, we're doing more, and we're actually committing as part of our membership in the OGP local program to really raise the bar and capacitate both non-government and government in terms of participatory governance. So it's really not just on the side of non-government or civil society that we need to equip so that they could participate in different processes or in different levels of governance, but to actually train government to really be receptive and welcoming in terms of CSO participation. Because no matter how mature our CSO representatives are, if government itself is not open, is not receptive, if government is not equipped to also allow power to be shared to the civil society organizations, we really can't achieve genuine public participation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, TJ, for sharing that. And I see a lot of people again nodding their heads. And that's true. There's a lot of CSOs, especially here in the Philippines, and maybe not only in the Philippines, but in the Asia Pacific. And the capacity always varies from one CSO to another. And probably that's also one of that, as TJ mentioned, it's also a challenge on how government should respond to this kind of variation in terms of capacity. And it's good to hear also that the OGP is a platform where CSOs and LG or the government can actually be, can balance out each other in terms of this kind of participation. Okay, here you go, ladies and gentlemen, our panel. So let's give them a round of applause. I think they're very pressured the way how I order them on speaking. But this time, of course, I'm giving them the chance. This time, it's for you to participate or share. You can ask question or reflect on the sharing. And as mentioned earlier by Dora, those who have sat here in this table, they will receive first the blessings from above, right? So we should be, because we are open and this should be balanced, let's give the floor to those who are outside the circle. You like it? Do you like it? Okay, so anybody from the audience, from the participants, from the partners, who'd like to ask question to our panelists here in front? Anybody? Who's the brave one? Anybody raise your hand? You can raise your hand. Or do you want, or because if nobody's going to raise their hand, okay. Oh, wow, there are 4 already. Maybe you can have, ma'am, and maybe state your name first and then from what organization, then your question or reflection, just make it brief, okay? Can come here, or I'll come to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Lika Mukherjee. I come from Armenia, GIZ Armenia. And I have a question, maybe I've missed that part, but I would be interested about, in general, the gender equality and whether in any of the countries you have quota or how do women participation is triggered. Sorry. And what is the representation of women in local parliaments and at the local level, if you have any statistics that you could share? And the second question would be, how is the lobbying conducted so that women are more interested in participating at local elections? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any of the panelists who'd like to answer that question, feel free to unmute your microphone. Sounds like a line from the Zoom meeting.
Yeah, I will just briefly explain what the last election amendment was. The parliament members, the number of parliament members were previously 76, and then by the constitutional amendment, it went up to 126. And it became a parallel system, so 78 seats were by the majority vote. So in that part, 30% quota was introduced. So before it was 20, and we managed to get it to 30. And the political parties committed to bringing it up to 40 in the next election, which will be in 2028. And the other part is the proportional system, and it's 48 candidates, and we introduced and lobbied for the ZIP system, which is female, male, female, male, female candidates. So that was more better success, because now 50% of those 48 MPs are women.
Okay, thank you, Dora, for answering that. And of course, we also have Kira for her insight on that.
Yeah. In Malaysia, out of 222 MPs, we only have 28 female representatives, about 13.5%. Another issue, unlike in your country, in Malaysia, we have a first-past-the-post system for both elections, state and national. We do not have local government elections, which means that even though parties will commit, civil society has pushed for parties to commit to at least 30% women representation in elections. But what happened is that they will put women or youth in unwinnable seats. We know during elections, they will announce that we have 30% women candidates. But when you look at where the women are being put to contest, we know realistically it's unwinnable. They will go against former ministers, they will go against a former prime minister, they will go against warlords and rich businessmen. and the party will not provide additional support. So you cannot put women in these opportunities without recognizing that there is a gap. And I think that's something that political parties are still lacking that awareness of. And in a system like ours where, you know, it's first past the post, there is no additional support, there's no top-up seats, there's no additional chances. You lose, you lose. You wait another 5 years, or if the representative to die, to contest again. And then also, of course, we have dynasties issues as well. So in the state of Sarawak, which is on the Borneo Island, a lot of the women candidates are often wives or mothers or sisters of existing representatives. So if you are a young woman without political connections, it is very, very difficult for you to get a chance to contest. Yeah.
Thank you, Kira, for sharing. Now, from the panelists, which part of course, there were those who raised their hands. Can I see them again? We have four. Okay, so we have four in this table, but because I was asked to turn around, to go around, which part of the space would you want me to ask questions from? Of course, we give also them the chance to also point their fingers to which space in this room, because this is a very nice room. It's a very big room, and we're done with this side. I hope that answers your question. I get insight. Well, we have the cultural night for you to share more if you want to ask more. Okay, from this side, thank you for the extra microphone, my dear. So which part? This one? This side? This side. Okay, we have, which one do you want to ask question? From this side. Sir, okay. Maybe you can, is that, yeah, use your mic, please. Is it open?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Agil, and I'm from Indonesia. So I was gonna say that I'm interested in Indonesia program in pesantren, Islamic boarding school. Can you explain more tell us more about the program, how to encourage active participatory from Muslim youth, and this is for Indonesia. And for Malaysia, given the fact that Malaysia also has a large community, Muslim community, can you also share your experience how to encourage active participatory from Muslim youth? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And yes, for the next round of questions, maybe can we keep it to one so that we can give more time for others, also space for others to ask their questions. And of course, Rinto and Kira can answer it. Thank you. Rinto, yeah, for Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. We have a champion in GP Ansor, Islamic Youth Group. So we work with them to encourage the other Islamic youth and the student in boarding school. Also, we have encouraged the regional candidate, the all regional candidate executive. So while the election, we give the policy brief and we show them all data we have in the all pesantren in Tangerang. So they want to make it into policy. Right now they have a budget to make a sanitation in their policy. So maybe that's the answer. We can discuss later to detail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rinto. Don't get scared because I'm gonna, I think she's pressured. And I think because there's more context to it, right? Okay, you can talk later. And of course, Kira, go ahead, please.
I'll keep this very brief as well. So Malaysia, we are a Malay Muslim majority country. So it's not hard to mobilize Muslim youth to vote. We are the majority. But what's the context and the difference in Malaysia is that our political parties are often divided by race and religion. So we have the PAS, Parti Islam Malaysia, which is the Islamist Conservative Party, and their coalition, their party currently has the most seats in parliament, but they are opposition because what happens is that when in the last election, the Islamic Party won the most seats, the progressive and the nationalist parties work together to form a unity government. So Malaysia, we have a unity government for the very first time. And I think when it comes to mobilizing young people, it's the worry, I think, is always about how do we prevent political messaging from becoming too radical or too extremist. Because if you are on the ground during elections in Malaysia, in certain areas, you will see campaigns from candidates saying that if you don't vote for if you vote for a certain party, you will not go to heaven. If you don't vote for a certain candidate, you are committing a crime or you're deviant and something like that, right? And they would also have a lot of misinformation, disinformation being spread around as well. So it's not so much mobilizing, but how do we ensure that the discussion doesn't lean too far to a certain extreme end? And I think that's one of the challenges that we have for progressive parties as well as civil society who are monitoring the issues.
Thank you, Kira, for answering that. I hope that suffices your answer, sir. And I'm sorry, we are working on a time constraint here. So I'd like to prioritize first questions that is addressed to our speaker from the labor sector, from Ms. Annie. And maybe one more question that will be asked for our representative from the local government unit. Okay, for the labor sector first, we have two hands. So it's it the left or the right? Hold them apart. Sorry. Anyway, so you will have which one first? Yeah, it's up to you. Okay. Maybe you can turn on your microphone. Thank you. Yeah, that's on.
Hello, Miss Annie. So my question is, we know that one of the most important dimensions of OGP in its partnership with the labor sector is the workers' ability to participate. However, in the context of the Philippine government workforce, where almost 40% are contractualized and their right and ability to organize is significantly reduced, what is the current workaround to ensure that in the interim, while we're fighting against ENDO, that they are represented and their rights are protected, however little it is with the current laws that we have that are protecting them?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Annie.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, in the public sector, we have around 930,000 job order and contract of service. So the informalization of jobs in the public sector is really alarming. And we only have about 1.8 million career civil servants and another 100,000 casual or contractual appointees. So how do we ensure that regardless of their employment status, they are protected? We organize them. We don't listen to the government saying that they are not government employees, because the Philippines ratified ILO Convention 151, and this is labor relation in the public service. And even the core labor standards on freedom of association doesn't distinguish the workers' right to belong to union or to form a union because of their employment status. So that's what we're doing right now. Some of the public sector unions are organizing them as a group because they are prevented from joining the existing workplace union, meaning they will join with the other rank and file. So we're organizing them nationally, like in order for them not to be targeted in terms of not renewing their contract. So we let them organize not in that workplace but outside, and then consolidate them and build power amongst the contractual workers so that we have better representation in every possible levels of government. At the moment, we maximize our representation at the National Tripartite Industrial Peace Council. So I say that, okay, if they're not government employee, they should be covered and protected by labor code. And that's what we are arguing and bringing to as high as the Office of the President, because we have an interface meeting with the Office of the President, the labor sector. So we also bring this widespread contractualization, which is really affecting not only public services, but also the accountability in terms of people delivering public services. They don't know whether they will have job for tomorrow, and so the kind of work that they do is also very vulnerable to termination of their employment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Annie, and hope that answers your question. And is it a similar question, sir, that you'd like to raise earlier? Are you already good? Or is it a different question? Are you already good? Okay. So with that, there's one question for who, ma'am?
My name is Juvelin Gumalin from Pampamayanang Mangyan Ugnayan Incorporated. My question is this: how can CSOs strengthen their partnership with government agencies while maintaining independence? Maintaining independence. I will repeat. How can CSOs strengthen their partnerships with government agencies while maintaining their independence?
Okay, thank you. I think, TJ, would you want to answer? I'm not sure, but maybe you can also answer. And if somebody from the panel would like to rescue, of course, you can answer. Okay, TJ?
Well, on the part of the government, especially the local government, I think in general, for Quezon City's context, our leadership, the leadership of Mayor Joy Belmonte, has been very engaging with civil society organizations in Quezon City, despite, of course, what I've said earlier, how broad it is. No? And the development and as such, the institutionalization of the People's Council of Quezon City is a manifestation of this commitment. And so, with the organizations such as the People's Council, I think the civil society organizations are able to be independent because they are now more organized. They are now able to elect a representative amongst themselves in the different bodies. So they are able to create their own, or they can unite or agree with their own agenda or with their own proposals to the city government. So, despite the city government still capacitating these civil society organizations, I think because they are given that space already, they are able to participate. And on the end of our government, of the Quezon City government, I think it really is also about how our leaders operate. So on our end, Mayor Joy, together with the city administrator, have tried their best to really bring civil society organizations to the forefront. And the empowerment that we try to work on is not simply political empowerment, but rather even social and economic empowerment through various aids and through various programs of the city. So on our end, I believe that the government, our Quezon City government, is not hesitant to admit that we need the help of civil society organizations. And I think all governments must be humble enough to say that we need the help of local civil society organizations, because without them, I think our programs or our targets would not really be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, TJ. And I'm looking for that actually one interesting question that I can actually reverse, because again, we're innovating this kind of session, right? Do you agree? We're innovating this session, right? So now let's do the reverse round. So starting from that question, we'd like to throw it to the audience. Like, the question was, again, ma'am, I'd like to make sure that it's the correct question. And then we'll ask the audience to answer it.
How can CSO strengthen their partnership with government agencies while maintaining independence?
You heard the exact question, our dear participants in this session. Now, anybody who'd like to answer the question? This is an open mic. Everybody can, this is a safe space. This is an open space. You can have your answers. You can share your answers. Anybody raising their hands? Okay, ma'am. Please turn on your mic.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marites Utuhan from the Commission on Audit. The Philippine Commission on Audit have this program on citizens participatory audit. We engage civil society organizations, individual citizens as partner in the conduct of the audit. So in this program, there are 6 stages. The first stage is, we call it citizen feedback, wherein we conducted dialogues with citizens and civil society organizations to get their feedback on what they want the Commission on Audit to audit, they will identify topics, audit topics for us to audit. And then we prepare this, what we call an annual audit plan. So from there, we engage, or we negotiate first. We negotiate with civil society organization, because as of now, though we have rosters of CSOs and citizens, but the engagement is per audit engagement. So COA is still working for a policy that would allow a longer, or what we call an extended partnership. Now, through this, the CSOs and the Commission on Audit can strengthen their their partnership in the conduct of the audit, while the CSO can still maintain their independence, because they have their own charter, they have their own bylaws that governs them, while the Commission on Audit, we have our own mandate. Okay. So there is no impediment for the CSOs to maintain its independent, and also for the Commission on Audit to maintain impartiality. Okay. So just a matter of understanding. When COA engaged the CSOs, we let them understand the function of the Commission on Audit, the processes in the conduct of audit, because we capacitate them. So they will understand the process. So, and we let them decide whether they will engage with the Commission on Audit as partner in the conduct of a specific audit.
Okay. Sorry to cut you, Mama, but thank you. I think we get the insight from Ma'am. Thank you so much from COA for sharing that. I think one more who can share about that or can answer that. Oh, I see more hands, but we now have a limited time. So which one? I'd like to give, because it's difficult to be in front, being the panel for this kind of audience in the Asia Pacific. So I'd like to give the credits and the opportunity for our panelists in front to select which one should go next. Anybody? You can turn on your microphone. See, this is an equal participation in this. When I moderate, it should be equal. So anybody can, from the panel, would like to prioritize, would like you to, which participant would you like to speak first? The one at the back, over there. Okay, yeah.
Check. Yeah, I'm Franz from World Vision, based in Indonesia. So I think three most important things so that CSO can be independent while collaborating with the government is the first, keeping them transparent and accountable by reporting to the government, but also to the society, to the community. And then maybe the second is to make their fund source diverse, so they are not too dependent on government fund. And then the third is to allow society, community to give them feedback, to complain if their program is not as they promise, and then the usage of all the fund that they get is really to the program that benefited the community. So that's the three important things, I think, so that the CSO can be independent.
Thank you, sir, for sharing that. And this time, I know a lot of you would like to share more, but this is a limited session. So we'd like again to give the authority. I authorize the panelists to ask questions to your audience. So anybody who'd like to ask question to your audience? Okay, panel? Anybody? Just ask your audience. What do you want to ask them so that they can answer? Dora, Kira, TJ, Rinto. Okay.
Maybe this is the general question for not only for audience, but we can you are here can answer what your hope going to regional meeting that you bring to your organization, to bring in your country. Yeah.
So what are your hopes or your hope for this
to
regional
bring
meeting?
back to your organization or to your country.
Okay, that you can bring to your organization or to your country. Thank you for that wonderful question, sir. Now we have our first candidate to answer the question. Anybody from the crowd? Okay. Okay, go ahead, please. Please state your name first and from what organization. Thank you.
Okay, hi, my name is Gigi. I'm from Thailand, and actually, we are not a member of OGP yet because we failed the criteria. We are not eligible. We failed the criteria of civic participation. That's why I'm here in this session to learn how to work with the government, both in the local level and national level. First thing, I believe that we have a strong CSO in our country, and we also have the government who intend to apply for OGP, because I see the record, they applied for 2015, but we still fail because maybe we just don't know how to work together and because of the political situation, but I don't think it's an excuse. So thanks for your sharing today and also the answer from the participants, because we wanna be here as a member of OGP in the next coming years. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, we are welcoming all the Asia-Pacific countries, whether you are a member of the OGP or not. But of course, we'd like to see you next time as a member of the OGP. So round of applause for Thailand. Yes. And then we can have one more. One more would like to answer that question. What are your hopes in this regional meeting, and what do you want to bring back to your organization or to your country? Do you have other country representatives who are not member of the OGP who are here from the Asia-Pacific? If you are here, this is your moment, this is your time, because it's only me who can provide that for you. So anybody from this group, from this hall, aside from Thailand? Or do you know somebody from the other country? Have you met someone here? No more? Okay. Oh, okay. Please, go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, I do hope that our application for membership in the OGP could be approved, and also to propagate because the idea of OGP is still not widely known or widely spread in our country. So I'm hoping to encourage other LGUs. I'm a representative from my own local, on our local government unit, and also a representative for the civic society organization. So I do hope in our later part of the program, the cultural meet, we can exchange properly on the best practices of our each own country, on how we motivate and inspire our own countrymen, so we can do the purpose of open government partnership.
Okay, thank you. And as much as I'd like to, of course, you want to answer.
Can I add something? Sorry.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you a minute.
Just to respond to the answers of our participants, I just do hope that the conversations will continue after this.
Yes,
That's the very, very important hope that I bring, because this regional meeting isn't just, this isn't the standalone platform for engagement towards open government. So I really do hope that whether you're a member of OGP or not, we can all strive to pursue open government reforms by constantly learning from each other. Again, for Quezon City, as a new member, we understand and we know that we have a lot to learn despite the reforms that we've already made. So I do hope that even from other countries around the Asia and the Pacific, that we reach out and we continue the conversation and share best practices, because that would really help in our goal of open government.
Thank you, TJ, for highlighting that. That's a very important statement that we all should have in this Asia-Pacific meeting. And before we do the closing, I think all of you are looking at me because I'm mentioning the closing. Before we do the closing, of course, we're back here in our panel. I'll give you a minute to answer this question. If there is that one ambition to raise that inclusive public participation for your country or for your organization or for your sector, what would that be? I give you 1 minute each to share that. And we're going to start off with Miss Annie to my right.
Again, from the labor sector, I would hope that while OGP is being institutionalized, social dialogue will also be institutionalized, because for labor, it is important for us. We are tired of conflicts. We are tired of fighting or, quarreling with government. So the best way to do that is that we have this concept, approach, methodology called social dialogue. And as long as we sit together and discuss things, I think we can resolve issues at hand. So.
Thank you, Miss Annie. Rinto?
OGP is the general platform to accelerate the advocacy. Even if without OGP, we can advocating something, right? So OGP should accelerate to improve the quality of the advocacy. Don't make the policy making separate from OGP. So the public participation, the co-creation, must be separate not only for CSO, but we have labor, we have women, we have vulnerable group, we have indigenous people. So much indigenous people in Asia Pacific. So we can collaborate with them, and as we do in this year, SDGs, VNR with Philippines and Indonesia, we can ask them for shadow report maybe, or don't leave them behind, right? Like SDGs principle in 2030. That's maybe from me. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rinto, for highlighting also the Sustainable Development Goals. As we work towards inclusive participation, it's also important to have that one also in mind. Thank you. With or without OGP, and that should not be of difference. Thank you. And TJ?
With regards to the ambition that I hope we can continue to achieve and really set out, two words: go local. As a member of the local government, we see how much potential local governments, local civil society organizations have. And when we go to the grassroots, when we both work with people's organizations and of course our local special bodies, we really realize that the concerns, the needs, and the interests of our people are so much closer to us. So the ambition, the hope that I have is, after this, we should go local, recommend to your localities, if you're from national governments, to push your localities to, even if they don't join OGP Local, but of course I hope they do, to continue advocating for open government reforms and for civil society organizations to work with local CSOs, because we need empowerment, we need participation from the ground, from the grassroots.
Okay, thank you, TJ. So go local and push advocacy from the grassroots. Thank you so much, TJ. Kira?
So Malaysia is not an OGP member as well. So I think, but it's very inspiring for me to be here to see local governments being so involved, especially when in Malaysia we don't even have local government elections. So I think one of the barriers for youth political participation is that for you to contest, it's immediately you're put in a spotlight of a national election, which may not be accessible or affordable to everyone. I hope that regional platforms like this can pressure Malaysia, although I doubt anyone from my government is here, can pressure Malaysia to consider bringing back local government elections, because it is not just about empowering local communities, but it opens up access to politics and governance for young people and minorities as well.
Thank you, Kira, for that. And of course, we have Dora?
Yeah, so I would like to just say that these kinds of platform, whether it's regional, global, or national, the government, the CSO, and all the development partners, international organizations, has to come as partners, not one better or above the other. So if we can foster that and be open to discussions, dialogues, multi-stakeholder dialogues, and I think there was another session on intergenerational dialogue, which is very important, and we believe that to create and to have more inclusive policy making, we need diverse representation. We need representation of women. We need representation of youth and other marginalized groups. So, and also in order to do that, we also need to protect and maintain and expand the civic space. We don't want to go backwards. And to do that, we need to be in solidarity among each other. And I hope to receive more energies from you guys having coming here.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Dora. I think one word also is the sectoral and intergenerational. That's also one thing that can be considered for the civic space. And with that, because I'm standing here, I think opposite me, oh, she's back. I thought she's gonna give the closing remarks for this session at the back so that, you know, we have the balance in the polarity in this room. So we have our very own chair of the Code NGO at the same time. She is our co-chair for the PHOGP and the women's sector representative of the Malaya Ka, and she's also the executive director. So we have our very own Aurora Chavez de Guzman to give us her closing remarks.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow civil society representatives, and we have also with us government officials. As we conclude this OGP breakout session on innovating citizens' participation in policy making, I'd like, of course, to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation, thought-provoking insights, and commitment to open government principles. Today, we've explored the cutting-edge innovations and initiatives that are redefining citizen participation in policy making. We've discussed the potential of technology, the importance of inclusive and participatory mechanisms, and the need for governments to create an enabling mechanism for citizen engagement. The discussions we've had today are a testament to the power of collaboration and co-creation. They demonstrate that together, we can develop innovative solutions that address the complex challenges of our time. As CSO representatives, recognize that our role goes beyond advocating for citizen participation. We must also work to empower citizens, particularly those marginalized and underrepresented, to take an active part in policy making. In this spirit, I'd like to highlight the importance of the OGP's thematic area on civic space, which aims to promote an enabling environment for civil society and citizen participation. As we move forward, let us continue to push the boundaries of innovation and inclusivity in citizen participation. Let's work together to create a world where every citizen has a voice and every voice is heard. Of course, I'd like to thank the Code NGO Secretariat for organizing this, and also to our very innovative and creative moderator, Yankee Blanker. Okay. In closing, I'd like to leave you with a call to action. Let us continue to innovate and experiment with new approaches to citizen participation. Let us work together to create a culture of openness, transparency, and accountability in policy making. And let us ensure that citizen participation is not just a checkbox, but a meaningful and inclusive process that reflects the diversity and complexity of our societies. Diyos Babalos, maraming salamat. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Araw. Now, this session has come in full circle as I also walked in circle, literally, because I go back to my seat. And with that, I think everybody is very excited, but let's all rise to formally close this session. All stand, please, and raise and put your hands on your chest and say that I am committed as an open government champion. And with that, I will participate to the next session, which is the cultural night. Okay, so we end this session by saying in the Philippines, because we hosted this, we say mabuhay with the hands on your chest. 1, 2, 3, go. Mabuhay. And maraming salamat means thank you. Maraming salamat. And you're welcome. Okay, thank you so much for joining this session. I hope you had fun while also learning from our panelists here in front. Thank you so much for joining us this session. Okay, everybody can proceed, I think, to the next session to go out for us to restore this area to the cultural night. Thank you so much and good evening, everyone.